Miracles happen. The transformational healing power of past life memories. Brian L. Weiss and Amy E. Weiss. Epigraph. Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness the energies of love, and then, for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Contents. Introduction. 1. We are all connected. 2. Validating the memories. 3. How understanding can heal. 4. Freedom from emotional pain. 5. Healing physical symptoms and illnesses. 6. Letting go of grief. 7. Intuition and other psychic abilities. 8. One of a kind. 9. Eternal relationships. 10. Lessons that animals teach. 11. Short and sweet. 12. Spiritual and mystical experiences. Introduction. On a beautiful summer afternoon in New York in July 2010, my wife, Carol, and I were driving up the tree-lined Taconic Parkway toward the Omega Institute, a rustic retreat center where we teach an intensive course on past life regressions. We love teaching this course. Incredible events happen every day, again and again. Participants not only remember past lives but have amazing spiritual or healing experiences, find soul mates, receive messages from departed loved ones, access profound wisdom and knowledge, or encounter some other mystical and marvelous event. Carol and I have witnessed such life-transforming occurrences over the years in these workshops and trainings, and we feel blessed to be able to facilitate and observe them. Often we do not know that a particularly powerful experience has just transpired in the workshop. The person may need time to process it, and we will only hear of it in a later email or letter. At that moment on the sun-dappled highway, Carol's BlackBerry buzzed with an email describing another one of these wonderful workshop healings, a message relaying such ancient wisdom yet arriving to us through this most modern technology. The timing was perfect, for we were about to re-enter the very place where we had observed so many similar happenings. We never knew exactly which amazing events and changes would transpire, only that they would. Carol turned to me and observed in her wise, understated way, sometimes miracles happen. Indeed, sometimes they do. The miracles may be large ones that affect the entire group. They may be small and silent. No matter their scope, the transformation is permanent. Relationships are repaired. Souls are nourished. Lives acquire newer and deeper meaning. Miracles happen. A miracle happened for me on the day that a patient named Catherine walked into my office and introduced me to an entire spiritual universe that I had never believed to exist. My earlier books contain a very detailed account of her experiences, and they describe how her life was permanently altered for the better as a result of them. My own life was affected at least as much. Before uncovering her amazing past life memories, I had been a left-brained, obsessive-compulsive academic. I had graduated magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa, with a degree in chemistry from Columbia University. I earned my medical degree from the Yale University School of Medicine, where I was the chief resident in psychiatry. Completely skeptical of unscientific fields such as parapsychology and reincarnation, I was the chairman of a prestigious psychiatry department at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami, and I had authored more than 40 scientific articles and book chapters in the fields of psychopharmacology, brain chemistry, and Alzheimer's disease. Catherine turned my skepticism, and my life, upside down. Although it has been over 30 years since that day, I still remember the very first time that she crossed the invisible boundary of her current life and entered the realm of other lifetimes. She was in a deeply relaxed state, her eyelids lightly shut but her concentration intense. "There are big waves knocking down trees," she whispered in a hoarse voice as she described an ancient scene. "There's no place to run. It's cold, the water is cold. I have to save my baby, but I cannot, just have to hold her tight. I drown, the water chokes me. I can't breathe, can't swallow, salty water. My baby is torn out of my arms." Her body had tensed, her breathing accelerated. Suddenly, her body and her breathing relaxed completely. "I see a cloud, my baby is with me. And others from my village. I see my brother." My skepticism needed more time to erode, but the process had begun. Catherine's severe symptoms began to disappear as she remembered more scenes from this and other prior lifetimes. I knew that imagination could not dissolve such chronic symptoms, only actual memories could. Catherine would go on to remember many historical facts and details from her past lives, which we were sometimes able to confirm. She was also able to relate private truths from my own life, truths that she had no obvious way of knowing or discovering. She would tell me these personal facts while she floated in that beautifully relaxed state in between physical lifetimes. Those powerful evidential encounters with Catherine began to open my mind and to erase my doubts. I found other reputable clinicians conducting regressions and research, and I became further convinced. Ever since Many Lives, Many Masters, my first book, was published in 1988, I have treated over 4,000 individual patients using past life regression therapy and many more in large groups during my experiential workshops. Each case validates and confirms, teaches and expands. Each case reveals more of life's mystery. In that time, I have met with past life pioneers and luminaries from all over the world. Where there was once disbelief, there is now carefully collected knowledge and wisdom. The stories in this book will propel you on the very same path and lead you from doubt to discovery. Just open your own mind and let this miraculous journey begin. In the workshops that I conduct, approximately 2/3 of the audience successfully remembers episodes from previous lives. Their memories and recollections frequently heal emotional and physical maladies. Symptoms resolve even though the memory may not be absolutely accurate, for an error in recall does not negate the truth and importance of the memory. As an example, in a regression you may recall the trauma, chaos, and even the entire emotional reaction of your mother when you were 3 years old and ran into the street, almost getting hit by a black Buick. When you check with your mother, it turns out that the car was a navy blue Cadillac. Otherwise, everything else in your recall was accurate. This slight degree of distortion is acceptable. Memory is not literal time travel. And if, in describing the memory of the near accident, you used a word that you did not learn until you were 12, this is also fine. Your observing and describing mind is your present-day consciousness, not your 3-year-old brain. You never actually stepped into a time machine. Hypnosis is the tool I use to help people recall such childhood events, and more. Many of my patients and the people who have attended my workshops are able to remember events not only from their childhood but also from when they were in their mother's wombs, from that mystical state when they were in between lives, and from past lives. Throughout the years, I have encountered people whose preconceived notions about past life regression therapy have compelled them to dismiss the concept entirely. They argue that the memories are distorted or inaccurate, as I have addressed above, or that its therapeutic effects can be ascribed to wishful thinking, or that everyone who has a regression erroneously identifies themselves as a famous historical figure in a past life. Such critics are vocal but misinformed. This book contains numerous stories of people who have undergone or performed their own regressions, and together they present a catalog of an incredible diversity of experiences that definitively challenges such assumptions. Its pages contain far more recollections of paupers and peasants than people of prominence. Imagination or fantasy does not cure deeply entrenched physical or mental conditions, yet this book is brimming with examples of how remembering our past lifetimes does, and neither the patient nor the therapist even needs to believe in this concept for the healing to occur, just as neither Catherine nor I did at first. The stories in this book, like a microcosm of the entire field of regression therapy, illustrate a widely varying range of past lives, yet they also point again and again to the fundamental commonalities in our soul's journey and evolution. To open your mind to their truths, that we are immortal and eternal beings who have lived before and will live again, that we are all one, and that we are all here on earth to learn lessons of love and compassion, is, to borrow from that well-known quote, to take one important step for a man and one giant leap for mankind. Whenever my patients and workshop participants successfully remember one of their past lives, a direct avenue to divine wisdom and to physical or emotional wellness is established. The awareness that we have had multiple lifetimes, separated by spiritual interludes on the other side, helps to dissolve the fear of death and to bring more peace and joy into the present moment. Sometimes, just the remembrance of past life traumas leads to incredible insights and healings. This is the rapid route. Those who have not had a past life memory can attain understanding and an enhanced perspective by witnessing or reading about the experiences of others. An empathic identification can be a powerful transformative stimulus. This is an alternative route, where the direction of progress is more important than the speed. We will all eventually reach a state of enlightened awareness. Reincarnation, the concept that we have all lived past lives, is the door through which I entered a greater level of understanding. Catherine opened the door for me, and I have subsequently held it open for many more. But there are many doors. People have accessed the higher realms through near-death experiences, through mystical encounters, or through meditation. Others have had a sudden insight or aha moment. All doors lead to the same place, a transcendent recognition that our true nature is spiritual, not physical. There often is a simultaneous awareness that we are all interconnected and that we are somehow manifestations of one energy. The author Paulo Coelho writes, "Life is the train, not the station." On our soul's journey home to a state of infinite love and wisdom, a journey filled with mystery and miracles, we rest, recuperate, and reflect at the stations, in between lifetimes, until it is time to board again, another train, another body. There is only one home and eventually we will all return there, sooner or later. It is a place of bliss. This book will help you find its shores. The treasure of this book lies in the stories carefully nurtured and harvested by readers and workshop participants over the past 23 years. Shared here, the experiences underlie and honor everything that I have written about and taught. In 1,000 voices, these stories validate not only the phenomena of past life regressions but the entire psycho-spiritual universe. You will read of souls and soul mates, of the life that is found after death, of present lives being utterly transformed by encounters with the past. The stories share how mind and body can be profoundly and permanently healed. They tell how grief can be changed to comfort and hope, and how the spiritual world interpenetrates and enriches our physical world at all times. These stories are filled with wisdom, love, and deep knowledge. They are humorous and serious, brief and extensive, but always wise and instructive. Gleaned from all over the world, the shared experiences will help many thousands of souls toiling through their current lives. Helping others to heal, to understand, and to progress along their spiritual paths is the soul's noblest duty. Reading the stories and reflections in this book is like experiencing 100 vicarious regressions. Powerful resonances to the reader's own latent past life memories stimulate the subconscious and elicit a heightened awareness. The deeper mind discovers new possibilities of physical and emotional healing. A comprehension of our higher nature, that we are the soul, not the body or the brain, leads to profound shifts in our core values and aspirations. And then the most important transformation of all begins. Our consciousness awakens, opens its divine but dormant eyes, and discerns its spiritual path. The stories that have been selected to be in this book do not merely describe these gentle wake-up calls, they provide them. To read them is to be changed in some ineffable yet indelible way. At that moment of awakening, when we discover our inherent nature as eternal beings, doubt disappears. As if an ancient alchemist sprinkled his magic dust on us, fear is permanently transmuted into inner peace, despair into hope, sadness into joy, hate into love. At the level of the soul, anything can happen. Words have their own alchemical power. This book is not a collection of stories, it is a collection of transformative possibilities. By reading about and empathizing with the regression experiences of others, we gain a deep connection to their immense wisdom. A link to an incredibly wise and loving cosmic process is established and gradually strengthened, story by story. Each one that has been chosen for this book facilitates those empathic connections and provides accessible insights into the deeper nature of our souls, our purpose on the earth, and our healing potential. My commentary, I hope, helps to clarify these themes even more. As you read of others' mystical encounters, the likelihood of having one of your own becomes increased. The stories set the table, and now the special guest can enter. They shine light on an entire metaphysical philosophy. The concepts of reincarnation and past life regression demonstrate the reality and essence of our higher self and our higher purpose. The techniques and teachings found in the following chapters can be used by all to improve your lives, to endure along your spiritual path, to experience more love and happiness right now, and to understand that there is no need to fear, as we are all immortal. We are all souls. My daughter, Amy, is a therapist as well as a writer and an editor. She and I collected hundreds of submissions from people who had a meaningful memory to share. We carefully read and reread each one, selecting those that we felt would highlight an important point, provide a platform for teaching, and, most of all, illuminate our shared life lessons. Their beauty and their insights were frequent topics of discussion around the family dinner table. Amy and I worked as a team to write this book. Sometimes, my words give poetry and purpose to her thoughts. Sometimes, her words give form and finish to my thoughts, but at all times, both flow into each other seamlessly. It has been such a pleasure and a blessing to be able to work with her on this project. Yet the most important collaborator by far consists of you, the authors of its stories. Without you to truthfully, bravely, and eloquently share your experiences, this book would not exist. Without you, there would be no words. You are the inspiration for its creation and the conduit for its healings. This book is not necessarily designed to be read in one sitting, for its stories are rich and layered with lessons. Wander leisurely in their wisdom. Linger with them a while. Feel their emotions and textures. You might find parallels with your own life experiences, and these are worth taking the time to explore. Reread the stories as many times as necessary. Each time that I do, I unfailingly discover new and deeper levels of meaning. You will also quickly notice that these stories are not just about past lifetimes. As I have mentioned, reincarnation is a doorway into an expanded consciousness and incredibly rich vistas of spiritual knowledge and wisdom. What is on the other side of the door is more important than the door, even though the door itself is fabulous. The stories that you are about to read are examples of our inexorable progress towards spiritual perfection. They point the way, they illuminate the steps. They are like multifaceted jewels that we have collected but that are meant to be shared. The facets of one seem to reflect all of the others. Although I have created chapters, the jewels really mirror one another and so could be located anywhere and everywhere, like holographic gems. Years ago, I had dreamed about humans as these jewels, and I described the image in many lives, many masters. It is as if a large diamond were to be found inside each person. Picture a diamond a foot long. The diamond has 1,000 facets, but the facets are covered with dirt and tar. It is the job of the soul to clean each facet until the surface is brilliant and can reflect a rainbow of colors. Now, some have cleaned many facets and gleam brightly. Others have only managed to clean a few, they do not sparkle so. Yet, underneath the dirt, each person possesses within his or her breast a brilliant diamond with 1,000 gleaming facets. The diamond is perfect, not one flaw. The only differences among people are the number of facets cleaned. But each diamond is the same, and each is perfect. When all the facets are cleaned and shining forth in a spectrum of lights, the diamond returns to the pure energy that it was originally. The lights remain. It is as if the process that goes into making the diamond is reversed, all that pressure released. The pure energy exists in the rainbow of lights, and the lights possess consciousness and knowledge. And all of the diamonds are perfect. Here are more diamonds. 1. We are all connected. Once, when I was teaching a large group workshop, I noticed a little card. On it was a poem or prayer that read, "Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, existing right here and now. I dedicate the merit of this practice to all sentient beings. Together, we realize liberation." As I read these words, I realized that this is true for everyone and everything. You can substitute, instead of Buddha nature, if you feel more comfortable, the word love, or God, or Jesus, or higher power, or any other spiritual figure. It does not matter. It simply means a kind, wise, and loving energy, perhaps with attributes beyond which we can comprehend, that fills the atoms and molecules and energetic particles of the whole universe, an energy from which we are made and precipitated, in a sense. This energy, this Buddha, or God nature, exists right here and now, everywhere, and all the time. You can dedicate the practice of your daily life to bringing about in a compassionate manner the advancement of all sentient beings, that is, all things that have consciousness. Together, because every one of us is connected, we can realize liberation, which is freedom from the process of birth and death and rebirth, so that we can graduate from the school that we call Earth. That word together, that one simple word, is crucial. There is such a sacred energy in the gathering of the group. As the stories in this chapter illustrate, it is no accident, no coincidence that specific people come together at a certain time and for a collective purpose. Some of the authors of these stories are able to divine the intricate, infinite threads that tie each one of us to another. Others who call themselves strangers find that they have been intimately linked throughout their lifetimes. There are no strangers. There is no separateness. No one stands alone. For example, any particular group of people who are attending one of my workshops is not truly random. They are already connected to each other even before they have assembled, pulled in by some greater coordinating force. It is as if a cosmic magnet attracts those specific souls that are needed for that workshop. Soulmates and others, some of whom have shared past lives but have not yet met in the present one, are brought together. These unions are actually reunions. As I looked at the card, I remember thinking, how important this little prayer is. Then as I was teaching the course, with the words of this prayer still resonating in my mind, I understood that the 130 people who had come to this intensive course were assembled not just for their own purposes, and not just to experience a past life. What if God or a higher power had assembled these 130 people to heal 3 or 4? What if the intention was, well, let's get these particular 130 people and their unique energy to heal these 3 or 4 among their group who are in need? What a privilege, what an honor, and what a blessing it would be to be included among those 130 people. That gave a different perspective to me and to the entire group. We realized that miracles were happening. We merely had to open our eyes. The fabric of connection. In 1993, I was given many lives, many masters by a stranger who knew nothing of me but said that it was for me. It made everything in my life prior to that finally make sense, not so much my experience with past lives as much as personal conflicts that I felt with the common perception of grief. For the first time in my life, I felt validated for not feeling completely stricken with loss when someone passed away. I had a resonating knowing that if I could only work with you and learn from you, I could help others to shift their perspective from pain back to connection. More than 10 years later, my husband, a California Highway Patrol officer, was killed in a pursuit. 2 years after that, I saw you on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and that same resonating feeling of knowing came through me as I watched. With your July Omega professional training only weeks away, I booked everything within minutes. It was as easy as water flowing. When I arrived at Omega, my psychic awareness was completely blown open as never before. I was aware of my connection not only to all others there but also with the little animals and plants. You agreed to demonstrate a regression on me in front of the entire group. As you did a rapid induction, I immediately saw the word trough galloping through my awareness and then saw the actual trough we used for our horses' water on the farm on which I grew up. I was led through a childhood memory of being forced by circumstance to sell our beloved horses. I remembered witnessing the pain this had also brought my father, how he had related to my mother that his instincts told him not to sell the horses to that particular buyer, and how he had ignored those instincts with great regret. I had made a conscious decision to not cry, in order to spare my father any additional guilt. From that moment as a child until I sat with you at Omega, even the thought of sadness in relation to that incident remained deep and anonymous inside me. The pain came flowing up from my diaphragm with each exhalation as I described what was happening. The combination of absolute shock and relief was indescribable. I went next to a memory of my son's birth, when my own instincts had screamed to me that something was wrong for weeks, yet I allowed myself to repeatedly be convinced by the doctor that I was simply paranoid. Finally, I pleaded with him to induce my labor and he reluctantly agreed, but then I was thrown into an emergency cesarean section when arriving at the hospital. My son had needed to be resuscitated, gangrene infecting the entire placenta and umbilical cord. The next day, when he was finally stable enough for me to hold him, I looked down upon him and saw his little stained fingers. I knew that by ignoring my own intuition, which I should have trusted more than the air that I breathe, I had failed my first real test as a parent. I had begun to cry in anger, sadness, and frustration, the same way my father had when he sold our horses. Just then, my son began to fuss and move uncomfortably, and I realized he could feel this pain coming from me. Out of concern for causing any additional pain to him, I stopped crying and forgot the guilt completely until those 14 years later, during my session. I released the extreme pain that I was completely unaware of harboring. Absolutely relieved, I felt as if the weight of the world had literally been lifted from my chest. I then became aware of my guide's presence, and the familiar sense of peace and belonging washed over me. They went on to make me aware that I was a part of them, just as they were a part of me, and as I felt you to my right side, I realized that you, too, were a part of that team. You asked if my husband was there. Looking for the answer, I could feel him to my left, and I turned my head as if to bring him more clearly into my awareness. Just as I turned left, I also felt him in front of me. I turned my head forward, only to feel him to my right, yet still to my left and front. He is everywhere, I said as I realized what I had been feeling. Hearing this, the entire rest of the room of 130 people let out a collective sigh. In that moment, I became aware of energy, like blue threads, that had been connecting me to each person in the room since our introductions had begun the night before, extending from my diaphragm to theirs individually. When they collectively sighed in response to their own emotions, which were stirred from sharing in my awareness of my late husband's presence, the threads shot out from each of them, from one another to one another, in a beautiful, simple yet complicated fabric of connection. I became aware of the fact that everything I would go on to do from that moment would affect all these others, just as everything that they would go on to do would affect each of the others as well. Heal the healers was the awareness I had, with the knowing that in our connection was our strength. I tuned back in to hear you ask if my guides were still present. I responded that they were and that they always are, and I said, we are a team and we have a purpose. You asked what the purpose was, and I began to see infinite flashes of scenes, only flashes, but with details and emotions attached to each. The few that I could capture involved a prisoner sitting on the side of his bunk with his head in his hands, feeling more pain, fear, and anger toward himself than any of his victims could ever fathom, because even he did not know why he did the things he did, and so he could not trust his own actions. A mother holding her child, both of them starving to death. The mother choking on her own pain, knowing her child would die of malnourishment before her, fearing she would die, believing her mother was selfish for not dying first. All I could verbally translate of these flashes was, the pain, so much pain, as I cried with such intensity that I felt as if I would split into pieces. All of the pain is from fear, misunderstandings, fearing and being feared, I said. I knew that the purpose, as you had asked, was to reduce the collective pain through eliminating fear, and through this an elevation of all living things would ensue. I understand now that being one is not a goal, it already is, and that everything that we do, even those seemingly small things that we do individually, does indeed directly affect us all. Nina Mani. In my lectures and workshops, I frequently talk about how we are all connected, how what one does affects everybody else. Nina says it beautifully, in our connection is our strength. The bonds that connect us are ones of loving spirituality. If we are of the same energy, composed of particle and wave and not blood and bone, then what we do affects one another, and not just human beings. Our thoughts and actions have consequences, all the more reason to be loving and compassionate and not fearful or harmful. They create our destiny and our future. Nina's story wonderfully expands upon and explains the energetic cords that unite us. But there is so much more here. She perceives her late husband's ubiquitous and loving presence. She is aware of the constant eternal wisdom that grace, Heaven's hand, provides us in various forms, whether through guides, angels, spiritual messengers, or in many other ways. She has recognized lifetimes filled with lessons, loss, pain, and hope. And she has reminded me of a long ago message from a master, conveyed through Catherine, recorded on tape, and written in many lives, many masters. It is one that has nourished and motivated me ever since. You were correct in assuming this is the proper treatment for those in the physical state. You must eradicate the fears from their minds. It is a waste of energy when fear is present. It stifles them from fulfilling what they were sent here to fulfill. Energy, everything is energy. So much is wasted. Inside the mountain it is quiet, it is calm at the center. But on the outside is where the trouble lies. Humans can only see the outside. You have to go deep inside. You must get rid of the fear. That will be the greatest weapon you have. It is what Nina reminds us, all of the pain is from fear. Love and understanding dissolve fear. The great teacher John Kabat-Zinn taught me a meditation of a mountain. I think of this often, for it helps me to understand how to stay grounded no matter what happens on the outside. I believe that it has been such a powerful image for me precisely because the masters had mentioned it so long ago in the above quote. Picture a beautiful mountain, perhaps with a peak covered in snow. As you look at it, you can see that it has an inner core of constant peace and constant temperature, so that no matter what happens on the outside, the inside remains unchanged. Now imagine that the seasons come and go. Summer comes with lightning, with storms, with flooding and fires, yet inside the mountain remains completely still, tranquil, and calm. The summer becomes fall, with howling winds and leaves falling off the trees, then winter arrives with snows and freezing temperatures, and this too turns to spring, as the snows melt and avalanches occur. Yet the inner core, the beautiful space deep within the mountain, is unaffected by any of these changing seasons. We are like the mountain. We do not have to let outside events rob us of our joy and harmony, no matter how strongly the storms rage, no matter how loudly the winds howl. We all have that inner core of calm and quiet. It is there whenever we want or need it. By going inward, we can access its powerful healing presence. The mountain, inside, is perfect, and so are we. Envision, now, that tourists come to the mountain. They arrive by train, airplane, car, boat, and other ways. And they all have opinions. This mountain is not as beautiful as one that I have seen elsewhere. It is too small, or too tall, or too narrow, or too wide. But the mountain does not care, because it knows that it is the ideal essence of mountain. We, once again, are like that mountain. No matter what people say about us, no matter what criticisms or judgments they may offer up and call mirrors, we are already ideal and divine. We do not have to be affected by their opinions, even those of people who are close to us, such as our family, our bosses, or our loved ones. In that sense, we are solid and grounded in the earth like the mountain. We know, deep within our hearts, that we are the perfect essence of a spiritual being. The words of others cannot rob us of our inner peace and joy unless we give them the power to do so. I often use this meditation to remind myself and others of our magnificence and nobility, just like the beautiful mountain. Although we have merely forgotten this, we are already perfect. We have always been so. Loved and worthy. The week at Omega in October 2010 touched and opened my heart in so many ways. It helped bring to my conscious mind so much that I had forgotten. There is a reawakening emerging in me that brings me to tears whenever I allow myself to sit still and realize how wondrous we all truly are. On the first morning, Dr. Weiss guided us into a group regression. This was not my first regression, and I was looking forward to another past life experience. I usually sense, feel, and visualize in sync with the words of the person guiding the journey. This time, however, to my surprise I saw myself as I am in this life at my current age. I was standing in a space where everything just felt hazy. I looked in front of me, and there seemed to be a curtain of fog. A bare arm came though, took my hand, and brought me through the curtain. I found myself standing in front of an old friend, Joe, who had passed in the 1970s, when we were in our 20s. Joe and I had been very close. As a matter of fact, I had never been as close to anyone before or after him. We were friends, lovers, and confidants. We would talk for hours about the possibilities of life after death. We promised each other that whoever died first would come back to the other one and explain what it was like. Eventually, we got in our own way and went our separate ways, badly. About a year or two later, Joe and I spoke on the phone, and it was clear that whatever had come between us was not as strong now. He invited me to visit him the next time I was in Santa Barbara. I said that I would, but I didn't. I was afraid, and I told myself that I needed more time before I saw him face to face. Not long after that, I got a phone call from a mutual friend, who told me that Joe had taken his life. I was in disbelief. I became mad and sad and then mad again. If only I had called him when I was in Santa Barbara, then maybe this would not have happened. Time went on, and Joe kept his word. I would get visits from him, mostly at night in vivid dreams. There were also the times, after I had spoken to someone about how angry I was that he took his life, when I would be woken up with my bed shaking, and I could hear his voice telling me not to be mad at him. I made myself stop voicing my anger out loud, and soon I realized that I just missed him. Eventually, I told Joe I no longer wanted the dreams, and they stopped too. After that, from time to time, I felt Joe's energy around me, just knowing that he was there was so reassuring. Then one day, in the 1990s, I was in my kitchen and I could feel Joe's energy surround me. It was around me and in me. I heard him tell me that he loved me and that he was leaving this vibration and going to another dimension, where he had work to do. He told me he was going to be greeting the souls who had passed from AIDS. He showed me a quick glimpse of a space where there was so much sorrow, pain, and confusion. This was part of his debt, he said, for taking his own life. I felt his energy enveloping me and filling me with an unconditional love that I had never experienced before. Tears of joy streamed down my cheeks. I don't know how long I stood there before I again became aware that I was standing in my kitchen in the middle of the day. That was the last time I ever felt Joe's energy, until the group regression on the first morning of the training. There I was, standing in front of Joe. He took me to him and hugged me fully and unconditionally. He now had wings. He impressed upon me, without speaking, that he had progressed. I could feel him wrap his wings around me. It felt like there were other energies around us, also surrounding me in love. I heard the words, "You are loved. You are worthy." My jaws hurt, my throat was tight, my arms ached, and tears rushed into my eyes. Joe continued to hug me until I accepted and surrendered to the message, and at that moment the physical discomfort also stopped. A teacher came and put a light crystal in my heart. I followed Dr. Weiss's voice and opened my eyes. I was back. I didn't want to be back. It was lonely and cold here. That afternoon, I volunteered to be hypnotized in front of the group so that Dr. Weiss could demonstrate a rapid induction. It worked well. While I was in hypnosis, Dr. Weiss asked me about my morning journey. I told him about meeting Joe, although I purposely did not use his name, instead referring to him simply as a friend. I told him of the wings and of his message. I said that my friend had taken his life and that I hadn't gone to see him, as I'd promised I would. Dr. Weiss told me that I wasn't responsible and should not have any guilt for my friend having taken his life. To my friend I was, he said, loved and worthy. Immediately, I felt a sense of relief. I hadn't consciously realized that I had carried this burden of responsibility, but now that it was spoken I could feel a layer of sadness being lifted. I could feel the emotion of the moment, yet I still sensed that I was holding back somewhat and not letting go entirely. Several days later, still during the training, a friend and I were on our way to the dining room for breakfast. A woman named Rachel was walking toward us on the path. She looked at me intently and asked, "Are you Jeanette?" When I said that I was, she said, "I have a message for you from Joe. He says he loves you." She told me that she had gotten this message and was compelled to find me to relay it. I thanked her with tears streaming down my cheeks. This was my confirmation. Joe knew me too well. He knew he would have to bring his message through someone else just to make sure I would believe it. And I do believe it. Since this encounter, I have a sense of quiet calm. I feel more comfortable with myself than I have ever been before. I now know that we are all truly loved in ways that we cannot imagine on this physical plane. And now, finally, I accept this truth. Jeanette. The earth is like a one-room schoolhouse in which students of different grade levels are assembled together. First graders coexist with college seniors, remedial students with the gifted. Its courses are taught in every language and cover every subject. Students of all nationalities and all races attend this school, every human does. All are on the path toward a spiritual graduation. The lessons in this school are difficult because here we have bodies, so we experience illness, death, loss, pain, separation, and so many other states of suffering. Yet the earth also has such powerful redeeming virtues, like incredible beauty, physical love, unconditional love, soul mates, pleasure for all our senses, kind and compassionate people, and the opportunity for accelerated spiritual growth. Eventually, over the course of many lifetimes, we will learn all these lessons. Our education will be complete, and we will not need to reincarnate anymore. Jeanette provides a glimpse into how our education continues on the other side, even after our consciousness has left the physical body. The earth is a school, a difficult and popular one, but not the only one. In those higher realms, we do not learn through bodily sensations or emotions or relationships or illness. There, our studies are more abstract and conceptual. We discover the advanced dimensions that exist beyond our human awareness, and we begin to unlock their many mysteries. There, we see and feel the sublime manifestations of what on earth appears to be solid and material, and we acquire an understanding of these absolute energies at their most elevated vibration. There, we explore the nuances and levels of loving kindness. Compared to earth in its physical forms, it is learning at a higher octave. Even though these lessons are the graduate level courses, they are still part of our soul's curriculum. Our knowledge is always expanding. Joe tells Jeanette that he has incurred a debt for taking his own life. He probably had left a healthy body when he committed suicide. His consciousness, of course, was not hurt or damaged, but without a body it cannot do its work on the earth plane. The body is essential for the soul's manifestation in a physical dimension. Joe's soul must wait for its next incarnation to continue its spiritual journey on the earth. But it is not punished with eternal damnation or obliteration. Karma is for learning, not for punishment. And so Joe is assigned to work with the spirits of people who have died from AIDS. Here are people who have suffered greatly, dying too young because their bodies have become irreparably damaged from a horrible disease. What better way for Joe to learn the value of a healthy body, of the gift of life? While working with the souls of the victims of AIDS, Joe was not in pain or distress. He was filled with unconditional love. He was, in a sense, earning his wings, like an angelic being. He was erasing his karmic debts. If Joe, with all his debts and flaws, could make the transition from human to angel, then we all can. For truly we are all angels temporarily hiding as humans. In her story, Jeanette mentions her encounter with Rachel, who had a special message to give her. Below, Rachel tells how she received that message. Tell her I love her. At the Omega Institute training, I was regressed one evening and taken, in my mind, to a beautiful garden with daisies. There I spent some time speaking with my guides, who watched me with love and happiness. I was given messages about my back pain and feelings of control. After a while, I was ready to leave this realm, but I had the feeling that I needed to wait. This is when I felt a spirit come to talk with me. I knew it wasn't anything to do with me. He had a message for Jeanette. Tell her I love her, he said to me. I was prompted to ask his name. It was Joe. I was highly skeptical about that, as it almost seemed too generic. It may as well have been John Doe. Nonetheless, I could clearly envision what he looked like. He appeared to me an older man with short, curly, whitish-gray hair, olive skin, and a broad chest. He danced a jig from happiness because I promised I would pass the message on. Unfortunately, only 2 days into a training of well over 100 people, I had no idea who Jeanette was. I have received messages before, but only in dreams and nothing as clear as this. As with all the messages that I have had in the past, they nag at me until I do something about them. I didn't find Jeanette that evening, and so the nagging continued. When I was going to sleep, I asked that Joe go into holding until the morning, when he could pester me again. I have no idea where that idea of a holding came from, or even if there is such a place, but I had a fairly restful sleep. An hour before my alarm went off I was awake, and Joe was in my ear about Jeanette. Once I had delivered the message, confirming that Jeanette did know Joe, I asked him to leave and go to the light. He wanted to stay and help me, even though I didn't want him to. Joe explained that helping me was his way of saying thank you, as well as part of his own spiritual healing. It was something he needed to do, and I had no intention of stopping him on his journey. By the end of that day, he was done helping my angels get messages through to me. Rachel. Our rational minds often attempt to minimize or even negate the mystical, spiritual, or psychic encounters that we have. We forget the immediacy and the power of our own experience. If we receive validation and confirmation, we are able to let go of our doubts and embrace the reality of the event. Rachel was pushed by Joe to confirm Jeanette's reunion during her regression. Jeanette also knew that their meeting in her kitchen was not her imagination. Joe was helping her, healing her, and emanating his eternal love for her. The messages from Joe and from the other energies were not only for Jeanette. They are for all of us. You are loved. You are worthy. We all are. Do not let your own mind minimize or negate this reality. Faith, whose story follows, also received an important message from the other side. Passing it along to its intended recipients allowed her to validate not only her psychic impressions but also the important truth that our loved ones are always with us. Messages from beyond. The second day of your workshop in Los Angeles in 2002 started with a regression. Microphones were scattered around so that people could talk about what they had experienced after the regression ended. Across the room, a woman stood up at the microphone and told how she had come that weekend because her daughter had recently died from cancer. As she was talking, I kept seeing a light behind her. I tried to shake it off, but each time I did, it became brighter until finally it resolved into a very pretty girl with brown hair and blue eyes who was standing just behind the woman. The girl was looking right at me. I knew that I had to find this woman and tell her. During the break, I walked into the hallway, and even though there were 500 people at the event, the only people in the hall were this woman and her husband. First, I described the girl whom I had seen behind her in exact detail. The woman and her husband were both crying as she pulled a picture from her purse and showed me an image of her daughter. It was the girl whom I had just perfectly described. I then told her that she wasn't imagining it when she thought she heard giggling as the water splashed on her while doing the dishes, that when she was making the bed and thought she felt herself being tickled and she was, and that when she was sitting and reading or watching television and thought that she felt a hug or a head on her shoulder, she really did. The husband couldn't speak by this point. The woman told me that even though he didn't believe in any of this stuff, he had bought tickets for them to come to the weekend because he felt he should. When she had wanted to go outside during the break, he wouldn't let her leave the hallway where we now stood, so they had hung around and looked at the art. All the things that I had described to her were things that she had told her husband and no one else, things that she had been feeling happen around the house. Of course, by now we were all crying. I smiled and said, "For whatever reason, your daughter chose me to tell you what I just did. I am not someone who sees or speaks with ghosts, but this young woman unquestionably passed a message to her parents through me." It wasn't until I went back into the workshop room and sat down that I realized just how altered my state had been when I received those messages. From where I was seated, there was absolutely no physically possible way that I could have seen that woman at the microphone. There were 2 support columns in the room. I was sitting on the far left, and the microphone was placed behind the one on the far right. It was an impossibility for me to have seen her standing there. Yet I did. I needed to see her daughter, and I needed to be the messenger that day and bring a measure of peace to her in her husband's pain. Faith Susan. Every one of us possesses intuitional abilities and powers far beyond what we know. Faith is not a professional medium or psychic, but as she entered the altered state, her vision became clairvoyant and unobstructed by physical barriers. She saw and heard with her heart as well as her eyes and ears. And the little girl's father trusted his intuition to get the tickets to the event and to linger in the hallway, even though he didn't yet know why. If we do not follow our intuition, we create obstacles and opposition, and oftentimes this can be dangerous. But if we follow our heart, we flow with the process. We do not force or block, much like the Taoist principle of Wu Wei. Spiritual beings strive to understand and flow with the process, not struggle against it. The little brown-haired girl wanted to comfort her parents, to ease their grief. Because the 3 adults opened their minds and trusted their intuition, the comfort was received. When in doubt, choose from the heart, not from the head. The delicate little flower. I went to your Omega workshop in July of 2009. I want to thank you for showing a great interest in my ongoing medical issues and for taking the time to guide me through a one-on-one regression therapy session. After the regression, it took me a few days to begin processing everything. I began to make connections specifically to the lifetime where I was just a small child in the field of yellow flowers, which were poisonous and which I mistakenly ate. My mother, the same one I have in this lifetime, killed herself upon my death, for she was so distraught that she hadn't been able to save me. She was overprotective in this lifetime, as we discussed, and soon I began to remember things that she had told me when I was growing up. I remembered that she had shared with me that after I was conceived, my parents decided to separate, unaware that my mother was pregnant. Once my mother discovered the pregnancy, the discussion began about terminating it. Her friends and family and my father tried to convince her that going through with it on her own would be a mistake. However, my mother responded that although she didn't know why, she knew she could never terminate the baby, and as hard as it was going to be for her on her own, she had to have it. She always told me that she had a strong feeling that she needed to bring me into this world. I also remembered that my mother had shared with me that she was extremely paranoid about me while I was in utero. She would often not feel me move for a period of time, which would send her straight to the doctor in fear that I was not alive. She was constantly afraid that I wasn't going to make it. In addition, I was often sick as a child, and many times this resulted in a hospital stay. Each time I was hospitalized, my mom worried that I wasn't going to live through it. After I was regressed, I realized that I was born into this life with my mother's preconceived notion that I needed to be taken care of, because of her fear that she was always going to lose me. Oddly enough, I recalled that while I was growing up, my mother used to call me her delicate little flower, as I was so fragile and constantly getting sick. It was somewhat eerie when I remembered this, because you and I had just discovered that in another life I had actually died as a young child from an allergic reaction to eating little yellow flowers. I have not yet discussed all of my experience at Omega with my mom, but I plan to do so. As far as my eating, I am now up to 36 different foods. That's 25 more than I was able to eat before you regressed me. It is a slow process, but I couldn't be happier and am looking forward to being able to eat many more. I am still continuing to try new food, and I am having success after not being able to eat certain things for over 3 years. My body has been healing ever since that day. I also wanted to let you know that after the regression, many people approached me and told me that my regression had helped them. This made me think of your words when you said that we were all brought together for a purpose. Nikki Distio. We have lived before alongside many of the people with whom we live now. Our souls have reincarnated together. When a situation occurs that reminds us of a past life trauma, the seeds of our suffering are watered and our anxieties bloom. We fear what has already happened because we have forgotten the past. We mistakenly believe that the traumatic event will happen in the present or in the future. Whenever I encounter obsessively overprotective and controlling parents, my focus shifts to the past life causes. Overwhelmingly, the cure to their fears lies in those buried memories. The parent's worries are allayed, and the child, now liberated, can begin to prosper. The key to the future is often hidden in the past. At that workshop, Nikki recalled another tragic past life in which she died early. Amazingly, another woman who was attending and who had never met Nikki remembered the exact same lifetime. Her story is next. The world works in mysterious ways. Love, loss, and lifetimes. In July of 2009, I was fortunate enough to be able to attend your seminar. I knew that a whole weekend with you was going to be an exciting experience, and it exceeded my expectations by far. The last day was the most profound. In my regression, I felt a constant burning in my stomach and tightening in my chest. It was difficult to breathe. I saw a farmhouse in the distance as I walked over a fog-covered bridge. I was a young woman with beautiful features. I stood in the grass, away from the house, feeling great anxiety about entering it. The burning in my stomach and the tightness in my chest remained. And then I was taken to my last day of life. I was young, perhaps in my early 20s, wearing a crisp white dress, like a nightgown. I had long, dark hair. I was leaving someone whom I loved dearly and romantically. It was so sad, but somehow I knew that I had to leave him. Suddenly, as I left that life, I felt Vincent's presence. Vincent is a dear friend, a man whom I was just beginning to recognize as my soul mate. Later that day, a young woman named Nikki came onto the stage for a regression with you. How strange, I had thought. Vincent's daughter, with whom he is very close, is also named Nikki. As she sat on the stage with you, Nikki described a problem that she had had her entire life with swallowing and eating food. She had consulted many doctors about it, but none could find any physical reason for her problem. You regressed her to a past life in which she was a child. She was choking on a flower, and her mother had to try to pull it out of her throat. It was revealed that the flower was poisonous. The little girl had died as a result. The girl's mother, who happened to be Nikki's mother in this lifetime as well, committed suicide over her grief. Remember my burning stomach and tight chest, my inability to breathe well? I thought it was so odd that I had just felt those very feelings, and here Nikki was feeling them in a regression. But my mouth went dry as you regressed her to an even earlier time. I was beginning to fidget and to grip my journal. The woman next to me asked what was wrong. I asked her to read the description of the regression I had had earlier that day, which I had written down. Nikki was describing herself as a man. She was swinging happily in circles with a girl who wore a white dress and had long, dark hair. She loved this girl very much. As you moved her forward, she described the old farmhouse that I had seen in my regression. She stood, almost like I had, not wanting to go into the house. She was afraid, something bad was happening in there. You finally coaxed her inside, and she described the girl as I had seen myself, lying on the bed, dying. She had been poisoned. Nikki felt the great loss of such love. By the time Nikki's regression ended, I was crying, and the woman next to me had finished reading what I had written that morning. She said that I had to share this with you and Nikki, but I did not want to. Nikki had had such emotional memories, I did not want to tell her my experience. I had been such a skeptic of this whole thing, and I worried that others would find me an opportunist of some sort for seeking 5 minutes of your attention. Nonetheless, the woman asked for the microphone and promptly handed it to me. It's strange about Nikki, I started hesitantly. She described exactly the scene I observed when I saw the farm. Nikki was a man standing at the same faraway distance. He was upset because he was going to lose his wife. She was dying and he was devastated, so sad for the rest of his life. When I was dying in my regression this morning, I was so upset to be leaving my husband. I felt like we didn't have enough time, that something was unfinished. I felt a burning in my stomach and a tightening in my chest. My throat was so tight, it made it hard to breathe. I had a hard time relaying my regression to Nikki. I cried and, at times, choked on my words. Later, I sought her out in the crowd to introduce myself. I asked her if it would be okay to give her a hug, but she had a protective friend with her who immediately said that I could not, that Nikki had problems with hugging because it made her feel like she was choking or that she could not breathe. Nikki, however, gave me a big smile, and she hugged me tight for a good, long time. Shannon. In my recollection, Nikki's diet was extremely affected by her past life death from eating the little yellow flowers as a child. She could only eat 11 different foods and would have severe allergic reactions if she consumed anything else. It was nearly impossible for her to go to restaurants. Her life was limited and constricted by this problem. Within days after her regression, her diet expanded to 15 different foods, within a month, to 24, and then eventually to 36. It was not by chance or coincidence that Shannon, a complete stranger to Nikki, was in the same group that weekend. Such strong confirming memories, even physical symptoms, were shared. I am sure that Shannon is no longer a skeptic. Vincent, a soulmate whose daughter is also named Nikki, was also around, teaching about eternal love. We are not just our bodies or our brains, but expansive spiritual beings. Perhaps it was Vincent's higher self that was helping and orchestrating Shannon's experiences that weekend. Wouldn't a soulmate want to help open the mind and the heart of his skeptical loved one? Nikki's friend, not yet realizing that the regression to those two past lives had already begun the therapeutic process, was being protective. But Nikki, intuitively aware that she was healing and feeling better, overruled the friend and was able to happily hug Shannon. These two women were both learning about soulmates reconnected, about eternal bonds of love, about transcending death. The good, long hug expressed their mutual understanding and transformation. It does not happen very frequently that two people, often strangers, remember the same past lives. However, when it does, it provides even more validation that those lives were indeed real. They are not imagination or fantasy, not metaphor or symbol. Since we have lived hundreds or even thousands of lifetimes, it is not unrealistic to find that we have shared some of them together, just as we all share parts of this current one. In medicine, we have a saying, when you hear hoofbeats, don't look for zebras. This means that you should look for horses, or, in other words, the most probable explanation, before considering a more exotic possibility. There are several ways to account for the occurrence of shared past life memories, but they are zebras. For example, the memories could be attributed to the collective unconscious, Carl Jung's concept that at some deeper level everybody knows everything, even if we have forgotten how to access that bank of infinite knowledge. The American psychic Edgar Cayce, as well as others, has written about the Akashic Records, which is similar to the collective unconscious in that it is a knowledge of all things. But the most realistic explanation, the horse, is that these are simply actual past lives. The specificity of detail found in each regression and the healings that occur as a result lend additional support to this view. We are not limited to regressing to our own lifetimes, whether shared or individual. In the next story, Raymond found that he was able to visualize the past life of another person, someone whom he had not even known the week prior. Miracles happen when we set our minds free. The Shivit Simbo. At your professional training in Austin, Texas, I personally experienced high-definition regressions that altered my life for the better. I also had an unplanned shared consciousness event with a complete stranger. That event is etched in my mind forever. The stranger I have mentioned was another man who was attending your training at the same time I was. My wife and I had sat at mealtimes beside this very fine fellow, who was a psychiatrist from Canada. His story is my story. As this man and I talked at supper one night, he was somewhat saddened by the fact that he was having no regressions, while I had related mine to him and had expressed to him that I was in disbelief, if not shock, from everything that I had encountered. I began to feel a strong empathy for him, and I found myself quite concerned that he find his way to an experience. Part of this was that I recognized that his ability to do so could have a great impact on his patients, as well as on himself. His situation stayed on my mind and in my heart. During a coffee break at one of the sessions, I stumbled across Brian and Carol out back of the building and tried to excuse myself. They would have none of it, and so I told them of the psychiatrist and the good that I thought he could do should he have a regression. The next day, Brian called him up for a demonstration in front of the class, and he had a marvelous and detailed regression during which he was being trained by a holy man in ancient India, many centuries ago, in order to assume his place as a provincial ruler. He went on to have a coronation ceremony. The detail was remarkable. I was so happy that Brian had undertaken the regression for the psychiatrist, and I sat through the majority of it with my eyes shut, grateful to the extent that I guess you could call it relief. While my eyes were shut, I had the sudden picture in my head of some oddly shaped symbol, which looked like a bug. It was quite distinct and clear, but I had no idea what it was or why it would appear during this fellow's regression. That evening, my wife and I sat with the psychiatrist at supper. I told him how glad I was for him, and he told me how he was undergoing the transitional type of thinking that I had had earlier in the week upon first experiencing a past life. As we discussed his regression, I mentioned the weird symbol that I had seen while he had been hypnotized. He asked me what it was. I told him that I had no clue but could draw it for him. I took a napkin and drew it, and he got a look on his face that I cannot describe. Somewhat astonished and serious at the same time, he stated, that is the symbol that was on the flags at my coronation. He did not know what it was, nor did I. By this time in the week, I had resigned myself to being freaked out about my experience of being regressed, but this was too much. Now I was experiencing shared consciousness with a total stranger. I spent the next several years trying to find out what the symbol meant. I wrote to universities in India. I called people, never telling them the truth but simply saying, I saw this somewhere and was trying to figure out what it was. No one had any clue. My wife and I went on an Alaskan cruise and, prior to going, I signed us up for a Reiki class in Seattle. Bear in mind, before attending your past life regression seminar I thought that such people were nuts. Odd how experience can humble and enlighten. As we left the Reiki class, we asked the instructor if she knew where any coffee shops were in Seattle. And she said that the one she was familiar with was kind of different, as it served Indian food and was in a unique part of town. We got directions and went. I asked several people there if they had ever seen the symbol before as I drew pictures of it for them. They had not. As we prepared to leave, we went over to the old bookstore part of the shop, and when I checked out, the fellow at the counter said, "Did you find everything you need?" I replied, "Everything except the one thing I was looking for." He inquired what it was, stating that he was well versed in India's history, and asked me to draw it for him. And so I did. He knew immediately what it was, a small sex portrayal of a Shivite symbol. It had only been drawn by a limited number of people. 5 years after seeing the symbol in a stranger's regression, I was finally led to another stranger who could explain it. Raymond Wilson. Raymond's fascinating story reveals how his empathic connection to the Canadian psychiatrist opened his own intuitive capacities. With his eyes gently closed during the other's regression, he rather suddenly saw the oddly shaped Shivite symbol. The psychiatrist validated Raymond's vision at dinner that evening. 5 years later, Raymond received a second validation at the old bookstore in Seattle. After reading this account, I remembered that after returning home from that Texas workshop, I had dictated some of my own recollections of that week's experiences. I quickly found my notes about Nikhil, the psychiatrist. Nikhil's first past life memory was from about 2,500 years ago in ancient India. Nikhil was a 6-year-old boy surrounded by other children, one of whom was his best friend. He could see the guru of the place where he lived. This guru wore no shirt but a string of sandalwood beads, which Nikhil could smell. His senses had become heightened during the regression. The guru taught the boys lessons, and later Nikhil collected firewood and performed other chores. Sitting around the fire, holding hands in a circle, he heard and was able to repeat to the entire workshop group the guru's teachings about humility, simplicity, giving, compassion, and kindness. Nikhil had a second past life memory in India, in which he was the prince of a small kingdom. In that life, his best friend had sacrificed his life in a battle in order to save the life of Nikhil. In his current life, this friend is his sister-in-law. This memory helped to explain much of their relationship, the immediate connection and the sense of safety, security, and deep friendship. Raymond's journey of validation took 5 years until the Shivite symbol was identified. Nikhil's transformation was immediate, especially as he remembered and incorporated the 2,500-year-old wisdom. These teachings are age-old, yet they could not be more relevant today. They are the lessons of the Masters shared with us through Catherine, and they are the lessons of all great spiritual traditions. We are to be humble, kind, generous, and compassionate. We are spiritual beings, and this is how spiritual beings feel and act. This is timeless wisdom, and this is how we can save the world. Raymond could see into Nikhil's past life and envision the symbol displayed on his coronation flags. While watching a female workshop participant undergo a regression, Eileen, who tells her story next, opened her own intuitive eyes to find the face of an ancient male monk looking back at her. Past life regressions are quite literally transformative. Eileen accomplished this feat spontaneously, but in my book Through Time into Healing I describe an exercise called Faces that can enable you to experience it for yourself. Sit a few feet across from a friend, with the lights dim and with soft music in the background. Look into the other person's face. Watch to see if the person's face changes. Observe and describe the changes you see. Features often do appear to change. Eyes, noses, and hairstyles dissolve and reform. Headgear sometimes appears. You can also try this exercise alone, by using a mirror and observing the changes you see in your own face. The only secret to faces is to make sure you try it in a dimly lit room. This frees up the left brain and allows easier passage of intuitive impressions. Faces can provide clues to many different past lives. As in other methods, meditation, visualization, and / or free association to the observed changes can fill out the memory. Let them expand and develop, without censoring the material. A face may become a group of faces, or a whole scene may unfold behind the face. You may hear a voice or an important word. Try it and see. A monk's wisdom. I was at a workshop in New York State in 2008. I didn't have any past life memories, but I did experience profound meditations during those group sessions, as well as a very interesting meditation one evening with another participant. I was not a practitioner and had gone there on my own. One of the participants, a woman named Erin, was upset about 2 of her past life memories, of which I knew nothing. I only knew that she was saddened. The next day, Brian regressed Erin to a prior lifetime that was rather criminal and violent. She sensed death and corruption, firearms even. It was not a nice place to be. Another memory was of being a man in Southeast Asia, working on the land and the water, feeling lonely. Much sadness and dark shadows were in these memories, and loneliness prevailed. The next regression was to a place that would throw light on or explain these 2 regressions that brought such sadness. Erin found herself in a place of great learning, an ancient library with people sitting around a huge table and writing in all languages. Books of learning and knowing were kept here. They had to be hidden away in case of attack or war. She spoke of this place as containing the truths of the world. As the regression was occurring on the stage, I looked at Erin and stopped seeing her face and body. Instead, I saw the face and body of a monk. This monk's head was huge, and his eyebrows were very long, fine, dark, and pronounced. His face was highly intelligent and clear-skinned. I blinked my eyes numerous times to see if I was being deceived by angles or light, but he remained. He was a big man, wearing a brown monk's habit that had a huge fold-over V-necked collar running from shoulder to shoulder. The monk, as Erin, spoke these words of wisdom: all religions have boundaries which are causing divisions, and this is not the purpose. We must look beyond the boundaries, beyond the narrowness. We must know the truth that life is eternal and that these are important times on earth. The truth of knowing is that we are all one. We must become aware of the knowing and the truths and seek union, not separation. Knowing is deeper, almost, than wisdom, as it is an internal shift in perception. I knew the implication of the words. I knew that knowing is union with the deep soul and God within. There was not a sound in that room. Perceptions were extremely heightened, especially for me. I had the idea that the place where Erin was had high walls with ladders to the volumes. I think that she said this. I also had the idea that this place was ancient and somewhere on earth. I am not sure if she said this, but I recollect the image in my mind. When she was brought back, the monk disappeared, and there Erin was again. Brian told Erin that she had experienced the sad lives because it was necessary for her to have the understanding of those things in her life journey, that all of this was for her learning on earth. It was important for her to know that she was highly developed. I had sketched an outline of the head of the monk. It was nothing more than bare lines on my notepad. I felt the urge to speak with her, but we then all went into the group progressions to 202,000 years ahead, and there I was again in the stars. I felt compelled to ask Erin about the place she had seen and if she had been with monks. I managed to speak to her by pushing in front of someone who was already talking with her. I was a bit rude. But I had to leave immediately and wanted to ask. Erin told me that the place she had seen was somewhere between England and Scotland. I wondered if it was Lindisfarne, which is near the borders of England and Scotland, so I asked her to sketch the place on my notepad. She did. She drew the outline of the British Isles and the European continent. She showed an island to the very southwest of the British Isles, and then she drew the North American continent. This island off the southwest of the British Isles, which is Cornwall and which is around the Scilly Isles, she drew in harder outline, and then she drew some smaller islands to the east side of the North American continent. She said that what she had seen was on this island, the one near the Scilly Isles. I was quite astounded because this is the reputed area of Avalon, beyond the Scilly Isles and where King Arthur rests. I realized that Erin spoke of Scotland and England because most people didn't know about the British Isles, which is why I had first thought of Lindisfarne. But she meant the southwestern region and those long, hidden islands west of the Scilly Isles. This I found amazing. Afterward, I pondered all of these things and tried to recollect everything. I am aware of knowing being beyond earthly perceptions, and the deep truths and words of the monk were of such things. My knowledge of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table is such that whilst I am aware it is legend, I am equally aware that the stories come from the Druids, who were based in England beyond 5,000 years ago, and that the family of Arthur was pagan, Druid, and of the old religions, Merlin. Arthur brought together the old and the new. When Christianity came to the British Isles, he signified the unifying force of the two coming together. Where I live now in Brittany was equally a Druid place and, in fact, the Druids are still here. Much of the land has not been developed industrially, so there are ancient places, untouched, including an area of graves and other stones from at least 3,000 years ago. There are many holy wells in this area that date from before Christianity. When Christianity came, the wells were kept for religious purposes and churches were built nearby, so the link between the old and the new was a unifying force, not a separating one. Indeed, there is a chapel near me that was originally a Druid worship place. Then, when the Romans came, it was turned into a chapel to Venus, and later on it became a Christian church. This fascinates me because it shows the seamless adaptation of monuments and ancient, holy places of worship from age to age, without conflict or division. And this, of course, makes me think of the profound words of the monk that I saw in Erin. Eileen de Bruin. Eileen observed the monk in Erin just as effortlessly as she observed the metamorphosis from nature's cathedral to temple to chapel to church. I remember once visiting a mosque built upon the ruins of a Christian church, which had been built upon the ruins of a Roman temple, which itself had been built upon the ruins of an even more ancient Greek temple. Archaeological reincarnation manifested as seamlessly as the reincarnation of our souls, just as Eileen has described. During her regression, Erin spoke, as the monk, of how religions often divide whereas spirituality unifies and connects. Whether it is Nikhil echoing his long-ago guru or Erin the primal druidic knowledge, the messages are so similar. We must treat each other as loving family, because we are the same. Each one of us is connected. We have walked on the moon and we have split the atom, yet we still discriminate and wage wars in the name of religion. We seem to only see the differences in our faiths and not the shared truths. We miss the forest for the trees. There is a classic parable in which blind men were permitted to feel only one part of an elephant and were then asked to describe an elephant's form and nature. Some men felt the tail and declared an elephant to be like a rope. Those who touched the trunk deemed it a snake. The ones touching its leg thought it to be like a pillar, and the ones who felt its ears and tusks had their own differing thoughts. All were correct, yet all were wrong. They were right about the particular features but not about the whole. It is as if we were those blind men. To find the spiritual core of our religions, the whole is more important than the particular parts. Erin speaks precisely of this core when she says, "We must know the truth that life is eternal, the truth of knowing is that we are all one, and seek union, not separation." Remembering our past lives and the mystical state after death allows such knowing. Knowing is so much deeper than belief, reason, or logic. It is the fruit of direct experience, and its power is immense. It heals and it liberates. Knowing the truth of our spiritual essence can soothe the world and bring about peace, because those who know will renounce violence and embrace compassion. Life is eternal. We are all one. To hate or to harm another is to hate and harm yourself. Violence harms us immediately, because we are all connected. Violence also harms us subsequently, because its karmic debt has to be repaid, often in a future lifetime. And what happens when we allow religion or nationality or other similar characteristics to become the basis for such violence? We need only turn on the news to find the answer. The author of the final story of this chapter remembered a past life in the Holocaust, and her account certainly offers another example. However, and even more important, it presents the antithesis, a world where we transcend our divisions, rather than perpetuate them, where we unite together to form one loving and loved whole, and where everyone matters, everyone is equal, and where there are no barriers to separate us. Community. It took me years and the accumulation of many synchronistic moments to arrange my schedule as a parish minister in order for me to attend Brian and Carol's past life regression therapy workshop at Omega Institute. Having incorporated hypnotherapy and Reiki into my parish ministry, I thought that it might be interesting to add regression therapy to my repertoire of skills. Needless to say, I never expected the workshop to change my life in so many different ways. The first morning, Brian regressed the group. After going to a childhood memory and then back to the womb, he presented us with a door to our past lives. When I went through it, I wasn't prepared for what I was about to experience. Looking down at my feet, I saw that they clearly belonged to a mature woman of fairly comfortable financial means. The shoes were burnished brown dress shoes of leather, in a sturdy but somewhat sophisticated style. The hose were a heavy nylon blend that reminded me of the kind that my grandmother used to wear. I was wearing a straight, mid-calf brown wool skirt, a cream-colored blouse, and a strand of pearls and clip-on pearl earrings. My hair was brown as well, and it was drawn back in a roll that went from the sides of my head along the nape of my neck, forming a kind of U in the back of my head. I couldn't figure out how I got it to look that way. I was relatively slender and around 5'5", neither of which describes me now. I was standing near a window in what appeared to be my living or dining room. It was clearly the top floor of an apartment building, as I was looking down toward the street below. The building across the street was similarly structured, and the facade was made out of stone or cement with some decorative molding along the roof line and across the window tops. This was clearly a cityscape. The room that I was in had high ceilings. The furniture was heavy but elegant in its own fashion. A crystal chandelier hung over a dark wood dining table. On the table were strewn family pictures, jewelry, candlesticks, and other small objects. Several adult children and their spouses anxiously moved around. The kids were playing and chasing each other, but their parents seemed very agitated. We were waiting for something when my husband came through the door and announced that we needed to gather what we could and report to the train station in 1 hour. We were being deported to a work camp. My husband looked like my present husband, only taller and more slender. Brian had us move forward in the regression, and I found myself waiting at the train station and then in the cattle car. There was a horrible combination of fear, physical pain, terror, and claustrophobia. I felt like I was being crushed, which coincidentally is a phobia I've had during my entire present life. As Brian brought us out of the regression, my tears came down in torrents. On the second day of the workshop, Carol was looking for people who had had a regression experience on the first day and who would be willing to work with her in front of the group. I told her my story as I limped forward with a cane due to a chronic knee problem and a recently crippling back ailment. She chose me to be her client, and we decided to go deeper into my first regression. I got a bit panicky, worrying that I wouldn't be able to get hypnotized, that I would only see a blank wall, or that being in front of the group would interfere with my ability to experience anything. Quite the contrary happened. The induction was like a slide into the deepest relaxation I had ever experienced. Carol expertly guided me back to that memory of the train tracks. I learned that my husband was a doctor and that I had been his nurse. There was incredible chaos at the train station, with Nazi soldiers barking orders. People were terrified, children were crying, and everyone seemed to be turning to my husband and me for information and for calm. When we saw the cattle cars pull up, the sheer terror of it all started to corrode my otherwise stalwart character, but I tried very hard to hold it all in. The conditions were horrific: a bucket in the corner for urine and feces, one small window to let in light and air. The soldiers crammed as many bodies into the car as possible, and everyone was screaming to hold up the children so that they wouldn't get crushed. It was impossible to sit down, there wasn't any room. My legs and back hurt terribly, just as they do in this lifetime, but I kept trying to soothe the grandchildren. I begged my children to have faith that God would protect us. I thought it couldn't get any worse. I was wrong. The train arrived at a camp far away. We had traveled for hours, and it was difficult to climb down and walk. Everyone was disheveled, dirty, hungry, and scared. There was initial chaos and then more shouting of orders. This is when we were separated. The women began to scream when our husbands were taken from us. But nothing prepared us for the children being ripped away. They told us they would all be together in a nursery, but by then none of us believed anything we were told. My daughter-in-law, and I, along with some of the other women we knew, were taken to a building where we were obligated to hand over our suitcases and give up our clothes. We were naked and cold. Someone lined us up to cut our hair, to avoid lice, they said, and we were marched into a large room for showers. The water was cold, and there was no soap. Afterward, we were given rough, scratchy shifts to put on. No towels. It was humiliating and degrading. As Carol guided me through this nightmare, I remembered telling the officers at the camp that I was a nurse. I had heard that my husband was working as a doctor in the men's infirmary. But instead of using me in my professional capacity, they made me join the others and help move rocks to build a road. It severely hurt my back. Carol then brought me to my death. I did not die in the gas chambers, I died in the women's infirmary. I saw my husband one last time in the distance, and our eyes locked momentarily. I learned that he had found a way to get me into the infirmary, had he bribed someone. My lungs were filled with fluid. My hands and feet were cold, dirty, and filled with sores. I was, at least, on a cot. Yet I also remember that the few women who tried to attend to me were kind, even though they didn't have anything to help treat my condition. I was so appreciative that they just left me alone. I had tried my best to comfort and sustain those I met in the camps, even though I always felt that I couldn't do enough. I was grateful to die with a shred of dignity. I didn't know what happened to the rest of my family, but it almost didn't matter. I knew we were connected in ways that even the Nazis couldn't destroy. Death was welcome. Needless to say, it was a very emotional and informative session. For my whole life, I have suffered from a fear of being yelled at, scolded, or ridiculed. After such an episode, I feel like a dog that has been whipped, and feelings of guilt and shame and fear fill me. Every cell in my body responds. Just before writing this, as I was going home from church, there was a policeman directing traffic at the end of the street. It is always difficult to make a left-hand turn there, and I was thrilled that he could stop the traffic. As I was turning past him, he yelled, "Come on!" I felt sick all the way home. Why did he yell at me? I was going as fast as I could. It made me feel terrible inside. Then I remembered my past life regression to the Holocaust. I could hear the guards screaming at me to move faster, calling me names, making me feel inadequate and shameful. It was such an incredible revelation for me. I continue to feel a powerful healing process in my body and my spirit. I can't wait to continue this work on myself, and I see the tremendous potential for insight and healing for others. This regression was a great gift that was given to my life. But the story does not end there. Early in the morning of our last day together at Omega, I asked my guides, in meditation, to give me some names for validation. I received the names Ruth and Chaim, or Herman, I'm not entirely sure. I asked for a last name so I could check the list of Holocaust victims at Yad Vashem. I repeatedly got the word Gemeinschaft. At first I didn't even know how to spell it, yet the word flowed from my pen. I kept coming up with different variations in my head, but Gemeinschaft continued flashing at me. Later that evening, I frantically searched the database but couldn't find anyone with that last name. I was so disappointed. I searched everywhere but kept getting blanks. Still, the word was screaming in my head. So at midnight, frustrated and sad, I decided to see if Gemeinschaft was a word at all. What I discovered gave me chills. Gemeinschaft was first coined by a German sociologist in the late 1800s. It means community. The doctrine of Gemeinschaft is about a living organism, a real and organic community where people are connected to one another because of beliefs, cultural ties, or other identifying markers. In Gemeinschaft, everyone matters, everyone is equal, and everyone has something to contribute to the whole. Gemeinschaft transcends society, and when you are part of this community, wherever you are recognized as being an intrinsic member of it. It is about the beloved community, one where there are no barriers that separate us. I felt like my guides were sending me a message that was more important than a last name. I'd still like to do more regression work, because I feel that there's so much more that I need and want to learn. But in the meantime, I'm going to take this message to heart and see where it takes me. Certainly, the community that we created at Omega was Gemeinschaft to the 10th degree. Cindy Verdu. Although her pain lessened and her sleeping improved, the striking aspect of Cindy's regressions was the extraordinary level and acuity of detail. She could see, smell, feel, taste, and hear that cattle car. She was ministering to her Jewish Holocaust Gemeinschaft, and in this life she is, in fact, a minister, once again tending to her flock, once again with grace and dignity. Our souls may take on a million different forms. We can become lion or dandelion, plant or person. If we have assumed a human form, we can be any color, any race, any sex. Whichever form we choose, underneath the surface we are exactly the same. We are all connected, we are all the same substance and energy, born of the same source, composed of the same spiritual material. It really is senseless to continue to afflict ourselves with countless wars and violence, because we harm ourselves whenever we harm one another. Nazis have reincarnated as Jews, and German Jews as American Christians, just as in Cindy's 2 lifetimes. We have been the murderers and the murdered, the violent and the victims of violence. If we have had a lifetime of being hurtful, then we have also had a lifetime of being the monk who would never harm even an ant, and now we are living somewhere in between, learning about balance. That is how we evolve. We are often pulled back into the bodies of our enemies to teach us the truth that skin color, nationality, religion, and gender are external trappings that do not belong to the soul. Hatred distorts reality. We have to learn from all sides. When we are born into our enemies' bodies, what choice do we have but to love them? We see their helpless little babies, we watch them tending to their aging grandparents, worrying about having enough food or shelter, and dealing with the same 1,000 details of everyday life that we do. We recognize that they are us. With this wisdom comes peace. Our community, our true Gemeinschaft, is the entire human community, and beyond. Once we look into the eyes of another and see ourselves looking back, we will be able to create a heaven on this earth. 2. Validating the memories. Past life regression therapists are usually working at 2 levels during their sessions. The therapeutic level is constantly present and perhaps most important. The validational level is occasionally possible but always fascinating. Over the years, many of my patients have been able to confirm the accuracy of their reincarnational memories through documentation of names, historical facts, or even military identification, such as dog tag numbers. They have remembered home addresses, ship names, and numerous other details that confirm their recollections. The internet has made documentation so much easier. Online searches can be carried out quickly and inexpensively. Several people have used information on the internet to confirm Catherine's brief description of one of my own previous lifetimes, which was mentioned in a few paragraphs in Many Lives, Many Masters. This kind of investigation was much more difficult 30 years ago, when I was treating Catherine. Observational confirmations are also important. People who, during regressions, are able to speak foreign languages that they have never studied provide another sort of confirmation about the validity of past life experiences. This is called xenoglossy, and it cannot be attributed to mere fantasy or imagination. Sometimes the languages spoken during the regression may even be extinct, such as ancient Aramaic. If the session has been recorded, the languages can be verified by a university linguistics department. A surgeon from Beijing, who was seeing me on her first journey outside China, regressed to a lifetime in California in 1850. Because she knew no English at all, the session was carried out with the expert aid of a Chinese interpreter. As the woman recalled having an argument with her husband in that life, she began to speak very fluent and colorful English. The translator, not realizing what was happening, automatically began to translate what she was saying back into Chinese. "Stop," I had to gently instruct him. "I understand English." The interpreter nearly fainted, for he knew that the woman had never spoken a word of the language. I will never forget the look of amazement on his face. Returning home. In the summer of 2008, I was part of your training seminar. I'm the director of spiritual life and the chaplain at Nichols College, and in the round of introductions I described myself as the man with the hyphenated name, Wayne Daniel, half Portuguese, half Jewish, a Porte Jew. It got quite a laugh. Since receiving your training at Omega, I have been leading regressions with great success. It has become a major tool in my work as a chaplain. I underwent a series of past life regression sessions with Dr. Sylvia Hammerman of Massachusetts, all centering on the same life in the 1st century CE. The regressions began with me as a small boy, 6 or so years old, called Uzia, or Yossi. I was apparently an orphan raised by the Essenes. At that age, I escaped the destruction of my home, the Essene compound at what is today Qumran, at the hands of the Romans. During the course of my sessions with Sylvia, I experienced memories from that early age all the way to my death as Yossi in my 20s. After my escape from the burning Essene compound, I wandered in the Judean desert for 2 nights. Finally, I was found by a goat herd, a woman who brought me to her home. A few weeks later, her brother appeared to take me away. With the Essenes I had begun to learn the rudiments of reading and writing, and this man, whose name was Ishmael, had a school where I could live and be further taught. As Sylvia moved the memory ahead in time, I experienced myself as an early adolescent, the primary pupil and assistant to Reb Ishmael. He was very progressive in his approach and teachings, utilizing not only traditional Jewish texts but also concepts from Greek philosophy and other sources. This angered many at the Torah Academy where we lived and where he taught, and at one point it was necessary for us to flee in the night. We went south, over time ending up in Alexandria. Initially, Sylvia had requested that I not attempt any research on the memories I was experiencing. She wanted me simply to allow the experience to sink in. Although I had heard about the Essenes, I really knew little about them, and it took a few sessions before I came to understand where I had been and with whom. Eventually, Sylvia gave me the okay to start doing some research on my memories. I was astounded, to say the least, by what I found. That night, I searched online for Josiah, but only found things about old Puritan New Englanders. I then typed in Rabbi Josiah and came to a website that spoke of a 2nd century Talmudic master named Rabbi Josiah. Very little was known of him. He lived in the south, and the Palestinian Mishnah was largely written in the north, in Galilee. It went on to say that he was the primary disciple of a Rabbi Ishmael ben Elisha. I clicked on that name and found information on him. One piece of scholarly speculation was that Ishmael ben Elisha was just a code name for another rabbi, named Elisha ben Abiah, apparently an infamous heretic. He was condemned and expelled from the Sanhedrin. There were a number of possible explanations: that he was too devoted to Greek thought and tried to introduce it into the assembly, that he was a Gnostic, that he was a Christian, and so forth. The article made a point of saying that all we know about Reb Elisha came from his enemies and wasn't very reliable. It is known that he was a major scholar with lots of contributions to Talmud, so much so, the speculation goes, that some rabbis didn't want to have to expunge all his teachings, and as a result they invented this code name to cover their flank. He is also referred to in the Talmud as Akbar and the other. Well, I was bowled over. I noticed that, unlike the other names I was seeing, this Rabbi Josiah was not listed as ben anyone, which means son of. Just Josiah, as if he had no parentage. I had never heard of Elisha ben Abiah and knew nothing of his background. This only confirmed for me the validity of the regressions. In 2009, the summer following my regressions, I had the opportunity to travel to Israel. I stayed at a Christian monastery on Mount Zion, and I was determined to get to Qumran. In the company of a friend I'd made in the monastery, a teacher at a Catholic school in America who'd listened to me recount my regression experiences and didn't think I was crazy, I got on the bus and headed off. We arrived, paid our entrance fee, and approached the ruins of the Essene compound. "Well," my new friend said, "I suppose you know where you're going." "I certainly do," I answered. "We go right in through here." "But that says exit." "I don't care what it says," I responded. "That's the way in." I moved through the ruined compound easily and deliberately. I knew exactly where everything was and what it was. "Up this lane," I said to my friend, "was the place where we ate. The men sat on blankets, and the boys served them. Afterward, we had our meal. And, sure enough, at the end of that path was a ruin marked refectory, with the drawing of men seated on blankets, eating. Down here," I said as we proceeded, "was the place where the scrolls were written. We boys would stand to the side, and the scribes would call out for more ink or for a new writing utensil. They used short, hollow reeds, sharpened on one end. Needless to say, we turned a corner and walked into a ruin-marked scriptorium. In my first regression session, I had seen this scriptorium with a round, raised hearth burning. It was quite distinctive. I described it to my friend, saying, "It was right around here somewhere." "Wayne Daniel," he said, "look down." There, at my feet, was a series of concentric circles, made of stone, pressed into the earth, exactly as I had seen. Wayne Daniel Burrard. In Wayne Daniel's story, in which he was a rabbi around 2000 years ago and a chaplain now, we can see the continuing thread of a spiritual life. The affinities and interests of our current lives often have their genesis in past ones. Talents and abilities have been honed in previous incarnations before reappearing once again in the present one. We are the sum of our experiences, polished by our intuitional wisdom and our evolving awareness. The most intensive validation work is generally done by the person remembering the past life, as is shown here. The therapists are busy and often have many patients, but the clients are highly motivated to confirm the memories because the experiences are theirs. Confirmation of details lends even more power to the regression. Although the early research that Wayne Daniel accomplished prior to his trip to the ancient Essene community was important and interesting, his on-site experiences were extraordinary. The déjà vu feeling of familiarity and of knowing your way around cannot be learned from maps. It comes from actual experience. He could describe the activities, the settings, and the details, and these were immediately confirmed. I remember my own past life experience in Alexandria about 2000 years ago, where I wandered among the Essene communities in the desert to the north. The time period was the same as in Wayne Daniel's memory. Perhaps his coming to the training seminar was more of a reunion than we realized. According to a 2009 survey conducted by the Pew Forum on Religion and Public Life, nearly 3/4 of Americans believe in life after death, and approximately 1/4 believe in reincarnation. Almost half claim to have had a mystical or spiritual experience, a percentage that has more than doubled in the past 50 years, and about 30% say that they have felt in touch with someone who has died. Even though the numbers of people who believe in reincarnation are higher in Asia and other areas where the concept has been accepted for many centuries, the Western world is finally catching up. Researchers such as Ian Stevenson, MD, the late chairman emeritus of the psychiatry department at the University of Virginia, have documented thousands of cases of reincarnation, mostly through interviews leading to identification of the family from that person's most recent past life and then that family's ensuing confirmation of the recalled details. Dr. Stevenson's work, which focused primarily on children's spontaneous past life memories, revealed the frequency with which mortal wounds from a prior lifetime manifested as birthmarks in the child's current body. Nearly a decade ago, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation produced a beautiful, high-quality documentary series on past lives for which I was interviewed and acted as a consultant. After volunteers were chosen to undergo past life regressions, a reporter named Sarah Kapoor traveled all around the world, including to tiny rural villages and grave sites, to verify the memories. She spoke to priests, village elders, and historians, among others, who were able to validate the past lives that the volunteers had experienced. I watched the compelling and confirmational video documentation and am still moved by many of the cases. In 2008, when I regressed several people on the Oprah Winfrey Show, that show's producers interviewed Sarah. The earlier findings were confirmed once again, and in the intervening years, additional details had emerged after Sarah had followed up with the volunteers. In my previous books, I have extensively documented clinical cases that have validated past life memories. There are countless confirmed stories. Jenny Cockle, a British woman, discovered the children whom she had borne during her previous incarnation as Mary Sutton in Ireland in the early 20th century. 5 of Mary's children were still alive when Jenny found them in the 1990s. They were able to completely confirm Jenny's past life recall of even minor events in their childhoods, events that occurred more than 70 years prior to their emotional reunion with Jenny, the reincarnation of their mother, Mary Sutton. A carefully documented account of reincarnation is found in the book Soul Survivor, The Reincarnation of a World War II Fighter Pilot by Bruce and Andrea Leininger. The parents of James Leininger observed their 2-year-old son recalling a prior lifetime as James Houston, a man who was killed in the Battle of Iwo Jima. The degree of confirmation, even of the tiniest military details, is a testament to the careful research done by little James's parents. Whether from single case reports, like the experiences of Jenny and the Leiningers, or from ongoing research studies by investigation of reincarnational material, extensive confirmation of the validity of past lives has been accumulated. Validation helps minds to open to new possibilities. A closed mind cannot learn anything new. A closed mind is stuck in the past. Thanks to the tireless efforts of researchers, we can legitimately state now that reincarnation can be accepted on the basis of clinical data and not solely by belief. Of course, truths really do not need research support. They exist above and beyond scientific confirmation, because science is constrained by the limitations of its measuring devices. It cannot prove what it cannot yet measure. When the appropriate tools are developed, the truths will be there, waiting to be discovered. Truths are independent and are unaffected by the beliefs of humans. Yet many people, understandably, find comfort and support in statistical and scientific proofs. Ideally, truth and proof coincide. For the concept of reincarnation, this has become the case. As an example, Sir Isaac Newton described gravity, but he did not invent it. For millennia, people knew the truth: what goes up must come down. It took the development of mathematical tools to allow Newton to actually explain the phenomenon. And as the tools of physics are further refined, gravity will be even better understood. Similarly, we can describe reincarnation, even though we don't yet know its exact mechanisms. We are still awaiting our Newton. After a training workshop, I dictated a brief experience that Claire, one of our participants, had had. From Ireland, Claire had never been to North or South America before in her life until she came to my training. There she had a past life memory in Chichen Itza, as she pronounced it. It was a place that she didn't know and that made no sense to her, yet she recalled it perfectly. She began describing an apparition that was like a magnificent, large angel with changing colors. Claire was a young woman who, along with some others, was involved in some kind of ceremony. She wore a white, belted robe. There were pyramids with flat tops and many steps that led up to a temple where she meditated to purify herself before the next part of the ritual. Claire was alone in the temple at the top of the steps, the flat-top pyramids below her. Suddenly, she found herself in a large hole in the ground. She was able to explain what was around and in the hole with great detail. She had become wrapped in a large fern at some point in the ceremony. This was apparently a sacrifice, but Claire was not at all traumatized, for she felt it was an honor to be chosen. Her family felt similarly honored. The decision to partake in the ceremony had been made willingly. Such details were later verified by another member of our training who happened to be a Mexican anthropologist and who was quite knowledgeable about its ancient ceremonies. I was impressed that in our small group, there was an anthropologist from Mexico who specialized in Mayan and indigenous cultures and who could immediately validate Claire's memories, which were far more elaborate and detailed than what I can recall or describe here. Neither Claire nor I had talked to the anthropologist before her regression. When I contemplate the odds of encountering a professional who specialized in the very same subject matter of Claire's recall, in the same small workshop, I am reminded that there are no coincidences in life. Jill, the client featured in the next story, discovered this same truth. The strong connections between her present and past life were far from accidental, and it was no coincidence that the details she recalled in a regression matched those that she later found in historical documents. We are always free. My client, a white female in her 50s, relayed a story to me during a therapy session. In her present life, Jill was a social service worker who single-handedly began an inner-city soup kitchen. As a girl of about 10 years old, she had gone to Mount Vernon to visit the home of President Washington. During that visit, she began to remember a past life. To her and her aunt, who had taken her on the visit, Jill's reactions to seeing the home and to viewing photographs were strange. She recognized a little girl whom she said she played with at this house. She also talked on and on about the placement of furniture in the Mount Vernon estate and how it was all wrong. I recognized this story as a past life memory, and Jill was open to the idea of exploring it further. She came to one of my workshops and was easily regressed. There, she put all the pieces together of this haunting memory. As Jill relayed to the group of us at the workshop, she had found herself as a 10-year-old black slave girl in George Washington's home at Mount Vernon. She had played with a little girl named Nell, and she later moved with the family to Philadelphia. She remembered that her mother was a black slave who was a seamstress, and her father a white tailor. She called herself a mulatto. Later, this young woman fled on a ship to freedom and settled in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where she married a free black sailor and had 3 children. She remembered living in fear that she would be found and taken back into slavery, but she remained a free woman until she died peacefully in her old age. My client was able to get dates as well as locations, and she stated that her name was Oni Judge. When I asked what the lessons were for her in that lifetime, she responded in a very different voice, the voice of her soul: "We are always free." Later that evening, Jill's partner went on the internet and yelled at her to come quickly. There on the computer screen was an African American history website describing the life of a courageous young slave who had fled to freedom, Ona Judge, the runaway slave of George Washington. All of what Jill had relayed to the group of us that night in the workshop was verified by the website. She had gotten many of the details correct. Jill has no recollection of ever studying this in history class in school, and she probably did not, as African American history was not taught in the days that she attended school. She also did not grow up in Portsmouth. Jill is still processing and integrating this information. She finds much comfort and relief in finding out why she had these memories at a young age, around the same age that Oni was at Mount Vernon. The regression has also been helping her to integrate parts of her personality in this lifetime, as well as to determine her future goals. Maria Castillo. Every so often, a geographical stimulus will precipitate the past life memory. No hypnosis is necessary, just the visiting of the locale. In this case, Maria's client began to spontaneously recall details of furniture placement and other historical facts. Years later, her regression and some internet research provided further validation. Interestingly, the profession and projects in Jill's current life mirror the issues found in the life of Ona Judge. Wayne Daniel also experienced past life recall when he visited the archaeological excavation at the ancient Essene community. To physically return to the site of a previous lifetime is a powerful trigger and can evoke both strong emotions and detailed memories. If you visit a foreign city and feel a marked aversion or, on the other hand, a strong positive connection to the place. The origins of these feelings may lie in your past lives. You have lived many lives and have tasted the beliefs and cultures of nations from all corners of the globe. The possibility of verifying the details of a past life is undoubtedly an intriguing aspect of a regression, particularly for those people who might be skeptical about the memory they have just recalled. The person who wonders, was that really a past life memory, or just my imagination, may find that having factual evidence that validates the data of their experience helps them to accept it as real, or at the very least to recognize that the mind is capable of knowing things at a level far beyond the standard five senses. It certainly did for me when I was treating Catherine, my first patient to regress to a past life. I did not believe in this concept at all, yet I could not deny that she was rapidly healing, nor could I refute that she was able to provide me with unknowable and quite detailed personal information about my son, my father, and my daughter. Had she not provided me with this level of proof, I might not have been so compelled to research and explore the field of past life regression. Most of us, at one time or another, have had a dream that may have been chronologically inaccurate, or possibly even illogical, yet moved us to a new level of understanding or insight upon awakening. A dream analyst would never think to write off such a powerfully evocative event because it is inaccurate or untrue. This is also the case with past life regression. Like dreams, past life recollections, because they are sometimes retrieved from very deep states of consciousness, may contain symbols and metaphors as well as actual memories. Such symbols and metaphors need to be interpreted so that their meaning and message become clear. A dreamlike or symbolic past life memory is no less powerful than a literal one. The mind sometimes displays the past life scenes more like a poem than a history text. Past life recall is also subject to the same potential distortions as any other memory that we have in our regular waking consciousness. The memory may be entirely accurate, but sometimes dates and other details can be slightly blurred. Memory is like that. For example, what you are sure happened to you in kindergarten may have actually occurred in the first grade. 99% of the memory is correct, however, and that one mistake does not invalidate the general accuracy of the recall. Emotions and themes tend to be extremely accurate. The most common distortions are in numbers and other logical or left-brained functions. The deeper mind is more concerned with understanding and healing than it is with details and dates. My previous books provide a more thorough exploration of the validation of cases. However, as the years have passed and as I have borne witness to so many of these cases, my focus has shifted a bit from the confirmation of the past life memory and toward its therapeutic value. It is rarely, if ever, the facts, details, or historical accuracy of the regression that has a significant healing effect on the patient, but rather its emotional content, the feelings and relationships that are brought to the surface, the insights into life and into our deeper nature that are gleaned. The stories in the next chapter illustrate how such understandings can powerfully and permanently heal people's lives. 3. How understanding can heal. Our bodies and our minds are the masks our real self, the soul, wears in the physical world. When we die, we remove our masks and we rest in our natural state. There is no disappearance, no oblivion. We simply take off our masks, our clothes, and other outer coverings, and we return home to the spiritual realms. Here we are renewed and restored. Here we reflect on the lessons of the life that we have just left. Here we are reunited with our soul companions across the centuries. Here we plan our next lifetime on the earth. When the time and circumstances are right, we don new masks, a baby's body and brain, and return to the physical state. With a refreshed energy and outlook, we continue learning our spiritual lessons until the need to reincarnate is no longer necessary. Then we can continue to help people from the other side. It is important to remember that we are the souls, not the masks. As we gain a higher perspective and understand that our present lifetime is one of a myriad of lives that our soul has experienced over eons of time, the sense of expansion, timelessness, and joy that we feel can be palpable. We can let go of guilt, of despair, of feeling trapped and rushed. We have an eternity of time to learn our lessons. Our symptoms and fears have probably carried over from previous lifetimes. There is always hope for us once we realize that we are more than just a particular body and brain. Our greatest lesson is love. Remembering the causes of our afflictions allows us to heal them. In doing so, the recognition that we are loving, spiritual beings comes more and more into focus. This strips away our anxieties and fears. It removes the barriers to comprehending our real nature. Then we can reach our highest potential, healing ourselves and our world. Understanding can be immediate, a sudden perception of the meaning and implications of these ideas, a clear and intuitive knowing. Understanding can also be slow and deliberate, a percolating awareness as the veil of ignorance is gently lifted. Whether with Zen-like immediacy or the gradual dawning of the sun on a foggy day, the results are identical. Many obstacles block our clear understanding. We are often force-fed specific belief systems, both cultural and religious, when we are too young to comprehend, to reason, and to make decisions for ourselves. We may become close-minded to alternate beliefs and systems. Information cannot enter a closed mind. Nothing new can be learned. Fortunately, personal experience can be more powerful than belief. Once you experience, then you know. For this reason, having a past life memory, whether through regression, in a dream, while meditating, or even spontaneously, can be compelling enough to unlock a closed mind and to release it from the fetters of skepticism. Now questions can be asked. Now beliefs can be examined and re-examined, accepted or rejected. Now real learning can occur. For Heather, who presents her own story below, understanding came strongly and swiftly. She was able to restore her voice and also to distill spiritual wisdom, which enabled her to heal her mind and to nurture her soul. Finding your voice. My body is growing cold beneath a heavy chain mail. Choking on my own blood, I am aware of my impending death, yet I am not afraid. I look up at the wet, gray sky, knowing that the battle was fought with honor and that I will die the same way. This is not a page from a medieval fairy tale but from a life-altering experience that led to a restructuring of everything I thought I knew. I was never seeking any answers because I had no questions, but out of sheer curiosity I decided to try hypnosis. Shortly thereafter, I found myself in a previous lifetime. I have since realized that this life is a lesson, a school in which to learn. And each encounter we have is an opportunity to change and to help. We are all in this world together, and only love, hope, and charity will be our salvation. These are sweeping words coming from a former agnostic. Let me explain. When I was young, I did not like anything touching my neck. I would not wear turtlenecks, scarves, or chokers. In 2000, a tumor was found on my throat that required surgical removal. The terror that I felt as the surgeon's blade lowered toward my throat was more intense than would have been normal for me. It did not conform to my predisposition for sucking it up. Today I wear a scar across my throat from that event. I have also had recurrent issues with losing my voice, and many days, for no apparent reason, I had absolutely no voice at all. This is despite 3 medical evaluations and speech therapy. Furthermore, a few years ago I experienced a reaction to a medication that sent me into a panic, the likes of which I have never known. I became paranoid and thought my throat was closing up. I was convinced I was dying. I was fine, but it took me days to shake that emotional and unnerving fear. I went to see Donna, a clinical hypnotherapist, on a Thursday afternoon. True to form, I had no voice that day. Donna verbally coached me to relax my muscles, using guided imagery to take me to a deep level of hypnosis. Finally, when I was completely relaxed, she had me visualize a library. I was drawn to a section of books on which heather was printed on the bindings. I opened the yellowed and frayed pages of one book, and on the right side of the open page was a colored plate, almost like one would find in a book of fairy tales. It was a picture of a knight standing in front of a white horse, which was kneeling low. The knight wore chain mail, he held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. His wavy, dark hair partially covered his right eye, and his drawn, thin face was ashen. Donna instructed me to go into the picture, and within an instant I was no longer Heather, I became the knight. I felt the extreme weariness of battle and lack of food, yet also a deep sense of honor. I had a sworn duty to fight but an uneasy feeling that it was not a just cause. I was unafraid to die and would do so with dignity. There was no woman in my life, only a love and tenderness for my horse. Donna progressed me in time a little further, and I was in combat. The ground was green and I was on foot, fighting with my sword tied in my right hand. Although I was lying in the therapist's chair, my right hand was clenched and raised as if holding the sword, and my left held an imaginary shield. I could not unclench my fists. Suddenly, I was choking on blood. I had been stabbed in the throat. On the chair in Donna's office, I felt as if my throat were closing up. I gagged and coughed. Donna instructed me to pull out of the body and watch the scene as if on a movie screen. I tried, but the feelings were so real, the pain, the choking, and I could not remove myself. Finally, blessedly, the pain stopped. I floated. Peace. Peace was all I knew. My hands relaxed as I released my grip on the imaginary weapons. This was a peace I had never known. There was no pain, no struggle, just an all-encompassing serenity combined with a lovely floating feeling. There was no tension in my body. I felt freer, less constricted, eternal. I could have stayed there forever, but Donna was talking to me. I didn't want to let go of my knight. I still felt him and didn't want to leave, but she guided me out of that lifetime and into the present. The session ended, and I was overwhelmed. As I hugged and thanked Donna, we both noticed that my voice was clear and strong. I started out hoarse and at a whisper, now I had a hearty voice again. Could it be that reliving the knight's death resolved my vocal problems? Only time would tell. I was, however, ecstatic. In the days following, I awakened with a clear voice. Every time I answered the phone, I was pleasantly surprised. I became consumed with a desire to learn all about knights and to research heraldry. I finally understood why I liked certain cultures, music, art, and symbols. Why I behaved in particular ways and had specific quirks, ethics, and a code that predated me. I had a better understanding of my fears and my strengths and where they originated. And although the healing benefits were surprising and I had a greater appreciation for my specific traits, this was not the revelation over which I am still in awe. After these experiences, I became obsessed with finding out more about medieval history. Today I am still curious, but less so. To focus on the minutiae and details is to miss the bigger picture. The real meaning, the real message, is more profound than just the knowledge that I was a knight or any other person. If we accept the idea that we are more than what this current life tells us we are, the implications are far-reaching. One implication is that we are immortal. We will go on to experience many other lives with many of the same souls whom we have been with before. We will always find each other. So till death do us part is simply not applicable, for even death cannot keep us apart. Those whom we have wronged will return to us in another life so that we are given the opportunity to transform the situation. Similarly, those who have wronged us will come back to right the damage. We will again meet our family, friends, and those we have previously hurt. It is a waste of time and energy to hold hostility and anger and to harm others. Even if we have to be presented with the same issues and the same souls 1,000 times, we will learn to love and purify our relationships. Furthermore, I am aware that I am not the person I know as Heather. It is as if I am wearing a Heather suit, and next time I may be wearing a Henry suit. This helps me to step back and look at conflicts and crises more objectively. I am just an awareness experiencing Heather's life. I now work on detaching from stressful situations, but it is still difficult because the feelings seem so real and intense. When I experienced the night, the feelings were also intense and seemed very real. So what is real in any situation? Are feelings made real by their quality and intensity? Are Heather's feelings any more real than the night's? The power of experience is the same. Whose should I pay attention to? This leads me to the conclusion that none of these are real, only the awareness behind them is. These changes of perception and perspective affect the way I look at disease, chronic illness, and crises. It has affected the way I look at Heather's body, the way I look at incidents and Heather's reactions to them. My chronic illness is no longer personal to me. I no longer own it. It is merely something that Heather is experiencing, and there is likely a reason for her to experience it. It is a lesson that must be learned from living with disease. This helps to remove myself from the personal impact and to detach from the emotionality of it. We are here to learn lessons about love and forgiveness. And only when those lessons are learned can we go on to graduate. My life is seen through a new truth. Although this has been said 1,000 times before and in 1,000 ways, there is nothing like the experience to really bring it home. This new perception is undeniable now that I have witnessed and felt it. Heather Rivera. Heather beautifully summarizes the profound implications of reincarnational memories. We are far greater than our bodies and our brains. We are immortal spirits that incarnate here in physical form to learn the lessons that Heather highlights. Understanding the reality of reincarnation allows our fear of dying to diminish, because we know that our consciousness survives physical death. You have lived before, you have died in that lifetime, and here you are, back again, in a new and different body. The part of you that continues on after the death of the old body and that then reincarnates as a baby is often called the soul, or the spirit, or the eternal consciousness. The recognition that we are souls or never-ending consciousness is incredibly liberating. We comprehend that we are spiritual beings, not just temporary human beings. We never die, because we are never really born. What, then, is there to fear? If you were not taught the concept of reincarnation when you were young, and I certainly was not taught this and did not believe in it, it does not mean that the concept is incorrect. It is very important to keep an open mind and to continue learning from these events in order to reach your highest potential. Heather was able to do exactly this, and her life has never been the same. Trauma to the throat or neck in a past life may certainly cause vocal problems in the current life, yet there are other possible sources as well. You might have been punished, or even killed, for what you said in a prior lifetime. The words themselves may have been lethal. The consequence in the present life is a powerful need to censor yourself, or even to speak faintly and carefully, in order to prevent a recurrence. Words can kill. When the cause and effect link is uncovered and understood, the symptom usually dissipates. For Heather, a physical problem disappeared. For Giorgio, Myra's client and the subject of the next case, the nature of the symptom was emotional. It does not matter whether the problem manifests in the body or the mind. This paradigm of healing applies to all. Life doesn't have to be hard. One of my sessions with a client was an especially interesting and moving story, not only because of the rich details, the realizations, and the emotional healing, but also because the client spoke in two different languages, neither of which he or I knew. Giorgio found himself in a crowded chamber in an ancient time in the Middle East. He was among a group of people who were having an audience with the king of that land. They were refugees who sought to settle there. Servants stood on both sides of the path that led to the throne. An advisor whispered something to the king. Meanwhile, the crowd anxiously awaited the verdict of what would happen to them. An important decision was to be made. The king rose from his throne, walked down the steps, and said, "Anan Shatlan Timuk." It was not a language the crowd understood, and no one knew what it meant. They were all murmuring nervously amongst each other. Soldiers surrounded them, and the refugees were scared that they would be killed. However, their lives were spared, and they were allowed to settle in the outskirts of the town in a separate, designated area where the land was not fertile. Not much grew there, and they mostly raised animals to survive. It was hard living. I asked Giorgio to go into his house and see where he lived. Tears began falling from his eyes as he spoke. "I am a girl, a teenage girl. I came home, and my mother is telling me how hard life is. It always is, and it always will be for us. She loves me very much, and she is telling me that life is always hard for us wherever we go. And I believe her. I listen to her and I nod. I agree. We have to work so hard." "Is she distressed?" I asked. "Does she have a heavy burden on her heart?" "No. She is not distressed. She is just telling me how it is for us. This is our lot in life." The girl, Giorgio in that lifetime, accepted and internalized these statements. She was experiencing it and seeing it with her own eyes, and she never questioned her mother's attitude. Giorgio told me that he was an only child in that life, a girl called Anish. I asked him about Anish's mother. "She is my current mother. She is a lot tougher in this life than she is now, but she is the same soul." Anish's father was a tall, balding man with a beard. One day, soldiers came and killed him with spears, right in front of their home. He had stolen something. The mother had known of his crime and must have suspected that this could happen, for when the soldiers arrived, She was very organized and quickly hid her daughter inside the house. The significance of this event is not my father's death but my mother's reaction to it. It confirmed everything that she believed in and has taught me, that life is pain and suffering. That is our lot in life. And that is what my mother still tells me today, Giorgio explained. The girl married a man who lived in the town. Over the years, the younger people from Anish's tribe slowly integrated into the town by marrying and working there. I asked if Anish visited her mother often. Yes, Giorgio said. I bring her oranges. Tears rolled down Giorgio's cheeks, and his voice betrayed the emotions that he felt. Anish was often able to sneak away flat, round pieces of bread and oranges and bring them to her mother. Life was a little better for Anish now. The house where she lived was an actual house, not a tent or a shack. There was still no money, or very little, but Anish's husband was a miller, which gave them stable access to food. He was also Jewish, and even though he too was part of a minority group, Jews were more integrated in the society than Anish's tribe. Giorgio, as Anish, began speaking in another language and said, "There are all these Hebrew words I know now." The next important moment in Anish's life was the death of her mother. My mother is old. She is old and sick. I am touching her face. She is dying. I am saying that I love her. She is weak. She is bony. I was very close with her. How do you feel? I asked. Giorgio said, I feel very, very upset. I just feel like she was right, that life is so hard. In that lifetime as Anish, Giorgio needed to learn that the perception of life being a struggle was only an assumption, only one way at looking at life, only a belief. In his present reincarnation, he continued to believe this. But life is not all pain and suffering. Changes happen in ways one could never predict. Things happen in ways one could never expect. And this is a very important lesson for both Giorgio and his mother. She continued to truly and deeply believe that life was a struggle, and consequently every situation in her life confirmed that perception. Life is full of potential. Miracles do happen, and they both needed to know that. In his present life, Giorgio grew up hearing from his mother the very same thing she taught him when he was previously known as Anish. Giorgio carried the same attitude in him and, when describing the difficulties he had encountered before the regression, he spoke of his life as something that needed to be constantly fought and survived. This attitude, that life is a battlefield, had spilled over into every corner of his life. His career, his finances, his relationships, and even his creative expression as an artist. After our session, Giorgio chose to dissociate from the belief of life as a struggle. He realized that the circumstances that created the belief in Anish's life do not exist in his life as Giorgio, and that he is now a different person. There was no need to be negative or to worry that things were out of his control. He understood that he had the power to choose, and that he did not need to perceive the world through his mother's eyes. The choice was made to be grateful for everything good that he had been given, instead of ignoring it and focusing on what was wrong. Giorgio decided to see life and to live life as a marvelous unfolding of possibilities and blessings. It has been more than a year now since our regression. From speaking with Giorgio, I see that the shift in him is permanent. The understanding that our session brought him has freed him from the need to recreate constant struggle in his life. He now knows that life is full of potential and that miracles do happen. Myra Kelly. In the introduction to this chapter, I mentioned that what we encounter as adults may confirm or contradict the untested viewpoints and attitudes that perhaps we were taught as children and that we may have swallowed undigested and unexamined. Giorgio's account provides an excellent example of how these early beliefs and assumptions may be distorted or even false. New understandings may seem odd or strange at first because they are unfamiliar, but with time and patience, truth prevails. Myra expertly guided Giorgio to a higher level of awareness. His life became much more fulfilling and joyful as a result. Giorgio and his mother, in lifetimes both present and past, believed life to be hard. They are not alone. Over the years, many readers and workshop participants have asked me why we are here in this difficult physical dimension at all. Why don't we just stay on the other side, in the heavenly dimensions, and learn there, where we do not have all the burden, all the pain, of physical existence? This is a complicated question, because it implies a much higher spiritual perspective. It is like trying to know the mind of God. My answer is incomplete, but it has helped some people. I liken physical existence to the first day of kindergarten, when we had to leave the familiarity and comforts of home to go to school and to begin that stressful trek through the various grades and classrooms. A kindergarten student might object, saying, "Why do I need this? Why can't I just stay at home and learn there? Who needs school anyway? I was perfectly happy to be in my home. I don't want to be here." But the young child lacks the perspective to appreciate the purpose and value of school, to get an education, learn many subjects, prepare for a career, function in society, earn a living, interact with peers, and so on. The child does not realize that home will change, that parents will grow older and retire or move. Everything changes. We are like the kindergarten student. We don't completely understand why we are here in this physical school on earth, but nevertheless the reality is that we are indeed here, whatever the reasons may be. And we have to make the best of it, learning our spiritual lessons and then, just like a young student going home after a long day of school, ultimately returning to our own true home. Finding peace. My husband and I attended your Los Angeles seminar. I booked the trip at the last minute from Houston because of a dream. A few days before the trip, I dreamed that you shook my hand and said something in my ear. It took me a while to comprehend what you said, but when you were shaking hands with my husband, I finally understood what it was. You said that I do not have kids in this lifetime because I had lost 2 kids in my 2 previous lifetimes, and that this is why I am afraid to have children. Boy, that woke me up and bugged the heck out of me, because I am not afraid of having kids. I am tired of trying to conceive and am letting nature take its course. I had to find out more. During your morning seminar on past life regression, I had this image in my mind of a white woman living in the mountains with a husband and a son. It was a simple and peaceful life. At the end, when you asked what lesson was to be learned from that lifetime, all I felt from it was pure contentment and peace. Then it occurred to me that it does not matter what life I have, as long as I am learning to be content, peaceful, compassionate, patient, and generous. As long as I am learning all the great teachings that life, your books, and Buddhism have to offer, I am good. So be it that I don't have kids. I work with children every day, as I am a pediatric dentist, and that is happiness for me. Thank you for allowing me to discover this message. Michelle Lynn. Michelle's story is brief but powerful. The ending may not yet be written. I am sure that she has borne hundreds or even thousands of children over the course of her many lifetimes. In her present life, she cares for children every day. The insights and treasures of the spiritual wisdom gained after her regression are compelling. What a blessing to truly comprehend the basic nature of compassion, patience, and generosity as guides and stepping stones to our liberation. Michelle understands this at a deep and experientially derived level. She knows. Over the years, I have had many female patients presenting with fertility issues. Quite a few were able to conceive after the past life block, such as fear of losing a child once again, was removed, or after the tension was reduced through acceptance and understanding. If Michelle continues to live with contentment and peace, happy with what she already has, her odds of getting pregnant will dramatically increase. The following two stories expand on this theme. Last chance. A number of years ago, Brian was giving a workshop in a large auditorium in Florida. We arrived early, and Brian was busy in the front of the room checking on the sound, lighting, and stage arrangement. I took a seat in the last row and patiently waited for the day to start. Soon, a young woman came into the room, wheeling a beautiful infant in a stroller. She sat down close to me. I find babies entrancing. I love their smell, their soft skin, their fuzzy hair, and their silly smiles. They always remind me of the wonderful times when my now grown children were that age. The young mother and I engaged in small talk about the baby girl, and then I introduced myself to her. Realizing that I was Brian's wife, she said, "You're not aware of it, but your husband is responsible for my daughter's birth." Now, those are not words that any wife wants to hear. Remembering the neutral demeanor that I was trained to use as a social worker, I replied, "Oh, tell me more." She told me that she had always wanted to be a mother. Soon after her marriage, she and her husband decided to start their family. However, after months and months went by without conceiving, they consulted fertility specialists. Still they were unable to have children. The woman underwent years of treatments and procedures, some of which were intrusive, painful, and embarrassing, yet every month the couple went from hope to despair. She was scheduled to see another expert for a new treatment. As she was driving to that appointment, she decided that if this procedure did not work, she would stop trying to conceive. Enough was enough. As the woman sat in the doctor's waiting room, surrounded by many pregnant women, she thought of many lives, many masters, and the concept of souls choosing their parents, and she remembered that the souls may be of family members or friends who have passed on. Out loud, in front of everyone, she looked up to the ceiling and said, "Okay. If any of you want to come back, this is the time. This is your last chance with me." Perhaps someone was listening. The procedure was successful, and 9 months later this beautiful child was born. Carol Weiss. I may have been partly responsible for this baby, but I myself have borne many children. I have been male and female over my many incarnations. I have been all races, all religions, and all nationalities. So have we all, because we are not our bodies, which are merely our temporary homes. We are the souls, moving from life to life, learning how to realize our true spiritual nature here on the earth. This shift in perspective from identifying with the body to identifying with the soul is a fundamental step on our journey. To know one's true nature is both freeing and healing. An ego or mundane mind can be easily afflicted by daily events and problems. But at the soul level, our deep calm is not affected by the many catastrophes of everyday life or by outer conflicts. A greater perspective allows peace to prevail and our hearts to remain open and loving. Jennifer, whose story follows, discovered this perspective one day in a massage therapist's office, where she realized that she had subconsciously been identifying with a body that she had worn hundreds of years ago. This identification manifested itself physically as a scar, and also psychologically as a fear about starting a family. The resulting change in perspective freed her to experience the joys of motherhood, just as it had for the young woman in Carol's story and just as it may soon for Michelle. Scars of sadness. I believe it is a Buddhist proverb that says, "When the student is ready, the teacher appears." I was in a bookstore in November 2004, looking for a book to read on a long flight to Las Vegas, and the newest book by Dr. Weiss jumped out at me as I passed it by. I began reading as soon as my flight departed and didn't stop until we touched down in Vegas 5 hours later. For some reason, this book resonated with me in a much different way than his others had. I suppose it was timing. I was ready to hear the messages and to begin to implement them in my life. As a licensed clinical social worker, I was excited and eager to learn more about how to utilize past life regression as a therapeutic tool with my clients. To my complete amazement, I read that Dr. Weiss would be speaking at the Miami Book Fair just a few days later, and that he would also be doing a book signing. I attended his lecture, and at the signing I told Dr. Weiss what an impression his book had on me and inquired about learning more. Dr. Weiss was so kind and took the time to talk with me, as he did with everyone who had waited in line, and encouraged me to attend his professional training in Austin, Texas, the following year. I did attend the week-long training and began utilizing the techniques shortly afterward. Although I had read several books on past life regression, attended numerous workshops and seminars, and gone to several practitioners, I had not experienced a vivid regression myself. I had feelings, and sometimes I would have olfactory experiences, but the images and sensations never fully developed. My first real past life experience happened during what I thought, at the time, to be a massage treatment for temporomandibular joint disorder, TMJ. My husband had been in a car accident and was referred to a massage therapist for treatment. After his first session, he called me and encouraged me to see the massage therapist, as she specialized in treatment for TMJ. I had suffered from this issue for many years and the symptoms were becoming increasingly worse with time, so I quickly made an appointment. About halfway through my massage, feeling completely safe and not having any expectations other than relaxation, I began to have visualizations that made absolutely no sense to me. I then realized that the massage therapist was no longer working on my jaw, but that she now had her hands hovering over my head. I would later learn that she was using a technique called somato-emotional release. "What are you seeing?" she asked me. Feeling embarrassed, I said, "Nothing." "Are you sure?" "Yes," I responded. Now intrigued with these visualizations and her inquiries, I said, "Why do you ask?" She said, "I'd like you to describe everything that you are seeing, no matter how silly it may be." Quite silly is exactly what I thought it was, but I took the risk and shared my visions with her. At first they came in bits and pieces, but then they developed into an experience that I felt I was reliving. I had begun to see an ocean with a ship sailing away in the distance. On the ship were several men who looked like Vikings. They were sailing away from me, and I realized that these Vikings had left me alone on a deserted island. The time was at least 1,000 years ago, and the feeling was dark and grim. It was at that moment that I felt my stomach and realized that I was at least 6 months pregnant. I then became aware of who had impregnated and left me. It was my own father in that lifetime. He was one of the Vikings on the ship, and he had abandoned me on this island. I was just a young girl. I felt flooded with a number of overwhelming emotions: shame, embarrassment, isolation, sadness, anger, and ultimately pure despair. Out of desperation, I took a sword and plunged it into my stomach on the bottom left side. My intention was to kill the baby, but I believe that it was also to kill myself. My next memory was of delivering a baby, completely by myself, on this island. The baby was dead. I emerged from this experience without knowing the end of this girl's lifetime, but it was clear to me that this was a vivid past life memory. The first thing that I did was to touch the area where the sword had entered my stomach. It was the exact area that had inexplicably developed a skin irritation about 6 months earlier, which had left a white scar about 3 inches in width and an inch in length. I had been to several doctors. None could figure out what it was or how it originated. It would not go away with any treatment. The last doctor had said that if it did not disappear in a month, they would have to do a biopsy. When I arrived home to tell my husband about the experience, I pulled away the clothes that were covering the scar to show him the site where the sword had entered my body in the past lifetime. To my surprise, the mark had significantly diminished. The next morning, when I awoke, it was completely gone. It has never returned. Perhaps even more important, that was the turning point when my husband and I began planning to start a family. We had been married for many years and had discussed this possibility for a long time, but I had never been ready to proceed. I feared that something would be wrong with the baby, that it would not love me, and that my husband would leave me once we had a child, even though he had given me no reason to believe that this would happen. But now I understood where my concerns had come from. I had had them for 1,000 years. I realized that I no longer needed to bear the scars of that lifetime. Indeed, when I uncovered their source, they disappeared. We are now the very happy and proud parents of a beautiful little girl. Jennifer Williams. Each of these stories not only echoes past life themes but also demonstrates how much we have underestimated the power and the limits of the human mind. Jennifer's story contains so many of these consciousness-expanding elements. For example, a scar appearing and then disappearing at the very location of a past life wound. As I have mentioned previously, researchers have amply documented a similar phenomenon in children who have significant birthmarks at the site of traumas from past lives. We do not need to continue to carry the fears and the symptoms that we have been shouldering for thousands of years. Discovering and understanding their root causes release us from these ancient burdens. They need not scar us forever. Karma is not punishment but rather the opportunity for growth. The Viking men in Jennifer's past life will have to repay her for leaving her to die on that deserted island. They will need to understand, at the deepest level, that killing is wrong and that life is to be nurtured, not taken. They will have future lifetimes in which this basic lesson is learned through their own experiences. And even if these experiences are difficult and painful, they are not retribution. They are simply the avenue for learning the lesson of non-violence. Karmic connections continue over lifetimes as relationships are re-established, expanded, and fulfilled. Our loved ones travel with us throughout time. We learn our lessons together. Sometimes they teach us, sometimes we teach them. The earth is our school, and we are both classmates and teachers. When we remember our past lives together, a deep appreciation of our shared journey emerges. The quality of the relationship is deepened. An abiding patience is acquired, because we can see the multifaceted and eternal nature of the connection. Understanding allows us to enter the hearts and the minds of other people. This is true empathy. We know the origin of their fears, their hopes, and their behavior. Seeing all this, we no longer take their actions personally. We can be patient and accepting. Understanding is the basis of love, writes the Zen monk Thich Nhat Hanh. The following story of Christy and her son, Austin, richly illustrates this lesson. Rising to the challenge. In this lifetime, I have had one's share of trials. This must be an extraordinary learning period for me, which I try to accept willingly and gracefully. I have a son who is 4 years old and who has a rare illness never before found in medical literature. There was a small hiccup during certain developmental stages in utero. Children with similar symptoms have not survived. This means that he is pioneering this syndrome, if you will, as there is no literature to draw from for future reference on his abilities. My son's greatest challenge, aside from having a hearing loss, is his difficulty with movement and motor skills. At birth, he could not even turn his head from side to side. He needed glasses as soon as he could wear them. He has had difficulties hearing, speaking, and eating. At 9 weeks, he stopped breathing as a result of bronchitis and, probably, aspiration during feeding. Fortunately, I am a nurse anesthetist, and supporting the airway is my job. This, I am sure, was planned. Austin has been in therapy since he was 6 days old. We have gone to therapy 4 to 7 times a week, and I have learned and taught my entire family sign language. Austin now is able to run a little, he signs beautifully, and he has about 50 words that are audible. We have a long way to go, but we are moving in the right direction with him. He is one of my life's greatest teachers, and he has given me my greatest heartaches as well. I had an amazing experience at your Tampa lecture during the first regression. I was regressed to a time of wagons and old dresses. The clothing was tattered and seemed to be made of burlap material. I was walking over a hill, many other people were walking too, but not together. I didn't seem to know where we were going, and there was no sense of community. I was looking for someone who had run off. Once I got to the top of the hill, I saw a wagon with no horse attached, which had rolled slightly and stopped on a huge rock. People were running toward it. I didn't know them, but my heart sank as I knew that it was my little boy who was hurt. He was my same son as in this life. He looked different, but it was the same spirit. The boy was under the wagon, no one could get it off him. I could see only his legs. As he cried, many people were trying to lift the wagon, but it was going downhill and they had to push it back uphill. They finally did, and I was able to hold him briefly, but he was taken from me by the men I didn't know. They were trying to help, but I felt so helpless, and they wouldn't listen to me. The time moved forward, and I was at a different building where they had taken my son. It was a brownish-orange, flat-looking building made out of mud or adobe, a hospital. I stood at the entrance but couldn't go in. He died there. I know he wanted me and I wanted to be with him. I don't know why I didn't go inside. He died with strangers, crying, and I never got over the fact that I couldn't get to him. I can't help but know that I have been given a second chance at this. I did not do a very good job advocating for my child in that past life. I didn't speak loud enough, I didn't defend him. I was told what to do and listened without question, even though I needed to be with my son and I knew he needed me. We had no one else. In this lifetime, I have become a nurse practitioner. Austin had over 200 medical and therapeutic appointments during his first 2 years of life, and he never once went without me at his side. Now I understand why I am so fearful of people touching him and why I will not allow him to have a procedure or therapy if I am not there with him. He died at the age of 4 in the regression, due to his leg injuries and the blood loss he sustained from the wounds. In this life, he was nearly the same age when he started walking independently. I have even created a non-profit school, the Hope, Achieve, Learn, Overcome, Halo, Academy, for children with disabilities, where they can have all their therapy and sign language needs met. The woman who was sitting next to me at your workshop may be sending us a donation check for the school to build our own facility. The entire story from beginning to end is completely connected and was such a beautiful experience, a tremendous blessing that has changed my life. The depth of understanding that I have gained has been wonderful. Christy Rail. Christy is a graduate-level student in this great Earth school. She is radiating love and giving so much to Austin and to many others. Her past life in the time of wagons and old dresses helped her to prepare for this life's challenges. She learned well. And, by the way, the people sitting next to you in these workshops are not there by accident. Divine guidance, a perfect process, is always at work. Random events are not really random, even though we may not understand their meaning or purpose at the time. Whether we label these events as destiny, synchronicities, grace, the source field, universal intention, or any other name, they are not accidental. There seems to be a reason for everything, and with time and reflection the meaning will eventually emerge. Sometimes an advanced soul will volunteer to incarnate in a physical body in order to teach us important lessons. Austin has done this. His birth, replete with serious developmental abnormalities, has provided the opportunity for Christy to master love and compassion. Her love is unconditional. She asks for nothing in return. Her compassion is universal, the Halo Academy providing heartfelt help to so many children, not merely her own. I have been asked many times why evolved souls would ever choose to take on a body with a painful and debilitating condition. This question is frequently posed by a relative of someone with autism, with schizophrenia, or some other type of severe mental disorder, with cerebral palsy or another kind of muscular impairment, or with any number of illnesses, for these family members have personally witnessed how difficult life can appear to be for such individuals. Too often, people think of these conditions as karmic punishments. But as I wrote earlier, karma is not a punishment, it's simply a means for learning and growth. Many souls, particularly advanced ones like Austin's, will elect to incarnate in an impaired state in order to learn what that experience feels like. They may have had many lifetimes in which they were the caregivers, but now they are to learn what it is to receive love. Love must be balanced. This decision is also made so as to give other people the opportunity to express love. Someone with autism will need to be nurtured and taken care of, and this provides other people with an occasion to manifest caring, charity, and compassion. Thus, the condition is not the result of punishment or of karma but rather of a tremendously loving and generous desire to help other souls progress along their spiritual paths. Wise and loving beings are always among us. We may not recognize them at first. We may not see them as teachers. Our minds get in the way. How can this little baby teach me? Our hearts are already aware. Just as with Christy and Austin, the birth of a child often provides a rich education in this school of life, but the loss of a child can be a devastating and powerful teacher too. The following story explores this idea further. Searching for success. A client of mine, Anna Silvernail Sweat, experienced this regression in 2008. She is still enjoying the results of her work. I have asked her to tell her story, and it is as follows. After many years of feeling like I continuously sabotage my own success, quitting or leaving one position or relationship after another just as things begin to take off, I decided to try past life regression to determine if this issue carried over from another life experience. Having no prior encounters with past life regression and feeling unsure about my stance on reincarnation versus the afterlife, I attended a group session with some enthusiasm and curiosity but few expectations. When asked to state my intent for this journey in writing, I reaffirmed my determination to uncover why I always bail after a certain level of accomplishment. Relaxed and at ease, I explored a lifetime in which I was Sarah, a widowed landowner in rural 17th century England. I had 3 children, an older son and young identical twin girls. It was clear to me that of all my children in that life I was closest to my son, who played an integral role in helping me maintain the bit of land that I had inherited after his father's death. My total focus and sole purpose for living was to maintain our independence as a family by keeping our land and all of us together. It was a hard, laborious existence, but I had been successful for many years and was proud of my accomplishment, a rare and uncanny feat for any single woman in that time period. Just as I began to feel confident that our fears of poverty and separation were truly behind us, my son died in battle. He was only 18 years old. I could see myself at his wake, there on my own property, utterly devastated by the loss. I knew that he could not have died in a war fought on foreign land if his body had been returned to me. In addition, I had the distinct sense that he had not voluntarily enlisted but that he had been coerced or forced in some way. It was the ultimate failure. I had worked so hard all those long years to hold on to our property in order to keep my children safe and with me and to provide them with a life of freedom and relative comfort. Unable to protect my son from war, I had lost not only my precious child but also my only dependable help in our pastoral endeavors. In a peculiar twist, I kept picturing this dead son in an American Civil War uniform. It made no sense to me. As I traveled further into that life, I saw that, despite the odds, I continued to work our land and save it for my daughters, one of whom married and had a family, and both of whom remained there after my death. But I was never the same, and I died feeling that the great sacrifices I made and hardships I endured had all been for naught because in the end I had failed to protect my son. After the session was over, I felt very emotional and grieved for a loss that had occurred hundreds of years ago. Looking for answers, I did some online research the following day. In my current knowledge, I didn't know of any wars fought on British soil during that lifetime, and while I am well aware of the American draft, I had no notion if a draft concept existed in England in that time. I was surprised to learn that there was a series of 3 British civil wars fought in the mid to late 1600s. This made the vision of the boy in an American Civil War uniform, the only civil war with which I was familiar, much more sensible. It was the clearest hint my mind could give me about his death. Many of the soldiers enlisted on both sides were coerced or drafted into service by county lords, noblemen, and military officers. It seems that much of the rural English population was neutral about the war, siding with neither Parliament nor the king. The only way for the two combatant parties to keep their regiments stocked was to force or manipulate able-bodied young men into their ranks. I realized instantly that my son from that lifetime had died in the British Civil Wars, and that he had indeed been conscripted against his will. Although we were freeholders, we were not a wealthy or prominent family in society. Therefore, my son was just the kind of person for whom the military would have been looking, someone who would not be overtly missed, someone whose family would have no recourse against his being drafted. Historical estimates dictate that as many as 185,000 men died during these civil wars, up to 1/4 of the male population in England at that time. In the end, I realized that the tragedy of that lifetime had continued to carry over with me through new incarnations, leaving me with a lingering sense that no matter how hard I worked or how successful I became, failure was inevitable because there are always variables that one cannot control and outcomes one cannot foresee. Sarah's devastation never left me. Knowing that this was the source of my instinct to jump ship at critical junctures, I was able to begin visualizing leaving Sarah and her family behind and meditating on my personal success in this lifetime. What's more, I was able to recognize my oldest daughter in this life as the twin girl who married and had a family. Her son in that life, my grandson, was, in fact, my son in this one. I understood then that my sons and daughters' need for my attention and approval in this lifetime stemmed from their experience with me in Sarah's life. Too grief-stricken and disillusioned, Sarah had never managed to connect with her daughters or grandchildren as she had with the son who died. Today I am working on realizing my dreams, traveling to Ireland, publishing my first novel, and enjoying a close, loving relationship with all three of my children. I am grateful for Sarah's intense work ethic, but even more so for the opportunity to relax and enjoy my accomplishments, something she never experienced. Knowing that the past was still haunting me allowed me to make a concerted effort to move beyond it, to put a face and a name to my fear of success, and to leave Sarah's grief buried in England with her son. Melanie Harrell. Melanie's client, Anna, was able to repair her grief from the Old English lifetime, thus removing those blocks and freeing herself to write, to be successful, and to heal her relationships. She was also able to recognize several of the reincarnated souls from that past life, which gave her an understanding of their current fears and needs. We travel through time with many of the same souls, often reincarnating in different relationships. For example, as in Anna's case, a grandson returning as a son. Dimly remembered patterns are often brought forward and repeated in the current lifetime. Through recognition and understanding, negative relationship patterns can be repaired and improved. Anna was wise to seek out Melanie, a therapist, to explore why she struggled with feeling successful. Over the years, and especially in my psychiatry practice, I have observed so many people who feel like they are failures. They have not achieved some goal that they felt would have made them successful. Perhaps the goal was a financial one, a certain modicum of family approval, a childhood dream, or anything else that they had not attained. I have also treated many heads of businesses and organizations, actors and actresses, sports celebrities, and similar types of people whom many would consider to have it all, yet who nonetheless felt unfulfilled, dissatisfied, or sad. So much unhappiness results from subjective measures of success imposed on us by parents, communities, and cultures. We are souls, not robots. We are here to learn about love, compassion, kindness, and nonviolence. Success should be measured by these qualities. Are we becoming a more understanding and empathic person? If so, we are successful. The soul clings to such learning, because these are spiritual truths. With my clients who excelled professionally yet still felt unhappy, we worked on focusing on the core values of being a better, kinder person. At that point, their outlook began to improve. That is, after all, why they are here on earth, and why we are all here. Our purpose in life is not to be a best-selling author, or to have a financially lucrative career, or to be a star. It is to be a more loving, compassionate person. Successes can be used to further the spiritual path and to reach many people, but they are merely one possible means and not the end. The true goal is to help others, and if you make that your goal, eventually you will become that best-selling author, or the multimillionaire, or not. It won't matter. Once you open your heart, those other things will take care of themselves. Money is not evil. It is simply a thing, just like any other thing. It can be used in wonderful and charitable ways. But we learn through relationships, not things. Upon the death of our bodies, we do not bring our possessions to the other side, that is a place of higher energy and consciousness, rather than another physical state. So we cannot bring our houses, cars, bank accounts, diamonds, titles, awards, status, or any similar marker of success. These are merely temporary. What exists forever, what we do carry with us when we move on, is a good heart. And, once gained, it can never be lost. In the next story, Brooke talks about what she carried with her into this life, a 2,000-year-old fear of being alone. Relax and release. I was at your I Can Do It at Sea workshop series in 2011. My profound healing came during the group workshop. Although I am a highly successful physician in my early 40s, I've been obsessed with the idea of getting married my entire life. It wasn't the normal someday I'd like to feeling that many people have. I used to feel like I'd die if I didn't get married. As you can imagine, that intensity pushed away long-term boyfriends and sometimes scared off dates. In the group Regression, I found myself in about 1 CE in present-day Afghanistan or Pakistan, wrapped in a blue canvas blanket. When you instructed us to become aware of our feet, I suddenly realized that I couldn't feel mine. They were bones, and I was paralyzed from the waist down. I was an outcast from my tribe, which had abandoned me to beg on the street. I hurt so much. I died out in the cold, completely alone. As I floated out of my body, I began to scream at the Jesus figure that accompanied me in the garden. That's not fair. No one should have to live like that, I cried. He told me to relax and gave me messages about that life. He also told me that I was not going to die alone again and that I should heal from that fear, because it was in the past. I came out of the hypnosis and have never felt the same. The anxiety and fear are gone. I'm dating now, and I'm comfortable no matter what happens. My best friend, who accompanied me on the cruise, reminded me that when I was depressed I used to say, if I don't find a man, I'm going to die alone on the side of the street. How funny that I was unconsciously referring to a past life. There's no way in this life that I would die alone. I have family all around me. But I had always been carrying that grief with me. I've never felt better. I truly believe, just like anyone with a phobia of water or of having their neck touched from a past life pain, that I was healed. Brooke. It is as if we are all born with a form of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but the stress comes from a past life. A person who suffers from traditional PTSD will become anxious when something triggers a painful or disturbing memory. He or she re-experiences the trauma even though it is no longer present, a thing of the past. For example, the sound of a car backfiring might immediately and viscerally bring to mind scenes of gunfire to a soldier who has just returned home from war. Although he is now safe and hundreds of miles away from the trenches, in his mind he is instantly transported back to the battlefield, fighting for his survival. Are we not all carrying around our own phobias, traumas, fears, and baggage, as well as affections, interests, and relationships, from lifetimes past? We remember these triggers on a soul level and in our subconscious minds, and even though they are not present in our current lives, we respond and react to them as if they were. Perhaps past life traumatic stress disorder is a very real and very common condition. The good news is that it is treatable. It requires no medication and can be cured in as little as 1 dose of regression therapy. In just a day, Brooke's millennia-old phobia about living and dying alone vanished. Freed from the tyranny of her obsession and her fear, her life immediately improved. How loved Brooke is to be given the opportunity to meet the Jesus figure and have him explain what she needed to know. We are all protected at the highest levels. Our universe is benign and infinitely caring. We will find paradise on earth when we remember our true nature and align our hearts and minds with this unconditional love. Brooke's story reminds me that if I am reaching out with kindness, compassion, and the expertise of experience, then I should not be attached to any outcome. If I help 1 person, or 10 million, it does not matter. The results are out of my control and are not as important as the loving intention and action. This is true for every one of us, for all our actions. Even if nobody else in Brooke's group had an experience, a healing, or a transformational understanding, the workshop would still have been an amazing success. Brooke was healed. How marvelous is that? Each one of us is precious. Terry, the author of the next story, experienced a reverse kind of past life traumatic stress disorder in that her previous life was actually devoid of stress or worry. Recalling and recovering the joy she felt in an earlier lifetime helped bring more happiness and contentment to her present one. The simple life. Due to some events that occurred in my family and personal life toward the end of 2008, I spent many days feeling very depressed. That really isn't like me, but it was understandable considering what I had been through, a falling out with one of my children, another child divorcing, my father dying after years of fighting cancer, and becoming very sick myself. For some reason during this period of time, I became obsessed with the idea of being single, living alone, and working as a secretary. In May 2009, I went to San Diego to the I Can Do It conference and attended a class taught by Weiss. I purchased his regression CDs at the conference, and it was only a few weeks later that I had a rather amazing experience with one of them. When I returned home from San Diego, I had been doing the regressions every day or two, so it wasn't unusual for me to lie down on my bed on a quiet afternoon and play one of the CDs. One day, I was feeling even more sad and depressed than usual, and for some reason I put in the CD. I was home alone and had the time, so I entered into the meditative regression. I felt so sad that I immediately began crying. Soon, the crying stopped, and I listened more intently as Brian led me deeper into the experience. I remembered a wonderful past life in Chicago. In fact, when my husband and I had visited that city 2 years ago, I had felt comfortable there and liked it very much, even though I'd always thought that I'd find it too large and unpleasant. In the regression, I found myself in the 1940s as a young woman, in her 20s or 30s, named Jenny. I was single, thin, beautiful, and professional. I had been promoted to executive secretary for a vice president, and then again for the president of the company, which was a large insurance firm in a modern office building. Although disinterested in marriage or motherhood, I felt extremely happy, content, and satisfied with my life. I didn't date often and didn't want or need a man. There was no desire for a family. I may have been orphaned and so felt used to being alone. I remember my favorite outfit well. It was a green and beige plaid skirt suit with 3/4 length sleeves. I wore hose and high heels. I saw my white 40s style bra and my old lady panties and garter belt. My hair was short, teased, and heavily sprayed. On the evenings and weekends, I wore white pedal pushers and sneakers. I didn't have or need a car. I lived on the same block as the office where I worked. I was so free. No complexities, no family. My girlfriends worked with me, and we were quite close. I lived through their breakups and pregnancies. I loved my life as Jenny. I was so happy, there was no stress at all. I would walk along Lake Michigan and feed breadcrumbs to the birds in the park and then go shopping at the corner market. My apartment was small but clean, comfortable, and uncluttered. Each promotion brought a move to a larger apartment. I miss Jenny's life, my life. Maybe I died too young and what I felt, in addition to homesickness, was a sense of incompletion. Perhaps her life, my life as Jenny, didn't end the way I thought it should have. The life as Jenny was a key to unlocking my current depression and problems. I believe I may have wanted a divorce and a life by myself because my soul was so incredibly fulfilled when I was Jenny. Only one day after the regression, I felt remarkably happier than I had been the day before. A lot of it had to do with this knowledge, this understanding of why I so strongly desired living alone even though I chose to be married and to have a bunch of children during this incarnation. 6 months after having this regression, I realized that the obsession I had felt prior to experiencing my life as Jenny had vanished without my even noticing it. I was no longer fixated on living alone, being single, being a secretary, and so forth. It simply disappeared from my conscious mind, and as a result I am able to go on with my life and be much happier. Terry. The validity of the past life experience often lies in the disappearance of symptoms. Merely fantasizing about a simpler life would not remove sadness, depression, or obsession. But an actual memory would have such a healing effect, and indeed it did. Terry's sadness disappeared, and she was able to resume her current life, despite all its problems and complexities, with more peace and happiness. Understanding takes place at many levels, not only the conscious one. Understanding at the subconscious level can be just as powerful. Our deeper minds observe the past life dramas and say, "Oh, that's where this obsession or fear or affinity or talent or relationship or symptom comes from. I get it. I don't need it any longer. I will let it go." And then we are healed. Experience teaches the lesson of the temporary nature of the emotions. Being aware of why negative feelings arise, and what their roots and causes are, quickly dissolves them. Sometimes they are caused by events and circumstances in your current life. Yet they may be carried over from previous incarnations, only to manifest again in your present lifetime. To forgive those who have hurt you and to let go of your anger are hard, but you will feel so free. One advantage of growing older and accumulating experiences is that you often become aware that you have encountered a similar situation previously. I have been angry before, and the feeling has passed. Anger arises, stays for a while, and then leaves. It is like a cloud floating past, only to disappear. All our emotions behave similarly. Sadness comes and goes. Fear arises and subsides. Anxiety ebbs and flows. Frustrations enter and leave. Hurts eventually heal. Despair floats into awareness, then diminishes. All are transitory. The knowledge that all things pass is often enough for healing to occur. But if the emotions or symptoms continue, past life exploration may provide the cure. It certainly did for Tom, a middle-aged man who attended one of my intensive workshops. While participating in an energy exercise, his partner had experienced a burning sensation in her abdomen. She felt that this was connected to Tom. As the exercise ended, Tom confirmed that her impression had been correct. He had stomach cancer, and from the treatments, especially the radiation, he often felt burning in that area. To all of us in the group, he appeared extremely sad. On the second day of the workshop, some of the answers to Tom's sadness and his depressed affect became clear. He explained that he had lost his son. Shortly afterward, he lost his wife as well. The entire group gasped, assuming that both had died. Indeed, his son had, but his wife had not. She had left him once his cancer had been diagnosed. Everybody could, of course, empathize with his pain and sadness at this tragic series of events, but we were baffled as to why his wife would leave him during such a difficult time. We would not have to wait long to find out. During the group regression, Tom himself discovered the answer to that very question. Upon emerging, he described to the group what he had experienced. Already, we could see that his face looked much brighter. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He even smiled for the first time. Tom had regressed to a lifetime in the American Civil War, in which he was engaged to the woman who was his wife in his current life. The war had intervened, and they were unable to be married. Near the end of the war, he had returned home and was finally with his beloved again when a group of enemy soldiers stumbled upon them. They shot him in the stomach, in the exact area where his present life cancer existed and where his radiation treatments had caused the burning sensation. Tom floated above his body and watched as his fiancée rocked back and forth, sobbing and weeping inconsolably. He died with his head in her lap, her tears falling on his face. It became evident to Tom that, in his current life, his wife had not left him for someone else, or for some defect in him, or for some other unknown reason. She simply could not watch him die a second time, and perhaps there were even more losses from other lifetimes of which he was not yet aware. At that moment, Tom was able to release his grief and fear, his anger and sadness. And through this understanding, a tremendous healing occurred. For the rest of the week, Tom seemed to be a different person. His mood was so much brighter. He was helping other people. He truly understood that his wife's departure was not personal. She, because of whatever conditions existed within her, just could not bear to lose him again. And he also discovered that he was immortal. He had lived in the Civil War and been killed then as a soldier, and here he was back again, reunited with the same woman, the same soul. He knew, at this level, that he was an eternal being, and that therefore his son, who had died as a young adult, was also not really dead. Tom's experience was incredibly moving to our entire group. We could all empathize with the pain and sadness he had felt, and we were amazed at the immediate shift in his mood and outlook. He was able to forgive. He became unstuck. He could move on with his life. Tom had hope again. We were so relieved to see that he had passed this crisis point and that he would be all right. We are souls, and we are connected to one another. What happens to one affects all. When a soul regains hope, at a deeper level all other souls feel more hopeful as well. Tom's ability to let go of his anger reminded me of a parable that I recently read about two monks who were preparing to cross a river with a powerful current. A nearby woman also wished to cross the river, but she was afraid to do so because of the power of the water. One of the monks picked up this woman and put her on his shoulders, and he and the other monk safely crossed to the other side. He put the woman down, she went on her way, and so did the two monks. After a while, the younger monk said to the other, "I can't believe that you carried that woman across the river. You put her on your shoulders. This is against our values, it's against our vows. We are not allowed to touch women. How could you do something like that?" The older, wise monk replied, "I put the woman down as soon as we crossed the river. You are still carrying her." In thinking over this story, I realized that we all do this every day. After we finish with our tasks and problems, we frequently do not put them down and let them go on their way. We carry them with us far longer than is necessary, creating a burden that adds weight and fatigue to our shoulders and stress to our minds. The cure is to live more and more mindfully, in the present moment. Of course, this is difficult to do and requires practice, but it is well worth it. It is important to learn lessons from the past and to remember them, but then we must let the past go. There is no need to carry it beyond the river. 4. Freedom from emotional pain. Fears, phobias, anxieties, and other emotional states can be as debilitating as physical illnesses. Just like physical symptoms, psychological distress can have its origin in past life events. Once those are discovered, healing can be rapid and relatively complete. Freedom and joy can be regained. Not all our afflictions are rooted in the traumas of prior lifetimes. Current life events are sometimes the culprits or may even be compounding past life seeds. And the stresses of today's competitive and overly materialistic world add their own weight to our emotional maladies. So much sadness and anxiety assail us because we are easily distracted and overwhelmed by day-to-day events. We have to juggle work, relationships, and interactions with other people at every moment. We have to deal with our daily needs. And so we forget that we are spiritual beings, which leads to emotional turmoil. Spiritual beings should think and behave like spiritual beings. That is our nature and ultimate destiny. But when the circumstances of everyday life lead us astray and we forget our true nature, that is when sorrow, worry, and fear enter. That is when inner peace, joy, and happiness exit. All we have to do is remember who we are and what we are, what we have been through, where we have come from, why we are here. As we do this, emotional healing will naturally follow, just as it did for the authors of the stories in this chapter. As emotional symptoms are resolved, the patient's family and friends benefit as well. Their stress and responsibility are lessened. Even beyond this healing shift, relatives and significant others may indirectly experience the feelings and facts of the regression. As they hear the patient's stories, they feel the emotion and the immediacy of the memories. They react and respond to the improvement in their loved ones' lives. Often, to their surprise and joy, they find their own symptoms and illnesses disappearing. Such was the case with Myra's lover in the remarkable story that follows. The Lesson of Love. The story of how I became acquainted with the powerful process of experiencing one's past lives began during my summer vacation after 7th grade. I had grown up in communist Bulgaria, and topics of any mystical or religious nature were simply not a part of my upbringing. However, a few years before that summer the wave of the democratic revolution had swept through Eastern Europe, and spiritual information had become readily available. That summer I was 13 years old. I came across your book through Time into Healing. Even though the concept of reincarnation was not a part of my childhood and I doubt it was ever discussed in my presence, I did not question the possibility of its existence. It just seemed so natural, so normal. As Voltaire said, it is not more surprising to be born twice than once. I absolutely loved the stories in the book. I loved the wisdom in it, the possibilities it presented to me. I loved it so much that upon reading the final few pages, I immediately decided to make a recording of myself reading the sample script given in the book and experience a regression for myself. As I was getting ready to begin recording, I remember thinking, but I am only 13. There is really nothing wrong with me. I have no phobias, no physical ailments. Why would I do this? But the pull, the curiosity in me was too strong to resist. I made the recording, rewound the tape to the beginning, and even though I did not know what to expect, I pressed play. The recording guided me through a beautiful relaxation, and I felt very calm and comfortable. But at the moment I crossed through the door into a past life, that changed. I immediately dropped into the body of a woman who was running for her life, and I became her. My heart was pounding with fear, and my inhalations of air were short, abrupt, and desperate. It was terrifying. I was running down a dimly lit hallway and knew that there were men chasing after me who would kill me if they caught me. My gray suit consisted of a jacket and skirt made of thick wool. I wore black stockings and black shoes with small heels. My dark hair was neatly tucked in a bun on the back. The brick walls reverberated with the sound of my steps as I ran. There were rows of doors on both sides, but upon trying to open them I discovered that they were all locked. Finally, a door handle gave in. I entered the room and saw that it was bare, with one small window with bars on it that was high up on the wall, close to the ceiling. I knew that I was trapped and that they would catch me. It was at the time of World War II. I was a doctor who, instead of healing a German general, had poisoned and killed him. That is why these men were after me. They were seeking revenge. The next scene was one that I looked at from above. I saw how I was put on an electric chair, how my hands and legs were strapped to it, how I was executed. Then something truly beautiful happened. I watched as my spirit rose from my body. It slowly drifted upward. There was a trail of white light in front of it that it followed. At the end of that path, there was an open door through which a magnificent white light was shining. At the door there stood a being that glowed with love and light, waiting to greet my spirit. I felt such peace, such love, and such a sense of being eternal. That night, I eagerly waited for my mother to return from work. I told her what I had experienced and asked her if electric chairs had really existed during World War II. Years later, I learned that they have been around since 1890. That event was a formative experience in my life, and it is interesting that it happened at the age of 13. The number 13 is believed to be the number of change. To numerologists and tarot readers, it is a number of transformation. It calls for a study of one's basic principles, what one believes in. It attracts changes in the way a person defines everything in her life, which leads to shifts in her worldview and her existence. I had certainly been transformed by my first regression. Many years later, the story of the lifetime that I had experienced as a child developed even further at a workshop at Omega Institute led by Brian. During one of the group regressions, an image of a long road lined with birch trees began emerging in my mind. I saw myself as a young woman walking down a quiet dirt road in the country. In my hand I carried a small suitcase, and on my head I had a kerchief. I was leaving my village to move to St. Petersburg to study medicine. The final stop I made on my way was to go to the cemetery, where I paid my respects at the graves of my dead relatives. My heart was heavy. It would be many years before I could return back home, if at all. While studying at the university, I was recruited by the Secret Service of the Soviet Union. There were troubles brewing in Europe, and there were even talks of a possible war. They sent me to Europe to spy for my country. I was a very attractive woman who knew how to use her charm, and it was easy for me to gather information. I saw a vivid scene of me sitting in front of a small device that I was using to send coded wires with the information I collected. There was a nightclub establishment frequented by many Americans. I found myself going there as often as I could, hoping to meet a particular man I had come to know. I was surprised to discover within me that I was interested in him not because of my work but because I was falling in love with him. He was in love with me, too. The next scene unfolded on a large set of stairs in front of a big administrative building. I had received orders to move to a different location in Europe, so I had come to say goodbye. The man stood in front of me, telling me that he loved me, begging me not to leave, and asking me to marry him. Even though I loved him very much, I could not stay. I had already given my word and pledged my life, my love, and my heart to my country. I assured him that when he went back home to the family farm in America he would marry a nice woman, have children, and be happy. I said goodbye and, with tears in my eyes, rushed down the stairs toward the car that was waiting for me. Later, I married an important German officer. It greatly facilitated my work and protected me. World War II had already begun. I had been practicing medicine, mostly treating German military men, and had received orders to terminate a high-ranking German general whom I was treating for an illness. I saw myself standing in front of a table. Next to me, sitting on a chair, was the general. There was a glass of water on the table. I held a small container with powder in it and looked up toward the ceiling, feeling anxiety within me for what I was about to do. Yet, thinking that there was no other choice, I poured the powder in the glass. Instead of giving the general his medication, I had given him poison. This is where my first regression as a child fits in. I saw myself, again, running down that hallway and eventually getting caught. But this time, because I was much older and better able to handle the whole story, I saw the gruesome details of the interrogations to which I was subjected. Did I betray my network? No. Until the very end, I maintained that I had acted alone. I was beaten, tortured, questioned, and then many more times all over again beaten, tortured, and questioned. The only thing that my interrogators spared me from was rape. They felt that I had belonged to one of them, and that was a line they could not cross. At the end, they placed me on an electric chair and executed me. As my spirit was rising above the scene, I knew that the lesson of that lifetime was a lesson of love, of needing to approach every situation with love and of allowing myself to be loved too. That whole lifetime had been orchestrated so that I could have the opportunity to choose love when standing on those stairs as the American man asked me to marry him. Yet I chose to stay true to my promise to serve my country. I also knew that after I left, he felt that he had nothing to live for. My leaving had broken his spirit. He died in a dirt ditch, having been shot right in the forehead during combat with the German army. In the hours that followed this experience, I was shaken to my core and filled with an enormous sense of regret for having wasted one whole lifetime and for having harmed another person. But knowing that we are eternal, I also know that every lifetime enriches our souls with invaluable lessons. My soul must have chosen to experience and learn the lesson of profound love in my current lifetime, because nothing gives me a greater sense of meaning and fulfillment than bringing love, light, and inspiration to people. One of the ways I most enjoy assisting people is by helping them to experience their past lives and gain understanding about the people and the circumstances that surround them. I am also in a very loving relationship with a man who, coincidentally, has two very deep-seated and irrational fears. The first, a fear of ever losing me, and the second of being shot point blank in the forehead. It makes me wonder, is this my second chance at love with the American man I once knew? Myra Kelly. As a 13-year-old, Myra acted upon her intuitive wisdom and her curiosity for understanding and spiritual growth as she listened to the tapes that she had made. This decision changed her life, leading her to her higher potentiality, her healing work, and eventually to a reunion with her soul mate. Her soulmate's fear of losing her again is typical of the underlying theme of separation anxiety. Frequently, children who seem almost irrationally frightened of being separated from their parents have actually lost them in previous lives. They subconsciously remember the loss, just like Myra's present-day lover. The cure for this type of separation fear is to recognize its root in a past life event. The trauma has already happened. It is from another time, and it is not something to fear in the present or in the future. Her soulmate's concerns about once again losing Myra and of being shot in the head both stem from the World War II era. Knowing this, he can release them and nurture a relationship that is freer and not constricted by deep-seated insecurities. Myra's description of the events after her physical death, when her spirit left her body, closely echoes studies of the near-death experience, NDE, studies that she was not aware of when she was only 13. The magnificent, restorative light and the loving spiritual being in Myra's story are universally encountered in the NDE. Their comforting presence and validation of the afterlife help people lose their fear of death and dying. We are, they remind us, immortal, and death is but a doorway to the other side. Every so often, a synchronicity will arise and almost forcibly seize my attention. Synchronous events are apparently coincidental occurrences of related events that, to me, have a linkage at a metaphysical level. We may not understand that causal linkage, but it is there. As I finished writing my reflections on Myra's story early in 2012, my phone buzzed with an incoming email. Less than 5 minutes had elapsed since I wrote about releasing present-day fears because the traumas had already happened in a past life. In the email, a woman described to me how her crippling fear of flying had prevented her from fully enjoying life. Traveling for pleasure and for business was severely restricted. In 2003, she had attended a workshop that I was conducting in Miami. As I led the group through a past life regression, she began to vividly remember a World War II lifetime. I found myself looking out of an airplane cockpit. I was a man, the pilot of a military personnel transport plane, she wrote. The plane crashed due to mechanical failure, killing all passengers and crew, as well as my co-pilot and myself. The workshop ended. Within a short period of time, the fruits of her regression were ready to harvest. 11 days after the workshop, she explained, I had an emergency call and needed to fly to Boston. I felt nothing, zero, no fear, there was nothing. Since that day in 2003 I have flown many times and have never had a single moment of fear or anxiety. So, though this has been a long time coming, thank you, Dr. Weiss. If I needed a cosmic exclamation point, here it was. Only moments after I had written about it, confirmation that current fears and phobias often have past life roots arrived by email. Remembering these roots can completely cure the symptoms. There is no need to be anxious or afraid anymore. The workshop that cured this woman took place nearly 9 years ago, yet her email came within just 5 minutes of a perfect bullseye. She could have told me her story at any time over all those years. The probability of the timing being a coincidence is remote. And, as a final connection, both stories involve traumatic deaths in World War II. Myra shares another story with us below. Learning to allow. This is the story of Ananachimo and the lesson of needing to allow. In one of the regression exercises that I did with Brian Weiss during a workshop at the Omega Institute, the image of a group of people crawling up a small slope emerged. I wondered what this image could have been and if it was something I needed to brush to the side in my mind in order to get to something more valid. However, I remembered Brian saying that this might be the thread that pulled me in, and I decided to stay with it and see what developed. The picture came into focus. The group of people was a band of Native Americans. I wondered which tribe they belonged to, and in my head popped the answer that they were with the Plains Indians. Next, I began searching for myself among the group of people. And there I was. In an instant, I knew that my name was Ananachimo. I kept on repeating the name to myself in order to remember it, as it was a name I had never heard before. At the moment that I identified myself as Ananachimo, I fully became him. Everything that I experienced in that lifetime was as if I were fully that person, feeling his emotions, feeling what it was like to have his body. Ananachimo was a young man with an agile, lean, and muscular body. He was tall, with long black hair and a strong, square jaw. Around his neck he wore the tooth of a white bear that he had killed in a hunting trip up north. The band of Indians was very careful when ascending the slope. On the top of the slope was a flat area where a house was built. They were spying on the settlers who lived there and who had been invading the lands of Ananachimo's tribe. Ananachimo was looking across a valley that was surrounded by hills as far as the eye could see. He lifted his left hand, placed his palm in front of his shoulder, and gave a solemn vow to protect his land and his people from the settlers. He was greatly attuned to nature. Nature spoke to him. He heard the whisper of the trees when their leaves were swaying in the wind. Every flower, bush, and blade of grass carried a message that he was able to read. He was also a healer, using herbs to bring the health of his people back into balance. An important event occurred in Ananachimo's life when he was 37 years old. He had captured and bonded with a Mustang that had big red and white spots. The name of the horse was Red Lightning. The white people had somehow taken possession of his Mustang. Ananachimo tried to free it, but they caught him and accused him of stealing the horse. To punish him, the white people tied his hands above his head and whipped him. I did not experience the horror of every whip falling on his back. I only saw that as the white people began whipping him, the horse, which was nearby, watched everything and shared Ananachemo's anger and sense of injustice. It was raising its front legs, kicking, and making terrible noise as it tried to free itself. However, it was futile. This event broke Ananachemo's spirit. He lost his horse. He also lost faith in his ability to protect his land and his people. He felt that great injustice was being done but that he was powerless to bring about any change. As time went by, things got worse. His tribe was driven toward the northwest. They were far away from their hunting grounds. On a cold day, at the age of 42, Ananachemo died. He was lying down in his teepee, feeling defeated because he could not protect his people, he could not save them, when his spirit left his body. Outside, women and children from his tribe, as most men had died, were going about their day. They were cold, hungry, and completely lost. As the regression was nearing its end, I began searching for the soul lesson of that life. The lesson was about allowing. I had to learn to allow. I blamed myself for having failed to protect and save my people, but the truth was that I could not have saved anyone or protected them from the painful historic events. I must allow for people's lives to unfold as they are meant to, because their souls need these experiences. They have agreed to go through challenges to learn their own lessons and find their own enlightenment. I had seen the big injustice caused by the white men as an evil that I had promised to fight, yet I had failed to really be of help in times when I was most needed. People do not need saving. People need love, support, and encouragement that they can withstand any trials and will always come out stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. I cannot shelter anyone from the storms of life, or they will never grow, learn, and expand. But how do you allow? How do you maintain the balance of being loving, kind, and helpful against wanting to save people from the injustice of the world or their own silly mistakes? This lesson continued to be a challenge for me, so many years and lifetimes later. Even though I changed my gender, my name, and my appearance, I still want to rush in and shield people. I left the class session and headed to my room that night with these heavy questions on my mind. My cabin at Omega had 2 rooms in it. Upon entering the hallway, I met one of my neighbors. She was on her way to the bathroom, which was shared between our rooms. A moment later, she realized that she and the other roommate, who was showering, had locked themselves out, as both their keys were in their room and the door automatically locked. It was raining heavily outside, and my neighbor was barefoot. What a situation to find yourself in. I offered to help. As I walked in the rain trying to find an Omega staff person, I instantly recognized that this little crisis unfolded because of me. What a beautiful gift that was. It delivered to me the final piece of my lesson. I should always help people in every way I can and should spare no effort when assisting them on their path. Yet I should never try to alter the course of their lives by shielding them or trying to save them from their troubles, because doing so would impede their invaluable experiences and the expansion of their souls. I was so grateful to our lovely neighbors. My lesson had crystallized for me. It has been almost 3 years now since that regression, and that understanding created an incredible transformation in me. Now I have a different perspective on needing to rush in and save people. I have learned to allow, to admire, and to see the immense value and power in the unfolding of everyone's path. Myra Kelly Myra again presents a classic regression experience and important divine truths. When you are open to these lessons and you trust the wisdom that guides you on your path, you will observe the synchronicities, the manifestation of grace, the helping hand. These events are not random. They are not coincidences. As she struggled to comprehend her regression's message of allowing without interfering, Myra was led within hours to the scene that would provide her with the insight to understand, a scene as simple as two people being locked out of their room. I know the rooms at Omega well, there are no phones inside them, so Myra could not call for assistance. The paths are unlit, and to walk such a great distance in the pouring rain takes considerable effort. This was no small gesture of help on Myra's part. With a flash of recognition, she learned the nuances of her spiritual lesson. Great teachers have always used such examples, scenarios, parables, and metaphors to help us understand their teachings. As did Myra, Raymond had a flash of recognition as he learned his own spiritual lesson, although to him it felt more like an electric shock. In one day, his entire world was turned upside down and inside out. You have already read his fascinating account of shared consciousness with a stranger, but now let us regress back in time to his first ever past life experience. Finding hope. Hope. If there is one predominant outcome of your trainings and experiences, it is that one is left with a hope that may not have existed before. For whatever reason, belief systems tend to be subjective and may be shaken by global or personal events, yet your trainings offer a distinct opportunity to add actual experience to faith or belief, yielding an outcome that may be rationalized but not denied. For me, that resulting and abiding outcome equals hope. First, a little background. I am a licensed professional therapist in the state of Oklahoma, and I have spent 25 years working with chronic schizophrenia patients in an inpatient setting. I designed the behavioral system and had oversight of the program. Thus, as a behaviorist and therapist, you might say that structure was my guiding principle. What follows below is the universe's non-too-subtle method of saying, Mr. Wilson, your structure is microscopically small, and the comfort and security that you have experienced within that structure is not where it begins or ends. Approximately 5 years ago, I found myself in desperate need of quite a few continuing education hours to renew my license as a professional therapist. Like many others, I typically wait until the last minute and begin seeking them in a panic. I do not recall how I found out about the seminar, however, I saw it as an opportunity to get the hours that I needed and didn't think much about the content. My wife and I arrived at the crossings in Austin, and the next morning, I joined many others in the first session. I was, needless to say, quickly convinced that I was in the room with a bunch of nuts when people began to identify themselves as angel therapists, Reiki masters, and so forth, terms of which I had never heard. I had the distinct feeling that I was in the wrong place. Raised in a quite strict, conservative Southern Baptist environment and subsequently having strayed from organized religion, I had not filled that slot with anything else. The result of this religion void was that I considered myself moral, black and white, and strongly attached to God on a personal rather than organizational level. In other words, I had God well defined and in a box that I created for Him, and I was happy as long as He stayed within my parameters. The first hour of the seminar had me ready to run out the door and not look back. However, at the break I told my wife of my misgivings and she said, "Look, you need the hours. You are already here, you have paid for the week, and you might as well stick it out." Reluctantly, I agreed. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Weiss did a group regression. I cannot emphasize enough that I closed my eyes with trepidation and extreme disbelief and caution. I would have bet the farm that my resistance would have prevented any hypnotic state. If I were ever wrong in my life about anything, this was the hands-down winner of that category. I immediately found myself in a seashore village as a 10-year-old boy. The homes had thatched roofs, with a dirt and rock path winding between them. There were geese and dogs here and there running loose, the grass was green as green can be, and I was running and playing along the path. There were others in the village, I knew them but paid them no mind. I rounded the corner of one of the houses, and from up the hill behind me I heard a strong male voice call what I knew to be my name, Jor, or Joer. I stopped, he called again, and I went running to what I knew was my father. He was at our home near the top of the path, working on a large grinding stone that appeared to be a wheel. He was sharpening axes and swords, and I knew this was his job. It was clear that this was a Norse village. In the next scene I was 18 years old, and my father and I, along with many other Norsemen, were in a ship, sailing to a foreign shore for the purpose of attack and plunder. I stood in front of my father and said, without looking back at him, "I don't know what to do." He responded, "You will know when you get there." In my present life, I had seen pictures before of Norsemen and what they wore, however, it was while on this ship that I had the realization of what each piece of clothing was for. For the first time, I recognized that the arm bracelet was actually for defense against weaponry. Then we were back in our own village, and my father was lying on a stiff-looking bed. He was dying from a wound that he had received while we were in battle, as I kneeled by his side. Later, I had returned from another battle, and I lay dying, just as my father had. My own young son was kneeling by my side, just as I had knelt by my father. There, in response to "What have you learned?" I remember thinking, we have not learned anything. Here we are, generation after generation, still fighting and dying, and my son will do the same. At this point, we were brought out of the hypnotic state. I was, for lack of a better phrase, freaked out. In the course of probably 15 minutes, my world was turned upside down and inside out. Doubt and trepidation turned to a feeling of bewilderment in that I had no category or place to put this, nor any means of denying it, digesting it, or hiding it, any of which I would have gladly done. While Dr. Weiss did not press for whether or not the experiences were real, there was no question in my mind that they were and that my current life and future had been altered. All of a sudden, I was far more concerned about my own mental health than that of the angel therapy folks or anyone else. Oddly enough, while this shook me to the core, it did not shake my belief in God. Rather, it began an ongoing process of taking God out of myself and my childhood-created box and recognizing what eternity really meant. I left at the lunch break, and my wife could tell that something was wrong with me. In a period of 3 hours, I went from a black and white thinker to basically a man without certainty of anything. My belief system and limitations thereof had been shattered. There was no question that what I experienced had been true. My hypnotic state was technicolor and as real as my hands are to me now. My prior knowledge of Norse life did not hold a candle to what I knew in the experience. My name was Jor, pronounced Johar, and I knew that it was my name. After returning home from the training, I looked for it on the internet and found it on a site of ancient Norse names, as I knew it would be. The following day found me between two worlds, and I went into the seminar thinking, what next? Almost as if I were someone sentenced to be thoroughly kicked and resigned to it. Sure enough, the next regression was more bizarre than the first. I went on to have a cosmic experience in which I became part of human evolution, a dream that allowed me to connect to the entire universe, and a shared experience with a complete stranger in which I could see the details of his regression. I have worked for 25 years with medically fragile children and chronic schizophrenics, and your seminar allowed me some sense of peace as to the outcomes that many of these unfortunate folks experience. Little else has made sense. I came to your training seeking continuing education credits, and I left with proof of universal consciousness. Most of all, I came away with a hope that previously was sadly lacking. It is my belief that if others could experience that hope, their world and personal view would improve, as did mine. Raymond Wilson. I am grateful to whatever universal forces conspired to land Raymond in our 5-day course. He is such a gift, a big-hearted, down-to-earth man who is doing truly difficult and delicate professional work. He came for the continuing education credits and left having earned Transform Your Life credits. He also transformed our entire group. Even though Raymond's past life regression was joyless and taught the futility of violence and war, he nevertheless came away with a sense of hope. With each subsequent experience during the week, his hope increased. Finally, he had encountered the answer to the purpose of his life and the awareness that an expanded vision of God and eternity actually existed. Life is not just a meaningless and continuous struggle to survive. As he will continue to describe in stories throughout this book, in only 1 week Raymond felt connected to the stream of existence, from the very beginnings of life on Earth, through Viking and other incarnations, into the entire cosmos and all of eternity. He saw and felt himself a part of the universal evolution and the indescribable wisdom that guides the whole process. He no longer felt separated or alienated. Many people come to my workshops with an enthusiastic wish to remember a past life. They have read the books, they recognize the healing power of regressions, and they know that miracles happen. During these workshops, I often make the point that the people who have been dragged there by their significant others or well-meaning friends, who have no expectations or even interest in having a past life regression, are often the very people who have the most vivid and compelling ones. Raymond, who certainly had his doubts about the nature of this work, is a perfect example. He came only for the professional credits. In fact, were it not for the gentle convincing of his wife, he would have left the seminar entirely. Yet he had numerous powerful and deeply spiritual experiences. Why does this occur? Our own expectations and desire to relive a past life can often get in our way. We may want it so much that we try to force the process and, paradoxically, we block it. However, with practice we can overcome any such obstacles. It is important to practice without any frustration and without any attachment to the outcome of a particular session. Don't say, "I have to have a regression," for that will only prevent it from happening. There is no need to put this kind of pressure on yourself. Just accept whatever comes to your mind, whether you are meditating, listening to a hypnosis CD, participating in a group regression, or working one-on-one with a therapist. There is a process and a wisdom at work. As you have already read, what you call this process, whether the Tao, or the Way, or Destiny, or any other name, does not matter. What does matter is that you trust it to guide you to wherever it is that you need to go. Take your time and be patient. You may not immediately remember a past life but instead have a mediumistic experience, perhaps getting a message from the other side. You may have a physical healing, a remission of a troubling symptom. Every time that you practice, you are learning how to relax and how to let go of stress. You're helping your immune system and becoming healthier. These are extremely therapeutic benefits for your mind and body, and they are valuable in their own right. The more that you practice without becoming frustrated, the deeper and deeper you will go. It may take weeks or months, but the gains are worth it. It took me 3 months until I could remember a past life. One of my patients tried for 8 years before ever successfully regressing, but once she did, the results were incredibly profound. She has since told me that every minute that led up to those ancient memories was worth it. If your past life recall brings you healing or spiritual growth or a sense of oneness and peace, then wouldn't 8 years, or even 8 lifetimes, be time well spent? I have had many patients or workshop participants who, like the authors in this section, were able to achieve emotional healing simply by remembering their past lives. Their stories have stayed with me long after their regressions ended, and I have interspersed some of them throughout this chapter. One such person was Yumiko, in this life a Japanese-American physician, who remembered a past life as an impoverished young girl in London, England, several centuries ago. In the past lifetime, she had been the oldest child of 6, and by the age of 10 she was working very hard within the family. With no father present in her life and a mother who was often away at work, Yumiko had to raise her siblings, and as just a little girl she was taking care of many other young children and babies. She could recall her one dress and how it smelled because she couldn't wash it. She could see the people urinating in the street, and, especially, she remembered not having any soap. She had to wash with only water, but without soap, clothes could never be truly clean once worn. She was forced to become a servant in a bigger, much grander house. This family had soap. Eventually, because she was treated so poorly by the madam, she ran away. Not long afterward, she died at a young age of hunger, starvation, and illness, and she floated above and left the past life memories. Yumiko's next memory was of her childhood in her present life, in which she was the oldest of 3 children. She recalled an incident in which her brother's nappy, or diaper, had fallen off, which she then had to wash. But this time, she had soap. Her thought was this was a piece of cake. Indeed, she was smiling as she relived this moment and thought of all the things that she was able to do as a child, reading, drawing, that she could never do as a child in her past life due to her extreme poverty. While still in the hypnotic state, she explained to the group that she had learned to be happy about the small things, like a bar of soap. As she told us all, be grateful for and appreciate what you have, not what you don't have. Yumiko's story teaches us that we should not take anything for granted and that we should recognize the blessings that we do have, no matter how small they may be. If we need little but appreciate everything, we will be much happier. As Lao Tzu said over 2,000 years ago, he who knows he has enough is rich. After remembering 2 prior lifetimes in which she died alone, Tong could now, in her present life, fully appreciate the blessing of being surrounded by loving friends and family. Her story follows. Lifetimes of loneliness. During my stay at your 5-day training course, I had several regressions. In 2 of them, I died in a very lonely state. In the first life, I was a teacher who taught in a hillside primary school in a primitive and poor village. I was a single woman who lived alone. It seemed that I was not intimate with my students. I died accidentally on the hill, where wild dogs bit at my stomach. Nobody was aware of my death. In the second regression, I was a reporter, and again a single woman. I worked hard and quite aggressively, but I again died lonely, this time in a train crash. When others who were either dead or injured were picked up by their families, I was still lying on the side. Nobody came to pick me up, nobody claimed my corpse. In both of the cases, I was cool and reserved as a person, that's why I was rather lonely during the lives, and in the moments of death as well. But in this life, I chose to be a social worker. I go to people and offer help. I adopted 2 girls, not just to develop my own family but also to help, in a very intensive way, these 2 little girls. I have learned to give and relate to others, even if sometimes I have struggled to do so. And I am so happy with all of these people nearby. I know that in this life, I will never die alone again, with nobody around me. Tong Tong's regressions demonstrate that patterns often reveal themselves in these experiences to illuminate our spiritual paths. She needed to express and to receive love, and she is doing exactly that. Tong is learning her lessons and finding out more about unconditional love. We are never alone, even if we forget this. And her choice of a social work career preceded the regression. She had intuitively chosen the path of love and service. These were not Tong's only experiences. She shares more below. Homeward bound. My mother and father separated when I was 6 years old and divorced a few years later. They often had fights in the middle of the night. One day, I woke up in the morning and found that my mom had left, and her bed became vacant from then on. She had her new family soon after, and then so did my dad. I had grown up in a childhood with lots of loneliness and anxiety, lots of neglect. I have 3 sisters, but we were often left at home without an adult to look after us. As the second sister, I had to take care of the small ones by providing them with food or cooking them meals, later, when I could manage the task, and by doing the household chores when my elder sister was not at home. When I was in primary school, my mom would forget to take me home. I would stand at the school gate for hours, waiting for her with loads of loneliness, helplessness, and uncertainty. At 25, I got married, which I had longed to do. My husband is a colleague of mine in the same office, so we can see each other during business hours. He is a family-oriented man who gave me a sense of security after we married. However, I still found myself lonely whenever he was not with me, as when he worked late, went out for an evening class, or had drinks with his buddies. And I worried that he was not mature enough to manage his tasks or any challenges in life. This fear haunted me in a subtle way for a long time. I also began, rather desperately, to long for babies of my own. I thought that then I would be wanted by somebody, and that I would always be with the kids if I could just have them. However, I tried for more than 6 years. I couldn't have one. It made me even more desperate. In one regression I did with Dr. Brian Weiss's CD, I went back to an ancient time. In a bare, remote countryside, I was on my way home after a long war. I was a warrior with a huge body, like Hagrid in the Harry Potter books. I was dirty, hairy, tough, and strong, and I carried a large hammer as a tool for fighting. Walking with strength and speed, as if I were banging the land with each footstep, I was on my way home to see my wife and young son. It seemed that I had been walking for a long time, tired but still strong in every step. I was alone the entire way, there were only stones and some bushes in the surrounding fields. I walked and walked with nothing and nobody around. When I saw my home, I became extremely excited and walked even faster. I opened the door to find my wife in a wooden hut, sitting next to a baby's crib. In the crib was my young son. I recognized him as my husband in this life. I got a flash. I was so worried about him not being strong enough to stay by himself and protect his mother when I was at war and could not be with them. I woke up in the regression and realized that it was my own problem, not my husband's, if I constantly worried about him not being strong or mature enough. From then on, I stopped feeling anxious about him. I still nag him from time to time, but not in the same manner as before. In another regression I did during the 5-day hypnotherapy training class at Omega in New York, I didn't go back to a previous life but instead to the very first time in this life that I felt lonely. I was 6 years old and in China. It was a school day, and the weather was turning cold as autumn stepped out and winter stepped in. School had ended, and I stood at the gate, waiting for my mom to take me home. I waited and waited, but she didn't turn up. Seeing the students leaving the classroom and being picked up by their parents or the school bus, I became anxious. When all the students had gone and the buses had set off, I was left alone as darkness came with the evening. I stood on the street in front of the gate, which had already been closed. I was so hopeless. This was the first time in my life that I knew how loneliness felt. In the hypnosis, I thought, why don't I try to walk back home by myself? It was only 15 minutes or several blocks away from where I was. Maybe I could remember the way. I took a deep breath and started the walk back home. I was so excited. I was a bit scared but also a bit happy to leave the darkness in the corner of the school gate. As I took my first big step and set off for home, the scene changed, and in the trance I saw myself running through a long movie or film tape. The contents of the film were all of those situations in which I had experienced loneliness in life, and there had been many over my 30 years. I was growing older and older, from a 6-year-old girl to now, as I ran through all those times. I was so happy and lofty. I ran as if I were flying, my shirt flapping in the wind. I came back to where I was, to the room at the Omega training course, and understood that I was not the helpless little girl of 6 years old. I learned that I could do something by myself and for myself, that I have the confidence to make myself free from the darkness. For more than 30 years, I have been working and learning so hard to overcome all the challenges in my life, rather than waiting and relying on others or feeling helpless. After that regression, I have never had that kind of lonely feeling again. And after a few years, I adopted 2 baby girls as my daughters. I realized that I could do something to make myself happy, instead of waiting hopelessly for pregnancy. All 4 of us in the family, and the grannies too, are so happy and pleased with the current situation. I think it might be the best time in my life. It certainly is the sweetest. The regressions allowed Tong to gain a sense of control in her life. She was able to recognize the past life origins of her doubts about her husband's maturity, which permitted her to let go of her fears and anxieties. Not all symptom-inducing traumas are found in prior lifetimes. Tong's feeling of helplessness was rooted in her present life childhood. As she watched her subconscious display a series of scenes of her loneliness, she became empowered to take control and to be courageous. Adopting the baby girls represented, to some degree, her conscious decision to not be so fearful and passive, but instead to be active, hopeful, and happy. Tong, from China, also demonstrates the universality of past life memories and their powerful healing potential. The experience of prior lifetimes and of the after-death state is remarkably consistent, no matter which culture or religion is involved. People from wildly divergent nationalities and spiritual traditions are able to remember past lives that took place all over the planet. They learn the same life lessons. They are able to heal physically and emotionally, to repair their relationships, as Tong did, and to attain more peace and happiness in their lives. Early life enculturation and conditioning do not influence the content of the past life recall or spiritual experience. We are all students in this great Earth school. Does it really make a difference where our classroom is located? Evelyn was an African American woman in her 40s. She had a severe phobia of water and of drowning, although she didn't have any real clue to where this fear came from. It certainly interfered with her life. Her husband had recently bought a boat, which only intensified her fear. It had been his dream to own one, and he did not understand the depth of Evelyn's phobia. Her husband, who was outside my office during the session, was surprised to learn later that Evelyn did not even own a bathing suit. She felt that this would bring her one dreaded step closer to the water. She was also afraid that her fear of drowning was spilling over onto her 3 children, and that it would interfere with their pleasure in the water and in the new boat. Evelyn's anxiety was so severe that she had traveled half the country to see me. Whenever she put her feet in water, she told me, it felt as if hands were pulling her into it. She was very, very afraid of being around water, but even more afraid of not being able to catch her breath. These fears seemed connected, but not necessarily so. I tucked this away in the back of my mind. As I regressed her, Evelyn first went back to childhood memories. She recalled being an infant and hearing a loud noise, which had caused her to cry. As she continued crying, she couldn't breathe, and she was overcome with anxiety and panic. She saw her aunt and uncle with her, and they were terrified. Evelyn, as a baby, felt confused. She knew that her aunt and uncle were alarmed. She could feel their tension, but she didn't understand, at that young age, what was happening. Evelyn then experienced a past life that had taken place several hundred years ago, in which she was an African boy of 12 or 13 years. The boy, along with others from his village, had been captured by slave traders. His mother in that life was a spiritual leader of the people, probably possessing special powers and certainly healing abilities, but even she couldn't stop the tragedy of these young children being taken from the village. In that same lifetime, Evelyn recalled the boy being held down by 2 white men, a boot on his throat. The men spoke a strange language. He was then baptized, or cleaned, in a long tub with a mirror nearby. The tub was filled with water, into which the boy was being forced down. As the water came near his face, he gagged, choked, and found himself unable to breathe. It was truly terrifying. This baptism occurred before leaving Africa, which may help to specify which cultures were engaging in that practice, as there were others who did not enforce baptisms until these slaves arrived in the new country. Her next memory was a vivid one of the same boy, around the age of 20 now. He did not know the rules of these strange white people, and he had merely said something not very significant, to a white woman. Rather suddenly, he was grabbed, his arms were tied behind his back, and he was placed on a chopping block and decapitated. Evelyn could see the image of his mother's face nearby. The mother had died, apparently, some time before he had. She was talking to him and communicating a feeling of deep peace. This allowed the young man to become calmer. Afterward, he could see his head and torso separated from each other. But his soul, was all right. Evelyn observed clearly the disdain and aloofness on the face of the white men and women who were looking on. They didn't care. So barbaric, Evelyn said. How could people do such things? The boy's consciousness floated up to the clouds. He was feeling free, strong, and peaceful, and he could breathe. His earlier thought, immediately before the beheading, had been, "I'll never be able to breathe again." At the end of the session, after floating above the boy's body, seeing the mother's face, and feeling this peace, Evelyn told me she felt like skipping, and that she felt so much freer, lighter, and happier. Before emerging from the session, Evelyn had another memory from her current life, an earlier childhood memory with her older brother. He was forcing her to go down a water slide, and she remembered her mouth filling with water as she had difficulty breathing. This confirmed even more so that her fear was not just of water but of not being able to breathe. After our session ended, Evelyn called her mother, who confirmed that when Evelyn was about 6 months old, she had cried so much that she had turned blue. Her mother had panicked, not knowing what to do, and she had run to the aunt's house with Evelyn in her arms. They were able to calm her down, and her breathing returned to normal as her blue color disappeared. We were both soaked in sweat. The energy, intensity, and visual details and emotions were so profound during this regression session. Just a few days after our session, Evelyn was able to walk in a swimming pool, wearing a bathing suit, the first she had owned in many years, with no anxiety at all. She knew that there was nothing to fear. The fear had come from a long time ago, it was not of the present or the future. Evelyn's phobia was virtually cured in only one session. Simply recalling the traumas in her childhood and past life was enough to allow her to let go of her symptoms. Her fear of water diminished, and her breathing was much improved. As we let go of the past's negativities, and as we regard the future with no worries, we will be released from the constrictions of time. We will live fully in the beauty and freedom of the present moment. In her past life as the young boy sold into slavery, Evelyn experienced firsthand the terrible effects of racial prejudice and inequality. Gabriella, the subject of the next case, also had important lessons to learn about the same subject. Embracing equality. When I first met Gabriella, I couldn't help but notice the sparkles. Her jewelry, sequined purse, and shiny, stroppy shoes caught my attention, as most doctors that I meet usually don't wear such items. A well-dressed Caucasian woman with flawless fair skin, long blonde hair, and the bluest eyes, she had a bubbly personality. Everything about her was sparkly. She was excited to begin the session, it shone in her eyes. We talked briefly about why Gabriella had come for the past life session. She wanted to understand the test-taking anxiety that had plagued her throughout her entire life. She tended to over-prepare for major tests in college and even for state boards, but when it came time to take the test, the anxiety was always there. The secondary issue was that, as an only child, she had felt that she constantly had to strive to be the best. Although she had the desire to become a doctor, there was the added pressure to excel in her chosen field. Gabriella regressed easily into the past life, but she was startled to land in the body of a 6-year-old African American child standing in the middle of a cotton field. The tone of her voice became that of a little girl's as she spoke to me. It was not the color of her skin that surprised her, it was the dirty, threadbare rags that were her clothing, and the shoes that were too old and worn to even cover her feet. She was filthy from being in the hot cotton field all day. Her hair was in pigtails, but they were frizzy and in a terrible state of disarray. Gabriella started crying at the condition of the body in which she found herself. She looked up and saw herself standing beside a big lady with coal black skin, the same color as hers. She smiled, comforted by the sight of her mama's thick cheeks and peaceful smile. Mama looked at her daughter, calling her sugar and commenting on the heat as she continued to pick the cotton. Gabriella had the sudden recognition that this woman, in her current life, was her paternal grandmother, with whom she shared a close bond. It was the mid-1800s in Jamestown, Virginia. Sugar and her mama, and others like them, lived in one of the many shacks situated on the back side of the big house where the plantation owner and his family lived. Mama worked all day in the cotton fields. Sugar didn't know where her daddy was, he had never been around. She did not like living there. Mama keeps me safe from the white people who are mean and spit on me. Not all of them are this way. The white men, they think they are better, but they're not. They ignore me and are disrespectful to my mother, but not to Lily's mother or father. Lily Williams was the young daughter of the plantation owners. She had golden blonde hair, blue eyes, and light skin. Her favorite color was blue, so her mother dressed her in blue dresses with matching ribbons in her hair. She and Sugar were the same age. Lily wore pretty, colorful clothes that were not dirty like those of the kids from the shacks. Sugar longed to wear clean, bright-colored clothing, to live in the front house, and be accepted like Lily and her parents. Miss Anna, Lily's mother, was kind to Sugar. She let the girls play together down by the river. They swung from the rope swing into the water and sometimes held hands, like little girls do. But Sugar was aware that she wasn't allowed to do this when the other white people were around. "We like the same things," Sugar said, crying again. "I'm just dark. Dark skin makes it like I'm not equal. Lily's parents don't make me feel bad. Just don't let others know, they say." As the girls got older, Sugar would watch Lily go to the schoolhouse, dressed in her pretty clothes with her books in hand. She wanted to go with her but had to accept that such a thing would never be permitted. The big house was a brick colonial set on a large plot of land. It had the bulky, rich furnishings often seen in the homes of the wealthiest families of that period. Lily lived there with her mother, her father, and the house slaves who took care of the place. Miss Anna was a nice lady, somewhat plain-looking and fragile in health. She always regarded Sugar with kind eyes. A big man, Mr. Don Williams, Lily's father, wore his thick, silver hair pulled back into a ponytail. He was wealthy and owned the plantation and the slaves who lived there. Sugar would watch from the screen door as he sat inside at the table and ate. She wasn't allowed in but would wait there patiently for Lily to come out. Like his wife, Mr. Don was nice to Sugar. He let the children play together and even helped her learn how to read. It wasn't too long before Miss Anna's health failed completely and she died. Soon after, Mr. Don remarried to a strict, proper Southern woman who didn't believe in the races mixing and didn't allow the girls to play together or read anymore. Gabriella recognized the stepmother as her own current life mother. Sugar grew up with the knowledge of what it felt like to be ignored, to not be seen, to not exist. It made her angry that people treated her this way just because of the color of her skin, but she knew her place, knew the trouble she'd be in if she expressed it. She wanted to grow up to be somebody, to make a difference, to live in the big house, To be accepted. Being able to read would prove to be invaluable to her. Mr. Don and Lily secretly educated her. She missed Miss Anna, who was so kind. The lessons were kept quiet so that the stepmother wouldn't know of them. Sugar loved learning and reported everything back to Mama, who told her how proud she was that her daughter was smart enough to learn how to read. Sugar was a spirited girl who was learning to stand up for herself, learning to appreciate being seen and heard. As the times changed, she changed with them. She felt the power of being heard when she and many other women and girls participated in a women's march. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, she demanded, no longer afraid to speak her mind. Women deserve to be heard. They will be heard. Mr. Don granted Sugar her freedom, and her education on the plantation granted her admittance to medical school. She graduated as one of the first black female doctors in the state of Virginia and went on to open a practice in nearby Washington, D.C. She had a house just like theirs, and the pretty clothes for which she'd always wished. Her doors were open to anyone needing treatment, whether or not they could pay. To her, they were all the same. Equality was as important to her then as it was to my client, Gabriella, who had always fought for this in her practice, equality, regardless of gender or skin color. Sugar married a farmer who didn't have much education. It didn't matter to her, she liked him. They raised their 3 children together. She lived a long life practicing medicine and fighting for the rights of people until her death at 86 years old. Although she did not feel ready to end that life, her body simply wore out. When Sugar passed into the light, she was greeted by many people, including Mama, who stepped forward to comfort her. Her guide explained to her that she had done what she had been born to do, which was to stand up for fairness and people's rights. She had proved by example that women could be and do what anyone could, regardless of money or race. Her growth had come through living both sides of equality and knowing what it felt like to be discriminated against based on the color of her skin. She hadn't let discrimination stop her, for she had become an educated black woman in a society where many white women didn't even work as doctors. And in her current life as Gabriella, she continues to help people. Her patients sense her courage and feel safe when she listens to them, while others are quick to brush them off because of the color of their skin. This is helping the residual effects of racism go away. Gabriella's guide revealed that it was time now to let go of self-criticism in her current life. Her sole lesson was one of non-judgment, yet there was still the feeling of being judged and of always having to prove herself. This was creating the added anxiety around test-taking. It was the same way Sugar had felt judged when sitting in a classroom for the first time in medical school. The guide gave Gabriella a quick glimpse at another life in which she was wealthy and lived in an Irish castle. Many people of all different races lived there. She had pale white skin and wore beautiful things, and she treated people as equals in her kingdom. It was important to her that the workers in her kingdom know they were not second-class citizens, that everyone was the same regardless of their skin color. This woman was adamant about fairness and equality. Gabriella was shown the contrast to know that all of her past lives, although working through the theme of freedom and equality, did not have the same hardships that she had faced as Sugar. Her soul has lived both extremes, and she could now find balance with non-judgment. Following the session, Gabriella was ecstatic. She talked about the strong connection she has had to cotton plantations, which went beyond a passing interest. As a young girl living in the South in this current lifetime, her heart would cry out for the people on the plantations in the country near her home. But this time, she was born into a family of means who were able to give her a first-class education, nice clothes, and all the material comforts she didn't have in the life as Sugar. Gabriella loved beautiful clothing and jewelry but never judged those who couldn't afford them. Even as a child and in college, and certainly as a doctor, she had stood up for equality when she saw minorities being left out or treated unfairly. Gabriella and her family, who were all part of the life as Sugar, have a special affinity for Williamsburg, Virginia, visiting regularly and even, in the case of Gabriella and her husband as well as her parents, becoming engaged there. Interestingly, her grandmother in this life, who was her mother in the life on the plantation, has always called her by the nickname Sugar. Gabriella's anxiety about taking tests is different now, because she knows that she's prepared and that the anxiety isn't coming from not knowing the material, it's coming from her lifetime as Sugar, when she had once before sat in a room of peers and been judged for the color of her skin. Knowing this has allowed her to punctuate the anxiety so that she can put peace around it, tremendously lessening the impact it once had in the past. Bryn Blankenship, we are all the same. We have been all races, all religions, all colors, both sexes, and many nationalities, because we have to learn from all sides. Leaving our bodies behind when we die means that we leave behind their skin colors, their genders, and their identifying features. We are souls, and souls do not possess such outer and transient characteristics. If everyone were to grasp this concept, racism would instantly disappear. No soul is greater than another. Unfortunately, even innocent children are not exempt from discrimination and prejudice. As a young girl, Sugar was prevented from attending school and playing with her friend. Donna, the author of the following story, remembered a past life as a child in the concentration camps. How many lifetimes will it take to learn the lessons of love? Childhood connections. During a regression on your 2011 cruise, you led us back to a childhood memory. As you were telling us what you were going to do, I thought that I would go to a memory of when one of my little sisters was brought home from the hospital. However, I did not go there. Where I actually went was to a time when I was 4 years old, when Deborah, another sister of mine, and I got our tonsils out. We were in the hospital and were put to sleep with gas. After a few days of eating ice cream and Jell-O, we were released. In order to leave, we needed to be wheeled out in a wheelchair. I cried and would not get in the wheelchair. My mother tried to get me in it by telling me I would be spanked when we got home. Sure enough, I was spanked. You told us to move on to the lifetime that may help with the childhood memory. I felt gray, everything was gray. I couldn't see a thing. I felt enclosed and far away from anything. I was 8 years old. We were asked to look at our feet and see what kind of shoes we had on. I had none, I was barefoot. I was being pushed in a wheelchair to my death in a gas chamber. When you asked us to see if there was anyone we recognized from this life, I didn't see any eyes, just the back of heads, and I cried. I was a very active kid, so I always wondered why the wheelchair in my childhood scared me so much. Thank you for helping me to know what had happened. I enjoyed your seminars, and in each session I was able to regress. It has changed me. I understand more of my decisions and my path. Donna Ofterdinger, we have all carried over fears, phobias, talents, affinities, and relationships from our past lives. In Donna's case, no rational reason existed for her panic attack and her reaction to the wheelchair when she was 4 years old. She had always wondered why she was so frightened. Her reaction did not fit. Once the past life linked to her gas chamber wheelchair was understood, her behavior made sense. The phobia was extinguished, and it will never return. Gail, who shared a somewhat similar past life as Donna, had severe symptoms of insomnia that completely resisted any kind of treatment. Once regressed, she found herself as a child in the concentration camps. Before being taken there, the Nazis, equipped with machine guns, had burst into her house while she was asleep. She awoke panicked and frightened, only to witness the Nazis shoot her parents. She had been killed at the children's camp as a young teenager. Gail had been serving her captors and biting her tongue because she had to, but when she went to her death she did so with dignity, showing no fear. Shortly after remembering this traumatic lifetime, Gail's sleep difficulty disappeared, and it has not returned. Her insomnia was resolved because she knew that the sudden and terrifying awakening by the German soldiers was from her past life, not her present one. The initial or root cause of her issue was brought to consciousness. The past life wound was healed. Gail can now speak her mind, her truth, without having to bite her tongue or hold back for fear of severe consequences. This also is of the past. Now she is free. The author of the following story had to learn these lessons about holding back and standing up to those in power. She, too, once enslaved, is now free. Overcoming enslavement. How could that be me? I asked myself. The woman that I was studying was someone whom I would never recognize as myself. Her body was deathly thin and wrinkled. She wore a burlap-type tunic that was held on her wraith-like frame with a rope at the waist. She looked 80 years old but was probably only in her 40s. In contrast to her abject poverty, she wore a valuable gold ring with a deep blue, moon-shaped stone, about the size of a nickel. I had started this life as a young, beautiful, strawberry blonde girl. Only the harshest of lives and isolation could have caused this much change in one lifetime. She loved to ride horses through the countryside and gardens. Because her mother was deceased and her father was unavailable to her, she rode freely, too freely. She was ignorant of the bands of men who roamed purposefully to conquer. The town dictator, a young man himself, had her kidnapped. Her horse was brutally killed. Her world changed permanently overnight. David was the kidnapper, a man of influence in her town. After impregnating her, he had a wedding ceremony performed by the local clergy. Other men gathered around the couple to witness and guard them from onlookers who might interfere. The baby was taken from her at birth. The woman was imprisoned until she became too unhealthy and undesirable to entice companionship, at which point she was threatened and beaten. Her life of enslavement to David was symbolized by her blue stone ring, which everyone who was connected to him was required to wear. She became his delivery woman. She transported valuable items, but she had become such an outcast in the community that no one would interfere with her deliveries. She might as well have been a leper. The townspeople always made a point to ridicule and mock her poverty and enslavement. She was glad to be left alone in her hut on the outskirts of David's property. It ensured a respite from the societal degradation and, worst of all, the constant threats of physical injury. Although her hut barely protected her fire pit from the extinguishing cold winds and mist, the fire was a greatly appreciated luxury to her starving body. The most difficult of her tasks was going to retrieve from David the items she was to deliver. She had to pass by animal pens that housed small creatures who were used for torture. She saw them suffering from beatings and painful amputations. Worst of all was seeing the suffering but no longer having the feelings of empathy that would motivate her to release them. Her own suffering had dehumanized her to a state of dull existence. Upon entry into the dictator's chambers, she showed her blue stone ring. She kneeled, expecting ridicule and abuse. It was common and inescapable. None of the abuse and horror affected her anymore. Her life was truly that of a victim. There were no choices or escapes unless she was to fight back, which would lead to death. In the last moments of her life, I saw her squatting in front of a fire in her hut, the first one in many days. I could see and feel that her kidneys and other organs had begun to shut down due to starvation. She fell over next to the fire, and her heart stopped beating. It was a pathetic, unrewarding, invisible way to die. As I left that body, I could see the mental enslavement that this body had contained. I had believed that it was better to do the work of evil than to fight back. I learned that fighting back and dying would have been better than living enslaved. Furthermore, complying with the dictator had caused him to become more entrenched in his power. I had nothing to lose by fighting back. I was going to die either way. The familiar characters from that life and my present one were my mother, who died when I was 19 and entering the adult world, and my father, who was emotionally unavailable and detached throughout most of my childhood. The dictator was my second husband, who was emotionally and physically abusive for the 6 months that my daughter and I lived with him. The lessons I learned in that lifetime were that it was okay to be young and beautiful. Young people need support, guidance, and possibly protection as they face the adult world. I learned that it was better to fight back than to live in enslavement. Compliance is a slow death. The things I brought to this lifetime are a deep love and empathy for animals and for those marginalized by society. I spent 25 years of my life working as an advocate for abused and disabled children. I brought a deep bond and protection for my daughter, my one and only child. I appreciate the choice to leave enslaving situations, and I exercise compassion for all, knowing that we are all shaped by our experiences, both past and present. Alice, the debts accruing from Alice's past life will be an obligation to David and his cohorts. To abuse, torture, and humiliate or kill animals and humans creates karma that must be resolved. They will have to make it up to Alice and the others. Our lessons are of compassion and kindness, not hatred and violence. We are, in reality, spiritual beings. It is never too late to reorient yourself to your spiritual or destined path and to learn these lessons afresh. Wherever you are now is simply a point in time, and the future is multifaceted, changing and growing as you do. No matter how we may have acted in the past, every moment presents another opportunity to treat one another with care and consideration. Even David, at the height of his tyrannical reign, could have decided to become a kinder person, to open his heart, to increase his understanding, to choose love. These are all things that we know so well yet don't always put into practice. A person who acts out of ego or strictly from intellect can wander very far from his path, but a person who acts from the heart cannot, for the heart will always pull him back. Listen to your intuition, for that is the open heart at work. Choose the loving path, it will never lead you astray. The most difficult lifetimes often provide the opportunity for accelerated spiritual growth. Such lifetimes do not automatically imply negative karma from the past. Perhaps you chose the difficult life so that you could progress the most. Alice's existence as the delivery woman was very hard and heavy, but she learned invaluable wisdom and, in her present incarnation, she is manifesting great empathy, compassion, and loving service. The most beautiful flowers often arise from seeds hidden and nurtured by the cold, wet mud. During a recent 5-day workshop, an attendee named Stacy told me that her breathing was becoming more labored, even though she had not yet experienced any past life or childhood memories. She thought that pollens or other antigens might have been in the air, for grass, flowers, and trees were blooming in the early summer warmth of the New York Hudson Valley, where the intensive workshop was taking place. She also told me that she had a history of asthma. I suspected that other factors might have been at work, and so I chose to regress her in front of the group. I picked a volunteer to hold a microphone close to Stacy's mouth so that the group could hear any words that she spoke during the regression. Another group member, a surgeon from Alabama, was hunched forward in his seat as I began the hypnotic process. At the time, I did not know that my randomly chosen microphone holder, sitting right next to Stacy, was a speech therapist and an expert in respiratory conditions. Stacy's first memory was of choking on a slice of apple when she was a young girl. She had panicked at the time, but her mother's response was to give her bread balls to help ease the apple down to her stomach. This failed to help and perhaps exacerbated the situation. The little girl couldn't breathe, and she became even more terrified. Finally, her mother held her upside down by the ankles and firmly whacked her on the back, dislodging the apple slice. I asked Stacy how she had felt just before the apple popped out from her throat. "Frightened to death," she responded. This phrase became the bridge that I used to uncover her past life. "When were you frightened to death before?" I asked. Her answer quickly followed. She had been an 11-year-old boy who had fallen from a rowboat into a lake. The currents carried the boat away from him, and they carried him farther and farther from the shore. He finally became too fatigued to swim any longer. Nobody was around to hear his cries for help. He drowned, gasping and swallowing the lake's water. Stacy's breathing was raspy and rapid, but when the boy's consciousness floated above his body and above the lake and the clouds, it completely changed. She could inhale so freely and deeply now, with no difficulty at all. As I awakened her, her breathing remained relaxed, and it continued to be so even as the audience asked her questions about her experiences as the choking girl and the drowning boy. She had a strong feeling that her respiratory problems would not resurface. The microphone-holding speech therapist had also noticed the remarkable changes. Clavicular breathing, she had observed, had become diaphragmatic. The surgeon agreed. Past life outcomes shed light on present-day phobias and conditions. Once those are remembered, similar situations will never frighten you to death anymore. Renata's story, below, provides more support of this concept. From fear to fulfillment. I had memories of a previous life from a very early age, and I realized instinctively that it was not wise to discuss such experiences with anyone. I was born in Italy in 1952, and I lived in a seaside town. My mother used to take me to a beach that was reached by passing through a strange concrete construction. We had to go up some narrow stairs, walk along an elevated large sort of corridor, and go down the other side onto the beach. The sides of this corridor had a parapet, above which was some barbed wire to prevent people from reaching more industrial constructions at a much lower level. I can't give a precise description of this place because I was too young. It was a sort of electric plant. Many years later, I asked my mother when it was demolished and she told me that it was in 1954, which means I was only 2 years old when I saw it. Every time we passed there, I felt in a strange state. I was very uneasy, yet at the same time I was somehow eager to go as the feeling was so intense and mesmerizing. The heat was great in summer because the sun fell directly on the concrete. When I passed there, I had a kind of film playing in my mind, images of a woman and a man running in the direction of the beach, she in front, the man behind at a short distance. She was dressed in dark colors and had long, curled hair. I knew they were running toward the seashore, escaping something, and that they were in serious danger. Somehow, and I can't explain how a girl less than 2 years old could know this, I was that woman and the place was North Africa. I also had recurring dreams or, rather, nightmares. One was of a gray sea and a wave that suddenly rose and submerged me. Sometimes I was on the beach, sometimes I was near the concrete pier, but the feeling was always of total panic, and I would wake up. The nightmares were still recurring when I was a teenager and, little by little, more details appeared, the landscape of a bleak beach, men in dark uniforms chasing us with guns, both me and my companion entering the water. I swam under to find protection from the bullets, but the waves became higher and pressed my head against the bottom of the pier until no space was left for me to breathe, and I drowned. I had a curious problem with my clothes. My mother sewed many of my clothes, not only because she had studied dressmaking but also because I needed long zippers that no ready-made dresses had. If I wore a sweater, she had to help me by passing it over my head, keeping the collar far away from my face. Once, we went to a dressmaker, and my mother forgot to tell her of my problem. When the lady passed the dress over my head, I panicked and started crying and moving my arms frantically, unable to breathe. I used to go to the seaside in summer, and although I had learned to swim, I was always wary when lying on the sand, because I had the illogical fear that a wave might suddenly come up and submerge me. For this reason, I never lay with my back to the sea. On one occasion, when I was approximately 18, I was lying closer to the sea than I normally did, and a much longer wave reached the towel of a friend. She laughed. I was frozen with terror. At 19, I enrolled at the university. One day, during the lunch break, I was in the large faculty library. It was November and the weather was unusually mild, so the windows were open. The tables were very large, with the dark surface covered by a sheet of glass that reflected the images. Suddenly, while my mind was elsewhere and I was lulled by the gentle noise of the fans in the background, looking at my notes and books on the table, I glimpsed the reflection of my face, but it was not my face anymore, at least not the one I knew. It was me, but I was someone else. There was, again, this young woman in her late 20s or early 30s, with long, curled hair and dark eyes. The room was different, much smaller, and with a large fan turning. There was a friendly French police officer speaking to me. He told us that we had to run away because the Gestapo had discovered our names. Then I had a more detailed flashback of the beach, our fear, and our death. This experience was strong and took me totally by surprise. One early September after that, I went to visit a friend at the seaside. For some reason I didn't take my clothes off on that occasion, and we started to walk along the water line of the beach, chatting and laughing. The sea is shallow in that part of Italy, and the long beach is divided, from time to time, by tiny constructions of rocks, like mini piers. I was walking there, joking with my friend. I had just come back from some congresses where I had presented 2 papers and I was telling her how happy I was that they had been received so well. I felt light and enthusiastic. Suddenly, we reached one of these rocky constructions that, to be passed, required that we walk into the sea with the water reaching our ankles or shins. When I reached the farthest point of this construction, my body stopped working, I had no control over it, and my mind was filled with silent panic. I couldn't proceed, I was stuck and unable to speak. Later on, my friend told me that I was as white as a ghost. She came to me and took me slowly back to a rock nearby, where I sat down for a while. The first words I could say were, "So it's all true." Obviously, she didn't understand, and I had to explain. For a few years, I had tried to cut off the idea of reincarnation and pretend that all that had happened to me in the past didn't have any specific meaning and was nothing. That experience hit me. I think that what triggered it was the fact that I was fully dressed and not in a swimsuit. The rocks, even if protruding for only a couple of meters into the water, were enough to recall a much bigger and more frightening pier. The experience was so intense and so unexpected, so out of the blue, that I went back to pick up all my old books on reincarnation, bought more, and started reading again. These experiences have formed and directed my entire life in one way or another. I have dedicated my personal and academic research to the themes of reincarnation, symbolism, and the journeys to the other world. My PhD itself was based on the study of a medieval journey to the other world, and I started to read books about hypnotic regressions and try techniques with some like-minded friends. I qualified as a hypnotherapist and studied more advanced techniques that can be applied in past life regressions, and for a few years now I have run a private practice of hypnotherapy in London. Although I deal with all sorts of problems that hypnotherapy can help to solve, I am happy to say that past life regressions are among the most common techniques I use with my clients. Renata Renata's memories, which were so powerful and persistent, pushed her to dedicate her work and her life to helping others using past life regressions. She knew that her experiences were real. She vividly felt the fear and paralysis that past life traumas could cause in the present, and she is helping many people to overcome and release similar symptoms. Of course, not all regressions are the result of using hypnotic techniques. Renata experienced flashbacks and glimpses when she was near or in the water, through recurring dreams, and even in the faculty library, where she observed her face from her prior lifetime. Her subconscious mind was giving her the information and tools to heal her in the present and, additionally, to steer her toward her soul's work. Renata had the wisdom and the courage to respond to her mind's urgings. I too had to overcome old belief systems, skepticism, and left-brain conditioning to dedicate my work and my life to help people in the very same way as Renata. I have been so fortunate and so blessed to find this path. Judith, in the final story of this chapter, was also a self-described left-brained and skeptical person. Even with her doubts, she remained accepting and curious, and she was able to have a wonderfully healing and intuitive experience at a workshop. This incident helped her achieve not only the elimination of a physical symptom that had long troubled her but also a greater emotional understanding that has forever changed her life. There is no need to judge. I consider myself to be primarily a left-brained and skeptical person. I've been trained as a scientist and veterinarian and had been in practice for over 11 years when I attended my first Weiss seminar. A friend of mine and I had read many lives, many masters, and we were so excited that he was coming to Fort Lauderdale that we got our tickets 9 months in advance and counted down the days. We were both impressed that a well-respected and well-trained doctor had made such an incredible discovery, and we knew that he had faced ridicule and scorn from his fellow scientists and physicians by coming forward with this mystical technique to rapidly solve unexplained pains, complicated phobias, and hang-ups. I had ordered Dr. Weiss's CDs soon after reading several of his books. While listening to Through Time into Healing one night, I had a completely unexpected and vivid vision of a woman looking into a gilt-framed mirror. Her face was long and thin, white, and European in appearance, and I had the impression of late 1700s style clothing and headdress. Her curly, reddish-brown hair framed her face. In the next flash of vision, my hand was trailing along a curved wall, like a tower, and I just knew that I was in a formal garden. I came out of the trance, completely amazed that I, who don't even remember my dreams, could have had such an experience. The day of Brian Weiss's seminar finally arrived, and my friend and her husband met me early at the convention center. We were excited to see Dr. Weiss in person, and we had great seats in the second row. We were amused by the number of people who had brought blankets, pillows, and yoga mats. Turns out, they were the smart ones. During the first morning regression, an incredible thing happened. At first, I saw nothing significant during the lifetime. When asked about the death scene, I felt the blade of the guillotine and observed a head rolling into a hateful crowd. The head came to a stop, and I experienced in first person, as if I were the head, a 30-something, dark-haired woman leaning over the head, jeering and yelling insults at it. Quite separate from my thoughts, as I was engaged in the scene, I heard a message: "You know what it's like to be judged." I awoke out of the trance, and the chronic neck pain that I had suffered for over 4 long years was instantly gone. Afraid to believe it, I kept rolling my neck and bending it every way. No more pain. After the break, we chose a person we did not know personally and exchanged personal items. I chose a woman in a seat close to me. She held my cell phone, I held her ring. During this exercise, Dr. Weiss instructed us not to filter the images that we might receive. My only distinct vision was that of the triangular window of a small speedboat, the type that is on the side of the windshield. I had a bare impression of a lake, with mountains and forest in the background. We came out of the trance, and I told her what I had experienced. She listened and said that it really didn't apply to her, but her aunt, who was visiting from up north and who was about 4 seats away from us, lived on a lake surrounded by mountains and forests, and she had a small speedboat. My partner then told me that almost the instant she was into the trance, she had an almost overpowering scent of facial soap, not unpleasant, but very strong. She said that she kept seeing this white bird soaring around. Her aunt overheard her and said that she had had the exact same experience, an overwhelming scent of soap, so strong that she was sniffing the people around her during the exercise, trying to figure out where it came from. She too kept seeing a white bird floating and soaring around, and she heard the message: "There is no need to judge." Excited about these incredible things that had never happened to a studious and often unimaginative person like myself, I took the opportunity to stand up and address the people in the audience as I told them about this experience. I also told them what it meant, which I will reveal in a minute. After I sat down, the 2 women in front of us turned around and said that they had both smelled the powerful scent of soap, and that they kept hearing the message, "Let go, let go." The smell that I had always associated with my paternal grandmother, who had died several years previously, was her Dove facial soap. A week before the seminar, I had been thinking a lot about my life and the things I wanted to change. One of my many flaws is judging others too harshly, without considering facts and on very limited information. I suspect it's rooted in my loving but judgmental Midwestern family, which would teach us children about life around the dinner table by speaking of the kids in other families who had turned to drugs or had gotten pregnant. They would always say, "We're so glad you would never do anything like that. We've got great kids." Of course, they meant to teach about staying away from drugs and premarital sex, but it had the unintended consequence of making us more judgmental, because there was little discussion of compassion for the actual person who turned to drugs or of the circumstances that may have led them down that path. I had also been thinking of my beautiful and loving paternal grandmother, Sally, who was alone in the last years of her life after caring for my grandfather, who eventually died of Alzheimer's disease. She lived alone in a big house and did not get many visitors. I would come once a year to do genealogy research in the tiny town of Mount Olive, Illinois, which had been founded by my father's family and which had a rich history in old newspaper clippings. Each morning, I would rush out of the house to get in as much research as possible before the library closed. I remembered, quite clearly, an incident in which my grandmother, shy and sad, had said to me, "Of course you wouldn't want to spend the morning with an old lady like me." I had hugged her and told her that it was my last day there, that the library would be open, so I had to go, but that I would see her that night. I have always regretted that choice. I could have learned just as much about our family history by listening to my grandma, and I worried that she thought I didn't love her. I know that Grandma used this seminar to tell me to let it go, and that someone was giving me a very good lesson about not judging others. My life has changed dramatically since the seminar. I have a terrific story to relate to others, but more important, it stimulates interest in a subject of which most people are not even aware. Past life therapy changed the way I think about others, made me a more loving person, stopped my terrible neck pain, and gave me the tools to help and teach others that the most important lesson that we can learn on this earth is how to love each other unconditionally. Judith Oliver: judging others and judging ourselves are negative and even harmful actions, often leading to great pain and discomfort. Judith eventually learned the ultimate lesson, that of unconditional love. We keep incarnating to learn this great truth in all its manifestations. We see so much in Judith's story. A person can be scientifically trained, logical, and skeptical, and still have rich, life-transforming experiences. Just keep an open mind to the possibilities. Consciousness does not end with the death of the physical body. Judith was not in her severed head in the guillotine scene. Her consciousness was hovering above and around it, observing the people near her and the actions of the dark-haired woman. She received spiritual instruction even as she experienced the mob and its hatred. The lesson about judging others and allowing yourself to be judged transcended lifetimes. As a bonus, remembering the guillotine trauma instantly healed Judith's chronic neck pain in her present life. Throughout time, we will meet with our loved ones again and again, either on the other side or back here in the physical state. Judith's grandmother seemed to be present, her soapy scent perceived by many people at the workshop, reminding Judith of her love and of the lesson to let go of judgment and of guilt. In the end, only love is real. 5. Healing physical symptoms and illnesses. Having past life experiences often allows people to discard more than their fears. Physical symptoms or disease can disappear as well. Such events point again toward the validation of the concept of past lives, because imagination and fantasy do not cure chronic illnesses. Physical healings can be dramatic and rapid, permitting the patients to throw open the jail doors of disabilities and leave behind the constricting conditions that have been robbing their lives of joy. They are healthy again, mobile again, free again. And a healthier body allows more energy, more time, and more opportunity to accomplish the tasks that we were sent here to do. The body and the mind are interconnected. What heals one often heals the other. Stress can bring about physical disease as well as emotional illness. Remembering the past life trauma or event that has resulted in a current life physical symptom is often enough the cure. A deeper spiritual awareness inevitably accompanies the physical healing. If a wound to a past life body has resulted in a similar symptom in the present life body, the connecting consciousness, or soul, must be the bridge between the two. And we are that connecting consciousness, reaching across the years to manifest once again in physical form. The soul itself is never harmed, because its nature is spiritual and eternal. But the pain and disability of physical illness can cause great suffering and can hamper the soul's progress during the incarnation. Past life regression therapy can help people get rid of pain, breathe normally again, regain impaired or lost physical function and energy, and heal their hearts and other organs. Here are some fascinating cases of people who were able to regain their health by remembering the past life causes, and other origins, of their current life symptoms. Badge of Honor. The very first regression that I ever conducted proved to be quite meaningful. It took place at Omega in the summer of 2006. The client was an attractive woman in her early 30s, with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She had sought me out, saying that she would appreciate it if I practiced performing a regression on her. After issuing a caveat of no promises, I agreed to do it that afternoon. She lay down on some pillows, and the regression took place on the floor in the big meeting room. Many others were in the room, practicing, performing, and receiving regressions. It was, to say the least, very loud in there. The woman was single but had a long-standing relationship with her boyfriend. She had read many lives, many masters, although she did not know what to expect as far as the regression was concerned. I didn't know what to expect either. Her life in New York City seemed to be going pretty well. She did have one physical complaint, a back pain that she had had for most of her life. An accurate diagnosis of the cause of the pain had never been made. I wrote that down, making a mental note that it might be significant for the regression. Though I had not met or studied with Brian and Carol previously, I did have an essential grasp of how they conducted regressions. I had read all of Brian's books to that time and had listened to a number of his regression CDs. I still needed to read from the script with which I was provided in the class, in order to stay on track, direct, and respond appropriately. Yet I was not nervous. Perhaps this was because I had been a psychotherapist for a long time by then. I guess you could say I took to regression like a duck to water. It came quite naturally to me, and I enjoyed the process. As I started to deepen the client for the third time, I began to see signs that she was very deep already. All of the muscles in her face were relaxed, and the muscles in her body seemed to be as well. Soon, she had a beautiful remembrance of a birthday that she had as a young girl. She remembered her party, her friends who had come, and all of the gifts that she received. She couldn't get over how young and attractive her parents were. I let her linger there, drink it all in, as it were, and then began to take her back in time to another life and to an important memory that was waiting for her. Her eyes began to dart from side to side rapidly beneath their lids. I knew that was a sign that she was beginning to see things. She found herself in a wooded area, a deep forest. Looking down, she saw that she was wearing moccasins and carrying a bow. A quiver of arrows hung on her back, and she wore a deerskin breechcloth. She was a handsome young Native American male, and he was hunting. She began to mix expressions of how beautiful the woods were with statements of concern about being there. She was nervous, for it wasn't safe. I asked why, and she replied that there were two tribes fighting for the rights to the hunting ground, and that braves from both tribes had been killed in those woods because of this ongoing battle. She had spotted a deer and was about to draw her arrow when she suddenly felt another arrow strike her hard in the back. She fell to the ground. An Indian brave from the other tribe had shot her. Petrified with fear and in excruciating pain, she was on the ground, anticipating his approach. Her level of distress and perceived pain were palpable and so great that I performed my first ever float above technique. It worked. As she began to float above and observe the scene, she became significantly calmer, and she began to describe what was happening below. The Indian who had shot her was now approaching with a tomahawk to kill her. Though she was now feeling no pain and reflecting a sense of detachment from what she was seeing, her breathing was still somewhat shallow and rapid, and her face began to show tremendous fear as he came closer. "He's going to finish me off with the tomahawk," she cried. To her amazement, as the other man lifted it to strike her, he changed his mind and slipped the weapon in its sheath. He bent down, lifted her up, and threw her over his shoulder. "He's taking me back to his village, maybe to torture me or kill me there. Perhaps he wants to mock me, or make some kind of example of me, or hold me hostage," she said. The attacker carried the wounded brave into his village, described as a circle of about 20 teepees with a large common area in the middle. He brought her to the tribe's medicine man. As the village healer began to carefully remove the arrow and apply some kind of herb poultice on the wound, the chief of the tribe approached. He was not pleased. "Why have you brought this brave to our village? He should have been left dead in the woods as an example to the others who would steal our hunting ground," the chief said in anger. The young brave replied that these same Indians had long been at peace with their tribe, and that they should not be killing their brothers over hunting ground. He said he would not kill them, and that they should kill them no more. The chief was furious, and he asked the medicine man to finish off the wounded brave. "I don't kill my brothers, I heal them," the medicine man answered as he began to wrap and cover the wound. "This brave is right. We should not kill our brothers, but make peace." I moved the client forward to the next important event. "It has been a few days, and I am well enough to walk. Several braves are walking with me to my village, on the bank of the river," she said. Their party was well received as the wounded brave explained what had happened and why they were there together, to make peace between the tribes. The chief of that tribe was visibly moved and thankful for the safe return of this brave. "Yes, this is good," he said. "For too long, too many of our braves have died for this hunting ground. In the past, we have shared this ground. We will share it again. We will smoke the peace pipe and make war no more with our brothers." The treaty was agreed upon, the killing stopped, and the land was shared. The wounded brave made a complete recovery and lived a long life, during which he was somewhat revered as the instrument of peace that he had become. His passing was a calm one, surrounded by his family and friends. I asked the woman to identify the lessons of that lifetime. She seemed to be crying tears of joy. "We had long lived as brothers in this place, helping each other and sharing our lives in many ways. Killing our brothers was wrong. The way of love is the only way. I was an instrument of peace in that life. What a beautiful lesson I lived to tell. I believe that I have been wearing my wounded back like a badge of honor in this life. Somewhere deep inside, I remembered this life and this honor, and I became confused. How were you confused? I wondered aloud. The place where my back hurts in this life is the same place where I was struck with that arrow so long ago. I became proud of that wound and would not let it go. I wore it like a badge of courage and honor, as it brought life and peace to both tribes, she said. Big tears were rolling down her cheeks. I asked if she had learned that lesson, if she could be proud of what she had helped the tribes achieve but now set down this pain, as it no longer served her in this life. Yes, she said. She was ready now. Go ahead, then, find a place to set it down and walk away from it. You don't need it anymore, I directed her. It was something to be very proud of, but it has served its purpose. Let it go. Lay the badge down. Still crying, she described how she laid the badge down on a stump in the forest, near where she was shot, and walked away. I then brought the client out of her trance state, gave her some time to readjust to the room, and asked her to tell me how she felt. She sighed heavily and said that she felt lighter, relieved, and very calm. Then, with a curious tone of awe, she added, "My back doesn't hurt anymore." Not at all. It feels like I really did lay down that badge of honor. I don't hurt anymore. I was equally amazed. Yes, you didn't need it anymore. You realized where it came from and you let it go. Wonderful, I said, wonderful. I would regress 7 others that first week at Omega, but none were more significant or memorable than this first. Michael Brown is a talented and empathic therapist, and he did an excellent job with his first regression. I always stress the importance of the life review because it sets a perspective for the entire lifetime as well as identifies connections to the current life. In this case, the physical healing of the client's chronic back pain was immediate when the causal connection to the arrow wound was discovered. This pattern of healing pain, psychosomatic disorders, and other physical symptoms and illnesses is a classical one, and it is often encountered when doing past life regressions. The life lesson of choosing peace and compassion over war and violence is both common and important. We are here to learn about love, kindness, and cooperation. We must renounce hatred and prejudice and overcome our fears. I would not be surprised if, in a subsequent past life memory or dream, Michael's client were to recognize the warrior who chose to spare her life in that ancient time as someone in her current life. The karmic bond between them is considerable. Such bonds help us to establish soulmate connections. Indigenous cultures often possessed great intuitive wisdom. They understood about balance and harmony, about moderation and simplicity, about caring for nature and the planet. They hunted for food and shelter, but they knew better than to eliminate species and to ruin living environments. They used only what they needed and did not accumulate obsessively or excessively. When we look at these cultures through the lens of past life therapy, a kind of regression archaeology, these noble traits and values consistently emerge. It would benefit us to remember our roots. In indigenous societies, shamans and other healers used natural substances to treat their people. As organized religions gained control, such healing practices became very dangerous for their practitioners. A 1,000-year inquisition transpired. Valerie's story, which follows, depicts this long and dark nightmare. Inquisition illness. A call from the soul generally comes in one of two ways. For some, it is a knowing that grows into a deep conviction and leads to action. For others, it feels more like a whap on the head or being shaken until your teeth rattle, which serves to wake you up. This is what happened for me when I first read Many Lives, Many Masters. Fully engrossed in the wonderful stories, I came to the end of the book and flipped to the final page, where Brian's address jumped out at me. In that instant, I had a moment of déjà vu, when not only did I clearly see myself in America training with him but also experienced a deep knowing that I had found my soul's purpose in regression work. I suddenly felt sure that this was what I was here to do. It was no small feat to pack up, leave a family, and venture off to the other side of the world on my own, but soul calls cannot be ignored. I can still remember the amazement of some of the other participants at his professional training in Rhinebeck, New York. "You've come from Australia," they queried in disbelief. Although there were over 100 professionals there from all parts of the world, I had traveled the farthest. During this training, I was to experience a most powerful healing that took me completely by surprise. Brian was conducting stage regressions with selected audience members. How I longed to be one of them, but with so many of us eager to volunteer, he was only able to do a limited number of demonstrations before encouraging us to practice in small groups. Visualize over 100 people in a hall filled to capacity, with small group regressions going on everywhere, and you can imagine the noise level. I was feeling disappointed at not having a personal regression with Brian, and when it was my turn to be regressed, I clearly remember thinking as I lay down on the hard floor, "Yet, like this is really going to work with all this racket going on." I was acutely aware of all the background noise as one of the women in my group led me through the induction process. My mind was wandering to different parts of the hall, hearing snatches of conversation here and there, when suddenly I felt my body jerking and my head turning to glance over my right side. I was to find out later that I had not moved my body at all at that point. In some amazement, I found myself looking down at the wooden wheel of a cart as it was jolting along a cobbled street. At the same time that my subconscious mind was registering this, I was clearly aware of my conscious mind thinking, "Ah, that's why it's jolting, because it's carved out of one solid piece of wood. They couldn't get it perfectly round in those days." It was most bizarre to be experiencing something on one level and understanding it on another, and yet in that moment it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Shortly after, I became aware of an uncomfortable feeling of restriction in my legs, as if they were bound or tied in some way. Afterward, the women in my group told me that I was rubbing my two legs up and down against each other, as though I were trying to free them. Although I was unaware of this at the time, it later made perfect sense. Apparently it was the Inquisition, and I was being taken on a wooden cart to be burned at the stake as a witch, simply for practicing my healing arts. Strangely enough, I wasn't scared, just angry. How dare they punish me, and many others like me, for trying to help people who needed healing. I was frustrated by their stupidity rather than the act of violence itself, and I was aware that this feeling was directed specifically at the men. I have a vague recollection of flames and lots of jeering faces. 10 years later, the details are not as clear, but the experience itself is as vivid now as it was then. The whole experience seemed to last a few minutes. I found out that it had taken almost an hour. The restriction in my legs was indeed because they were bound with rope. What was even more amazing to me was that I had suffered very badly from psoriasis for the last 20 years, particularly on my legs, at the exact place where I had felt the ropes rubbing. In fact, I was so embarrassed about it that I always wore long pants rather than skirts or dresses, because it looked so unsightly. After the regression, my facilitator, a wonderful woman who was also there as a participant, told me that she felt intuitively that my anger with men was linked to the rash on my legs. Thankfully, someone had the presence of mind to suggest taking a photograph of my legs for future reference. I am thrilled to be able to enclose a recent photo, taken some 10 years later, which show my legs almost completely healed. The healing process started immediately after the regression, and it continued until they cleared, about 6 months later. Interestingly enough, I still experience a slight reoccurrence whenever I get stressed, which serves as a timely reminder to let go of any negative emotion surrounding my experience. I am now a regression therapist working from Perth, Western Australia, and seeing many similar experiences in my own clients. Brian's belief that our experiences are held within our cellular memories makes perfect sense when I reflect upon the emotional and physical healing that I, and many of my clients, experience during regression work. Once the memory is released and made conscious, the healing seems to automatically follow in most cases. I have even had a case of spontaneous healing from long-term pain in the breast, despite the fact that the woman I was regressing doubted that her experience was real. She later wrote to me to tell me that, to this day, her symptom has never returned. Valerie Coventry. This is a wonderful account of the power of past life therapy. Valerie's summary is so simply and clearly stated: once the memory is released and made conscious, the healing seems to automatically follow in most cases. Psoriasis can be a very difficult condition to heal, but Valerie was able to accomplish such a feat just by remembering. In her case, she did not need medication, light therapy, or any other treatment. When using past life regression therapy to treat illnesses or symptoms more severe than psoriasis, conventional treatments can be continued while the client is experiencing the regressions. This is the essence of complementary medicine, the use of simultaneous therapeutic modalities. It does not matter which technique is the more effective one, as long as the cure is achieved. Valerie's regression demonstrates other features of a classical and real past life experience, in addition to the remission of symptoms. Her sense of time distortion, an hour seemed like a few minutes, is a sign of reaching a deep level of relaxation and concentration. At this level, fears can be dissolved, and physical and/or emotional healing can be obtained. Ambient noise did not interfere, for her subconscious mind recognized the opportunity for healing and disregarded distractions. You do not need a sensory deprivation chamber to reach this deep, altered state. Also, her conscious mind was observing and commenting at the same time that she was experiencing the past life scenes. She understood about the wooden wheel, yet she stayed in the highly focused state. Valerie's case is a good one to reread and contemplate because it genuinely reveals the nuances and essence of past life regression therapy. Ancient allergies. It all began when I was enjoying a bowl of homemade taco soup at a nice local restaurant and began experiencing immediate rhinitis and eye itching. Thinking that I had come into contact with an allergen, I took a Benadryl and left the restaurant. Once I arrived home, my allergic reaction had turned into full anaphylaxis, and I had difficulty breathing. My face was red and swollen, my throat was closing quickly, and I began to panic. An emergency room trip was necessary, and by the time I arrived I was in deep anaphylactic shock and could not breathe. The nurse triaged me into the trauma room, not even stopping to ask me my name, started 2 IVs, called the respiratory technicians to give me breathing treatments, and administered epinephrine. I had all sorts of doctors and nurses at my bedside. Once I received the treatment, I became well fairly quickly. This was so frightening because I did not know what had caused the near-death reaction, but, as a nurse, I knew that due to the timing it had to have been something that I ingested. The next day, I returned to the restaurant and spoke directly with the chef, who was very helpful. He handed me individual baggies of the spices that he used in the taco soup, which I took to the allergist for skin testing. I had such a violent reaction to the cumin during the test that the allergist had to administer epinephrine in his office. He stated that he had never seen such a reaction to a spice. The allergist sent me to a research center in the hopes that they could figure out the severe reaction to cumin. After a week's worth of all sorts of poking and prodding, they could not determine what exactly was causing the reaction. They too had never seen anything like it. Over the next 6 years, I had some 5 anaphylactic reactions in different cities and from eating different foods that the waiters or chefs promised did not have cumin but that actually ended up containing it in the flour or as one of the spices. This was verified after I had to be admitted to the emergency room. Truly, this was life-threatening. And even more troubling was the fact that cumin can be hidden in any prepared food or any type of spice. As a result, I began living on salad and ice cream. Meanwhile, I was so determined to do something to help myself that I contacted nutrition experts and allergists and emailed anyone and everyone that I could. I even thought that my anaphylaxis might be due to my breast implants, and I read volumes on the immune response to silicone. I had the implants removed, thinking it would be worth the chance if it helped. Unfortunately, shortly after I underwent surgery to have them removed, I experienced another anaphylactic reaction to food that, unbeknownst to the chef, contained cumin. Desperate for any type of alternative treatment, I turned on the television one day and saw Dr. Weiss as a guest speaker on the Oprah Winfrey Show. As he talked, for some strange reason my ears perked up and I listened. Something just spoke to me, and I looked up past life regression on the internet. I purchased 2 of Dr. Weiss's books and read more about this phenomenon. Another year or 2 went by, and I located a seminar in Chicago at which Dr. Weiss was going to speak. My daughter and I flew to Chicago, but after attending 3 past life regression sessions with Dr. Weiss, nothing happened. The last session at this seminar was channeling with O'Brien. At the time, I did not even know what the word channeling meant, but as we had 2 hours before our plane left to fly home, we went to this session. My daughter was chosen to pose a question to O'Brien. When she inquired about my anaphylactic reactions to cumin, he replied, "Oh, I know, and she is also allergic to 2 other spices." My daughter asked how we could treat it, and O'Brien replied that I would need past life regression because I had been killed by this spice, unintentionally, in 2 past lives. I was shocked. I was able to locate a woman in Houston, Texas, who could help me work through a past life experience. In one former life, I was about 5 months pregnant and feeling very nauseated. My neighbor tried to help with my symptoms, offering me some spice and water. I remember that my dress was white, the bed was made of wood, and the house was a log cabin with dirt floors. It was probably sometime in the 19th century. I was in my early 20s, and we were the only 2 who were home at the time. The woman made a mistake and put too much cumin in the water to try to settle my stomach, and it resulted in my death. I felt so guilty that I had killed my baby inside me that I cried. The past life regressionist asked me to locate the baby's soul, but I could not. I realized then that I was not really pregnant, as I had thought. It was a tumor, but back in those days there were no tests to determine this, and because my abdomen was getting bigger I had assumed I was pregnant. Once I knew that I was not responsible for ending the life of my baby and that indeed it was a tumor, I felt fine. I went back to the allergist for a follow-up skin test with cumin, and this time it was negative. Every single previous skin test had been positive. In fact, he had me get some Mexican food with cumin and eat it in his office while his nurse was personally assigned to observe me. There was no reaction. This was amazing. I felt like I had a life again. Indeed, discovering my past life gave me my present life back. Sandy, not being too familiar with cumin myself, I did some research after reading Sandy's story and learned that it is one of the oldest and most widespread spices. Although commonly used in chili powder and curry, it is, as Sandy knows all too well, found in a number of unexpected places: cheese, bread, liquor, medicine, and perfume. In South Asia, the tea made from cumin seeds is a traditional remedy for gastrointestinal problems and indigestion, and morning sickness. Sandy in the 19th century, who believed herself to be pregnant and who suffered from stomach pain, was given cumin tea for exactly these reasons, but Sandy from the 21st century had no idea such practices even existed. Trust the process. Sandy did indeed need to remember a specific past life in order to cure her severe cumin allergy. She flew to Chicago, but the therapist who would eventually orchestrate the healing was in Houston, Texas. To get there, she had to turn on her television and find me on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Then she had to fly to Chicago, try 3 group regressions, coincidentally drop into the channeling session later that weekend, and have her daughter picked to ask a question, which confirmed the past life causation. She went to Houston and learned the specific details. The life-threatening allergy disappeared, even to a direct challenge in the doctor's office. There is a wise, loving, and infinitely compassionate intelligence guiding all our lives, all the time. Our deep intuitive wisdom can access this process, can discern the direction, and can be in contact with the divine. In a past life memory that took place in Norway several hundred years ago, Margaret fell off a plow. She had never been there in her present life, but she knew it was Norway. She fell backward onto her upper shoulders and neck, at the place where they meet at the back of the head. Her shoulder and neck pain in this life, which was severe and disabling, had disappeared by the next day. Natalia remembered a past life as a child in Europe centuries ago, one in which she had to hide her psychic abilities, healing skills, and knowledge of herbs. Her family members were also forced to conceal their talents, for they would be killed if the authorities discovered them. Years later, as a young woman in that same life, she spoke out and was burned at the stake, confirming the dangers of going public at that time. In a connected past life, she was killed on the rack for being a witch, merely for healing with herbs. In her present life, Natalia's significant joint pain improved after these 2 memories. I received a message from an Australian woman telling me that she had been afflicted with severe arthritis in her hands for over a decade. She was resigned to living with the pain. After attending my workshop in Brisbane in 2011, she had no pain in her hands, nothing. The healing, she said, had been powerful and intense. Another person who had also attended the very same event in Brisbane wrote in with her own story of healing. As a Hindu, she had learned about reincarnation early on. However, she had never known that meditation and past life regression could actually heal. This woman had suffered from asthma since childhood and daily relied on her inhaler. A month after the workshop, she had recovered from this ongoing illness. Quieting the mind and opening the doors to the past can literally help us to breathe easier. People who remember past life memories or have spiritual experiences are often able to heal or to greatly ameliorate acute and chronic physical ailments, including arthritis, migraines, asthma, uncontrolled bleeding, severe pain, joint problems, and even ocular stroke. The people who have written the following 4 stories come from incredibly divergent backgrounds and cultures, yet their stories are strikingly similar. Healing mind and body. I have read all of your books, and they changed my life. Around 2003, I was on a faith breakdown because of many things that happened. One day, my mother's co-worker gave her your first book, saying that she might find it life-changing, and he was right. We both read it, and I believe that she and I grew in every respect. I had an accident in 1998 that almost killed me. I was close to losing my left leg. For a long time, I asked myself why it happened. I saw myself in a past life in which I died very young because of an accident that severed my left leg. I lived in a beautiful hacienda-style house. I knew the people around me. My mom was my older sister, and my cousin was the middle sister. Also, my grandmother was our mom. I believe that is why we are so close and loving to each other. I saw how I died. I saw all the preparations that were made for the funeral. Later, I found out that what I had seen was traditional for wealthy families in Spain around the year 1800. After my meditations, I realized that having deep scars from the accident in this lifetime was not the worst thing that could happen. It has helped me deal with the pain to a point that it does not bother me anymore. On another occasion, I saw myself as a young lady in a big, castle-like house. I had a sister that I recognize as my oldest cousin. I knew my dad. He is my father in this life. He was a powerful person. I had a fixed marriage with the man who is now my husband. I felt as happy as I am now. At first, I couldn't make any sense of it. Later, I was told that it was a response to a question I had had for a long time. It was true. I always asked myself if I had made a good decision getting married. Since then, I don't feel that insecurity. I went to your Orlando workshop in 2010 with my mom and cousin, who flew from another country to be there. That day, I had the occasion to permanently get rid of a pain in my left hip that had been bothering me for months. Since then, I have practiced the meditations every time I can, and they have helped me with the arthritis in my left knee. Jessica's faith breakdown has been reversed because of her courage, her motivation to help herself, and the therapeutic power of her regressions. She has not only been healing her left leg and hip but also uncovering past life connections to many family members. Her private questions were being answered, her doubts and insecurities were being resolved. Physical issues were repaired through regressions in the case of Maria's client as well. Migraine memories. I am a social worker who has been doing hypnotherapy and past life regressions in my private practice work since I attended one of the week-long Omega trainings in 2001. I am passionate about opening people to the existence of the afterlife and to their immortal souls. In addition to individual sessions, I do workshops and local TV and radio shows to let people know about our work. I always use this story as an example of healing through past lives. David was a 35-year-old man who came to see me as a last resort. He had been suffering with severe migraines since the age of 22, when he joined the Navy. He had tried conventional medical treatments, to no avail. The migraines affected his schooling, his jobs, as he lost time at work and would ultimately lose the job, and his career. We uncovered 3 past lives in which he died from a blow to the head. In the most significant one, he was in the Navy during the Spanish-American War. He had served on a ship in the Caribbean, shoveling coal. When he was 22 years old, his co-worker accidentally hit him in the head with the shovel, leaving him paralyzed and in a wheelchair. He was discharged and lived another year in excruciating pain and depression, until his death. David's migraines improved significantly after the regression, and they have become more manageable. Each area of the head where his migraines occurred in this life corresponded to one of the 3 blows that he had suffered in past lives. Maria Castillo migraine headaches have plagued mankind for millennia. Although effective new medicines have been developed, all medications cause side effects. Remembering past lives is non-invasive and has no side effects. It allows migraines to be alleviated while spiritual insights and wisdom are being achieved. David has greatly benefited from this approach. Dr. K.C. Weiss, who shares his story with us next, did not perform past life regressions on his patients, as Maria did. Instead, he used all the tools in his arsenal as a surgeon here in the physical plane to help heal them and then asked the heavenly realms for a consultation. There is so much more to these miracles than modern medicine can even begin to explain. Guardian Angels. My daughter is a clinical psychologist from India who has trained in the United States. She has read your books, as have I. Once, she told me about guardian angels. In case of difficult situations, we in India call on God and others, such as Hanumanji, Balaji, and Ganeshji, to come and rescue us. I would like to share one experience that I had with these angels. I was operating on a gallbladder case. After I removed it, there was torrential bleeding from the liver bed, where the gallbladder is attached. Within a minute, the patient lost 500 milliliters of blood. I packed the bed. Only 1 unit of blood was available. I could not know the source of the bleeding, so I packed and prayed. I invited the guardian angels to help and rescue the patient. She was moved to the ICU, where her situation was managed. After 72 hours, I took the patient for a laparotomy to remove the pack. With all precautions, I reopened the abdomen and took the pack out, and the bleeding occurred once more. I repacked and prayed for the angels, calling to them for assistance. To my surprise, the bleeding stopped. The area became absolutely dry, as if no bleeding had ever occurred. To this day, I do not know the source of the bleeding. The patient survived, thanks to the guardian angels. I had another case in which I operated on an elderly male for a bleeding duodenal ulcer, performing a laparotomy and duodenotomy to ligate the bleeding vessel. On the 5th day, it leaked. This would normally lead to a duodenal fistula with high output fluid loss and death. In the night and on the next morning, I prayed to Almighty and asked him to come and seal it or else put his thumb there. It was done. There was no leak, and the patient was later discharged. He is alive today. Prayers are heard. The whole universe conspires for the well-being of the patient. K.C. Weiss grace is the intervention, the reaching down from heaven to earth, by a wise and loving divine force in order to help us in some way. Is this force what we call God? Perhaps all energies and manifestations, people, animals, plants, rocks, anything in physical form, come from one supreme source, whether you call this source God, a higher power, or any other name. And so we are all born from the divine, for the divine is in every atom of our being. Can angels reach down to? Perhaps all higher beings are intermediaries from God to earth and are all manifestations of the source energy. If angels are the children of God, then we are the grandchildren. To approach everybody and everything with compassion and caring concern is to recognize the common divinity that we all share. Another remarkable case of a physical healing is presented by Miriam. Perfect vision. I had an ocular stroke in my left eye approximately 4 years ago. I was, at that time, driving back and forth between my home in Stuart, Florida, and my daughter's home in Port St. Lucie. My daughter is a full-time attorney who had just given birth to her first child, and Grandma Miriam was the caretaker. We would meet at the courthouse at 8 in the morning, she would give me her baby, and I would care for him all day. It was an ongoing ritual, one that I treasured. However, the stress involved with driving on I-95 so often evidently took a toll on my left eye, which had previously been injured. The prior injury had occurred about 30 years ago, when I was teaching at a high school. I was crossing through the large gymnasium when a basketball hit me in the face. During this same time period, I was involved in a car accident, which also could have added trauma to this eye. I have had quite a bit of trouble driving on I-95, as the ocular stroke affected my vision so that I saw only large, wavy, gray, horizontal lines going across the left eye. I could not see out of it. When I asked the doctors about my vision, they said there was nothing that could be done. I attended your workshop at the Tampa Convention Center. You had us do an exercise that involved relaxing and getting rid of pain. I returned from Tampa to my home in Stuart that Sunday evening and discovered that I could see out of my left eye. I no longer have the wavy strokes. This eye certainly does not see as well as the right eye, however, driving home from Tampa was a breeze, and I wondered why. Now I know. Miriam, in my workshops, I repeatedly help people reach deep levels of peace and focused concentration. At these depths, fear and illnesses can be dissolved. Body and mind become incredibly relaxed. Healing through past life recall, or by enhanced perspective and understanding, or in other ways, frequently occurs. Sometimes the removal of symptoms is so subtle that the person is not aware until hours later. Miriam had suffered from a constant lack of vision in her left eye for several years until one afternoon at a workshop in Tampa, when she could see again. The eyes are said to be the windows of the soul. A person's eyes may be bursting with wonder and enthusiasm, looking upon each experience as an adventure, seeing everything afresh. This may be one of their first go-rounds here on the earth, and they delight in its spectacles. The eyes of an old soul have seen it all before, and they are vast libraries of time immemorial. You might look into the eyes of an infant, born mere minutes ago, to find that she is 1,000 years old. Their limitless warmth and wisdom belie her true age. And, with a sudden electric jolt, the eyes are often quick to inform us that that stranger is a soul mate, whereas the mind is slower to recognize this truth. Eye contact is actually soul contact. Imagine how much our eyes have seen throughout our incarnations, the horrors, the beauty, the bliss. They have watched as time is traveled, transmuted, transcended. They have surveyed the terrain of every country on every continent, of the slopes of the moon, of the face of God. They have glimpsed enlightenment and perhaps, with each successive lifetime, held its gaze longer and longer. For eternities, they have looked down at our bodies, first this one, now that one, and then another one entirely, knowing that this is not who we are. As we enter the hypnotic state during a regression, we close the eyes, and that is when we begin to see. With all that we have rested our eyes upon in our many returns to human life, it is no wonder that afflictions from a past life can manifest in them. Miriam's sight was restored after participating in an exercise at my workshop, as was my daughter Amy's, whose story concludes this chapter. Sight unseen. As the daughter of Brian Weiss, I have been asked many times about my own regressions and if I have discovered all my past lives. The truth is, although I have been to hundreds of my father's workshops, I rarely have any experiences. Perhaps it's because, to me, that's just Dad up there. Or perhaps it's because I have memories of being 6 or 7 years old, sitting at my brother's baseball games while my father attempted to hypnotize me into clucking like a chicken. In any case, I've come to expect that when participating in one of his group regressions, I will not relive a past life but will probably have a most relaxing nap. Several years ago, I was working at a hospital in Philadelphia that was devoted to the holistic treatment of breast cancer patients. Many of the staff, some of whom were Reiki practitioners, had come to work at the hospital because of its dedication to complementary medicine. Needless to say, if they were not already familiar with my father's work, they were certainly the type of people to be open to it. So on a visit to see my brother and me, my father was kind enough to hold an intimate in-service at the hospital for all its employees. The one workshop where I would be least likely to have any kind of regression experience would be one in a professional setting where I was quite conscious of being surrounded by my co-workers and particularly my bosses. So, of course, that's where it happened. Before I go any further, let me back up and give you a little medical history. When I was 25 years old, I went in for a routine eye exam because I wanted a new pair of glasses and my prescription tends to need tweaking every few years. I was mystified when the technician told me that I had a cataract. I'd always associated those with people who were, I'll try to be tactful here, well over the age of 25. She recommended that I have it looked into immediately. I can remember sitting in the parking lot afterward, calling my parents on my cell phone and saying, I have cataracts. I saw several ophthalmologists, had numerous tests done, and even had state-of-the-art photographs taken of my eyes. All were in agreement, I had cataracts, a few actually, and they were congenital, meaning that I had been born with them. That was puzzling to me. For a completely different concern, I had had extensive testing of my eyes done as a child, and no cataracts had been found then. Surely if I had been born with them, they would have been discovered at that time or at least at some point prior. In any event, over the next few years it seemed that every time I would have my eyes examined, more and more cataracts as well as a variety of other eye issues would pop up. I was told that some of the more severe ones could even result in the permanent loss of my sight. No one was really sure why I had these conditions, and they would gently tease me about being their youngest patient. By that point, I had become a little anxious. What was going to happen to my eyes? Why was it happening so quickly? And why did I seem to suddenly have the eyes of an old man? When my father was conducting the group regression at the hospital that day, he asked the attendees to think about a particular physical illness or symptom and to go back to a past life that would explain it. We had recently been discussing my situation, so I caught his eye and he smiled. That instruction, while certainly relevant for most everyone in the room, had been intended for me. Still, I hardly expected to go back to a past life or see more than a glimpse of one, as I had never done so before despite many years of trying. Much to my surprise, I immediately saw myself as an old man living in the Middle Ages, perhaps in the 14th or 15th century. I knew that I was in the forests of Germany or France. It was difficult to tell, not because I couldn't see it clearly, but because I lived so deep within the woodlands that man-made boundaries were irrelevant. My name was Althremus or Althremus, although I've never been able to verify that a name like that existed. I was around 50 or 60 years old, with a long, worn face and white hair. The small, stone hut in which I lived was circular, with a thatched roof. There was only one room, and it was exceptionally simple yet cozy. In my present life, I've always felt at home in little cottages or rooms that others might find confining. I could see myself venturing out into the woods every day, collecting stones and leaves and herbs and then examining them or placing them around my house. The neighboring townspeople called me a wizard, although I was far from intelligent and hardly in possession of any special powers. In truth, I was developmentally disabled. They simply saw me spending so much time with natural objects and assumed that I must have been using them for magic. They didn't understand. I could not have cared less about people, much less influencing their behavior. I was no more a wizard than a little boy out in the dirt, picking up worms. A more accurate term would have been naturalist. I never went into the town. I lived alone and rarely communicated with other people. My home was the forest, and I was content there. I was a simple man, and nothing pleased me more than being by myself, puttering around in the woods and in my house. This made me smile during the regression, for I recognized that some of these characteristics, although not to such an extreme, had carried over into my present lifetime. But the townspeople, believing that I was up to no good, formed a mob and came storming with their torches into the forest, burning down everything inside and around my house, not just my possessions, although they consisted of little more than my collections of rocks and jars with oddities inside them, but all the forest around me, those beautiful trees, those friends of mine. I had been inside my hut at the time and had been forced to flee from them, running away and leaving my home and my life as I knew it forever. However, before I escaped, the fire had permanently blinded me. I could see the man standing before me and pulling down his lower lids to show me his eyes, which had been covered over in a milky white film. "Oh Althremus," I said inside my mind, overcome with compassion for this man who was so deeply sad and grieving. He was I, of course, but I was seeing him from the 21st century perspective of our soul. The man that I was then was consumed by his psychological pain. He could not understand why other people would purposely cause him such devastation, he who never had contact with them and wanted nothing more than to be left alone. He literally would not hurt a fly, I know this, for he spent his days seeking them out and befriending them. Perhaps he couldn't wrap his mind around it because of his intellectual disabilities, or perhaps because it's simply impossible for a mind to wrap around senseless brutality. As stupid as I may have been then, the villagers were the ones who acted out of ignorance. It wasn't the loss of my home or my sight that so strongly overwhelmed me, it was the knowledge that these townspeople were willing to destroy my life over some ill-conceived witch hunt, some mistaken impression that I was performing sorcery or evil, concepts that I could not even fathom. Even though far worse things happen to people all the time, even now, in this day and age, I was bitterly angry and self-pitying, and clearly not averse to playing the victim. All-Threemus never overcame his feelings of sheer despair. Like quicksand, they engulfed and swallowed him. My heart linked into his and I felt his pain as though it were my own, which, of course, it was, although at the same time it was not. I sat there in the chair in front of all my co-workers, tears streaming down my face as I cried in compassion. It was then that my father asked the group if there were any messages to be learned from the life that we were experiencing. In response, All-Threemus kept pointing at his useless white eyes. Sadness clouds the eyes, he told me. The message's double meaning instantly struck me. A cataract is, of course, a clouding of the lens of the eye. All-Threemus's eyes had physically clouded over as a result of having been burned. My eyes had physically clouded over as a result of having been All-Threemus. He had never let go of that heavy sorrow, not even after he died, not even after he reincarnated into the body that I now inhabit. As a result, I too have allowed it to cloud my vision of what Earth is like, of whether people are good, of whether I am safe, of whether life is painful. Certainly in this lifetime I have had my own share of sadness, as has everyone, which sometimes felt like it would never dissipate. Maybe I had been letting that dark, intractable cloud continue to hang over my head, to obscure my vision, in this life. Maybe my eyes were indeed broken, although not in the way that I'd understood them to be. As meaningful as this connection was at the time, I basically forgot about it. Then, a few years later, I was fortunate enough to get an appointment at Bascom Palmer, a nationally recognized center for ophthalmology. The doctor, a renowned specialist in the field, was able to examine my cataract. This time, however, the description was very different. There's only one cataract, she told me, and it's not congenital at all. It was the result of trauma. She drew a picture of my lens for me on paper, showing me how some unknown traumatic event had damaged my eye. I didn't have to worry, it wouldn't grow anymore because it was a once-in-a-lifetime event, as she put it. She couldn't have had any idea that that lifetime was in the Middle Ages. It wasn't affecting my vision, she added, and it wasn't going to. Sure enough, 6.5 years after my initial diagnosis, when I went for another prescription tweaking eye exam, I was told that I had no cataracts at all. How funny that I had heard so many times that this was something I had been born with, but after remembering a past life in which I was blinded both literally and metaphorically, it had now become the opposite. It seems both impossible and yet perfectly possible that the past life recall may have been responsible for this reversal. Interestingly, when I was becoming certified in hypnosis some 3 years after the regression at the hospital, I learned how to hypnotize myself. One day, I became curious whether I could, in a self-induced trance, revisit All-Threemus and talk to him. So I did. I met with him in his little burnt hut as we sat down and caught up on the past 700 years. I filled him in on everything that he and I had become. I told him how I played the harp, and his face lit up because he knew what a harp, that common medieval instrument, was. I told him how I liked to write. All-Threemus was not intelligent or educated enough to ever know how to read, much less write. He was absolutely beaming, his face bursting with pride as he heard that his future self was literate. But perhaps the most fun and challenging part was telling him how I enjoyed photography as a hobby. It taxed my modern brain to try to explain to him what a camera was and how it worked. He was fascinated by the concept, his expression growing intense as he, This man from the Middle Ages leaned forward in his chair to listen and to imagine what a photograph might possibly be. In this life, I like few things better than being alone out in nature, photographing the birds and flowers, and Al was delighted to know that his love of the woods had lived on and was now actually being recorded for posterity. He and I are still learning how to see the world clearly. It has been a process that has spanned centuries and lifetimes, and it may take even longer. But I think we would both agree that we are ready for the clouds to be lifted from our eyes. Amy Weiss. From the time that she was a baby, Amy could light up a room. Her light was soft and soothing, an inner light, more like a paper lantern than a fiery torch. Her light was gentle compassion, and she always tended to animals and nature. As she gained knowledge, her physical eyes cleared. But the eyes of her heart were always clear and open and, like an eagle's penetrating gaze, could see through deception and hypocrisy to a person's inner core. Our hearts see what our eyes cannot. Nearly 800 years ago, the Zen monk Dogen Zenji wrote, "Approach all things and all beings with a face of kindness." His words were wise and true then, and they remain so now. From the beginning of human history, kindness has been recognized as a supreme virtue. When our hearts open and overflow with benevolence, love, and compassion, mankind reaches its highest potential. Remissions, a simple man, was able to feel and express kindness to everything in his environment, to animals, and to all of nature. He was not distracted by education and intellect. Like a child, he was able to maintain his native innocence until the violent mob robbed him of his joy as well as his sight. To rob people of their happiness and joy is a terrible act. To nurture people and to help them achieve peace, happiness, and the fulfillment of their dreams is a divine one. Amy is the spiritual essence, or soul, connecting her lifetimes. She is not a particular body or mind, rather, she is the continuing and eternal essence. She is immortal, as are we all. And so Remissions, at the end of his lifetime, never really died. Only his body died, but he lived on, reincarnating as Amy later in the 20th century. To recognize ourselves as the soul, not the body, changes how we perceive our deaths as well as the deaths of our loved ones, because we are always being reconnected in spirit and on earth. The next chapter depicts our immortality very clearly and shows how the awareness of eternity can loosen the suffocating grip of grief. 6. Letting go of grief. Grief can be so devastating and painful that it sucks all the joy out of life, making everyday functioning an unbearable burden. It literally takes your breath away. 10 years after the death of my first son, Adam, I learned, in my quiet office as Catherine began to remember her past lives, that we are souls and not just bodies, that we are all eternal and will be reunited with our loved ones. But I did not know these things when Adam died. Adam's unexpected death in 1971, when he was 23 days old, turned out to be a guiding force in my work. I grieved after the death of my father also, but more so upon losing Adam, for the loss of a child is an aberration from the natural order of things. All one's hopes are dashed, the heart is torn. The pain is immeasurable and unspeakable. I know its depths firsthand, so I can empathize completely with others who are going through the process. Since that time I have learned about the continuity of consciousness after the death of the physical body. I have learned that our loved ones live on, that they are simply on the other side, and that we will meet them again and again. When the fear of loss and death is removed, grief ceases to be so suffocating. These 5 stories demonstrate how acquiring spiritual wisdom can heal grief and restore peace and inner calm in our lives. They remind us that love is never lost. Past life memories, prenatal and infancy memories, and mystical experiences are just a few of the ways in which this knowledge can be gained. Perhaps reading the words in this chapter is another. Once the terrible burden of grief is lifted from our shoulders, we feel lighter and more alive again. I have lived this process, and I know the gratitude of being revived. Let these stories breathe life into you, too. A vast explosion of love. My husband, Richard, and I had a stressful marriage and 4 great children. When he retired as an airline pilot, we moved to my home country, South Africa, to the small town of McGregor in the Cape Wilderness. Here, surrounded by mountains and the beauty of the wild veldt, I was looking for something that I grandiosely called, to myself only, the meaning of life. I found the 5 books that Dr. Weiss had written. With joy I read and reread them. There was an immediate resonance. This was truth. This was the all-loving, all-embracing meaning that I had sought. My husband said, "Lee, you are being weird." For a few years afterward, we lived as we had before, not unhappily, but making the best we could of it. I went away for 6 weeks to visit our children, and when I returned, Richard was different. He too had read Brian's books. With delight, we found that we could now talk openly together about anything, and the following months were the happiest that we had ever shared. We were able to say that we loved each other unconditionally for the first time, and we both began the changes that were necessary, but now possible, together. In 2002, we went to France to look after the house of our oldest son, Will, when he and his wife were away. The joyous relationship continued and grew. We went to Andorra, and at dinner in that lovely country beneath the high Pyrenees, we talked of the utter joy that we both felt. Richard said to me, "If I die tonight, Lee, everything is worth it for what we have now." Richard died 2 days later of a massive heart attack. I was with him in the ICU at the hospital. His last words to me were, "I love you forever," and a whispered "We won." Our 2 older sons flew in, and on that midsummer Sunday we held each other and roared our grief, rocking and saying nothing all day but Richard's name. That evening, Will went to walk his dog across the lane, and James, our second son, offered to accompany him. As they passed the gate, I heard Will say, "Dad built these gateposts for me last year," and James clung to one and stayed there. Alone on the patio, I rocked and cried, took a small, shuffling step, and stepped into total peace. I held my breath so as not to break it, but I had to breathe again. The peace remained. Gasping, I whispered to myself, "Oh, Richard, if you were here and I told you about this, I know what you would say. You'd say, 'Lee, you are being weird again.'" At that moment, Richard's arms came around me, and he held me tightly. In only my right ear I heard his voice. He said, "Weird? Lee, you don't know the half of it. It's so wonderful." I turned into a block of ice. Dimly, I felt my sons return. I felt them turn me and sit me in a chair at the patio table. I kept my eyes closed and wished that I could tell them what had happened, but they were both skeptics, and they did not need a mad mother just then. So I simply held their hands. Suddenly, James tore his hand from mine, and as I looked up his face was red and he was shouting. James said, "It's no good. I have to tell you. I'm mad, I'm mad." but when I stood by the gate post, I felt the loveliest peacefulness. As I started to feel so guilty, Dad put his arms around me, and he said, only into my right ear, James, James, it's all right. Everything is exactly as it is meant to be. Before I could say anything, Will flung both arms over his head and said, oh, thank you, God. Thank you, James. I thought I was mad too, and I'd have to give up my job because you can't have mad pilots. It was the same for me. I stood at that fence there and felt such blessed relief and total peace. Then, as I started to feel guilty, Dad's arms held me, a real dad hug, and he said into my right ear, Will, oh Will, everything is as it is meant to be. He told me to open my eyes and look, and I could see through everything, and it was all one, and all love. Then did I tell them what had been my contact. We spent the rest of the night silently, except for Will and James saying once to each other, certainty. The peace held all three of us through the next days, when my youngest son flew back to McGregor with me and helped me establish a routine. Richard spoke then to me, saying, this is necessary, and it will not be for long, but I was back in anguish. My grief was so great that I found myself only able to go on if I carried one of Dr. Weiss's books with me wherever I went, even if it was only to go shopping. I told my sister of what had happened with my sons on the night Richard died. She, who belonged to a fundamentalist religion, told me that I was raising spirits and called me the Witch of Endor, and from then on would no longer speak to me or answer my messages. Nevertheless, I was determined to continue to change, to become the person I was meant to be. Crying most of the time, I began to embrace total honesty and openness, learning not just to be loving but to be love. I walked the veldt alone a lot. On one Sunday morning, I took my 4 dogs for one of our long walks into places where there were no other people at all. These were the times when I started to have strong memories of another, long ago life, which I thought of as interruptions. I tried pushing these thoughts away until one showed me myself sitting at a candlelit dinner, with rose petals on the table. It was during the Middle Ages. I sat beside a much older, very learned man, whom I could not look at for shyness. I was 16 and in love with him. Looking down at the table, I saw his right hand, a gray sleeve falling from his arm as his fingers played with a walnut, rolling it exactly as Richard had always done with coins and other small objects. My heartbeat raced. Whoever this man was, he was Richard. I snapped out of it and steadied myself. All 4 dogs, still on their leashes, suddenly rushed forward up an incline where Richard had often waited for me when we walked together there. The dogs sat down in a semicircle and wagged their tails, and I felt sure that I would find the peace of Richard's presence as I stepped into that space. And I did, for a moment. But totally clearly, I heard Richard say beside me, you were born in the year 1100. I freaked out and turned back, dragging my poor dogs, and with every footstep I yelled aloud, prove it! Prove it! As I ran all the way home. I could not stop this reaction, so I immediately drove to see a friend who, although he did not then accept reincarnation, had been very good to me and had known Richard well. This friend, Monnier, did not believe at the time that dreams mattered either. I found Monnier lying on his bed, one leg bent and the ankle of the other on that knee. He was looking outside to a jacaranda tree in full, gorgeous flower. He gave me no word of greeting as I approached but said only, Lee. I have had the most amazing dream. Still looking out the window, he went on. I dreamed that I was in the most beautiful garden. Green lawns of deep grass, and the flowers, oh, the scent of the flowers. I walked along the grass and then I saw Richard coming toward me. We met. We hugged. He asked me if I would do something for him. Of course, I said. Anything, Richard. Lee will be here later, Richard had said. Will you give her a message from me? Then Monnier sat up on his bed and apologized. Lee, the message is just gibberish. Gibberish. But I did promise Richard. He looked so sadly at me. He said, tell Lee that 900 years ago, I am a big, big dolphin. 30 years before as a fighter pilot, Richard had flown in the RAF with the 19th Squadron, whose emblem, he had been delighted to find, was a dolphin. Upon seeing dolphins for the first time, he had fallen in love with them. Showing me his huge English electric lightning with his name on the side, he had pointed out the dolphin on its tail and proudly said, I am now a dolphin. He later left the RAF to join British Airways, and in the darkness one night I asked him if he missed being a dolphin. We talked then about the threat of nuclear war, and Richard had said that if he survived he would get a message to me, but I must never believe a message came from him unless he used the words I am a dolphin in it. Until Monnier said these words to me again 30 years later, I had completely forgotten this message. For the only time in my life, I fainted. When I came to, I told Monnier everything. And, wonderfully, Monnier soon enough experienced his own regressions and came to embrace the concept of reincarnation. I accepted it all, but I was still in some sort of anguish. My children asked me what I'd do if I could do anything, and I immediately said, I would like to spend 1 hour with Dr. Brian Weiss. Half an hour later, they had arranged for me to have a cabin on the ship where Brian was having a workshop, sailing from New York. It was in the first session with Brian, shining with love and light on the stage, that I found that hypnosis was exactly like planning a conscious dream, and with Brian's gentle, loving voice, I went back to that earlier life in medieval Paris. It had started with that tremendous love affair with the older Richard. That had ended when, at the age of 18, I was forced to become a nun. Richard became a monk, and I was desolately unhappy for the rest of the life. I saw him in a monk's cell, beating his forehead and arms against a stone wall until they bled, yelling my name out loud. If only I, in that life, had known that little fact, my many years of agony as a nun would have found healing. But that life was the opposite of the life I now live. In the Middle Ages, I had no freedom at all. In my present life, I am incredibly free. I was jubilant to experience this regression. To me, this was the colossal change that I needed. It healed the grief that had felt to me like churning glass inside my stomach and heart ever since Richard died. I was blessed beyond anything I could have dreamed. Additionally, I received a short letter from my sister, who had not spoken to me for several years. She was responding to the experience that I had told her about with my sons upon Richard's death. My sister wrote, "This morning in my quiet time with the Lord, He told me that you and your family were given a vast explosion of love, and that I must keep right out of it." She signed it with love. As the years pass now, my life is so very, beautifully, gently, wonderfully different, ever since the first moment I picked up those books. Lee Leach. This story is so touching and so beautiful that I can only urge you to read it again, and to hear and feel Richard's messages as if you were Lee or James or Will. The messages are so true. I say, trust the process, and Richard says, everything is exactly as it is meant to be, but these are the same concepts. While I write that we never die, that our souls or consciousness continue on after the death of our physical bodies, Richard actually comes forward to show us this and to add, you don't know the half of it. It's so wonderful. Lee's regression to 900 years ago was merely the final validation, and she was now able to understand completely and to feel perfect peace. Her grief was healed. In the 1980s, when I was chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami Beach, I often meditated prior to driving home in the evening after work. One time, as I began the trip home on a beautiful early winter night, I observed a perfect sliver of moon hanging low in the western sky. A softly scented sea breeze blew in through the car's open windows. A feeling of deep peacefulness filled my awareness. At that moment, a shift in my perceptions occurred abruptly, like a combination lock suddenly opening when all the tumblers are aligned. Solid objects had a golden light around them and no longer seemed so solid. I could almost see through their newly acquired transparency. The feeling of peacefulness expanded. I knew that everything was perfect, there were no accidents, and there was no need to ever worry or fear. A gentle voice then whispered to me, everything is as it is meant to be. Everything is perfect as it is. I understand how far from perfect things seem to be on the physical level. Violence, accidents, illnesses, and other traumas seem to happen haphazardly, unpredictably, and constantly. Lives can appear ruined in an instant. It is only at the cosmic level that everything is perfect and as it is meant to be. Physical life is like a stage play where unforeseen script changes occur all the time, and chaos reigns on the stage. When the actors go behind the curtain, the commotion of the play ends. The actors take off their masks. They resume their permanent identities and lives, no longer the characters that they are temporarily portraying. Our current bodies are the stage characters, our souls the enduring actors. While on stage during the play, the characters can experience terrible misfortune, even death. But the actors are never harmed. In the context of our own immortality, in the eternity that transcends all time, everything is exactly as it is meant to be. A mother's embrace. A few years ago, I was in one of your seminars on a cruise to Alaska. In one session, you led a group regression in which you had us go back and relive our birth. I went back, felt myself in the womb and being delivered, and then the most amazing thing happened. I re-experienced being placed in my mother's arms for the first time. You see, my parents died 5 months apart from each other, when I was 8 years old. Because of the trauma of that, I have no memories of my mother. That day during the regression, you gave me back a very special memory. As you were talking the group through, I recall the thought, boy, that doctor is kind of cute, and then I was in my mother's arms and she was looking down at me, smiling. At that point you led the group on to a past life, but I thought, there is no way I am leaving her. I have not been with my mother for 43 years, and I am going to stay right here and enjoy this. And that is exactly what I did until you brought the group out of the regression. Before that experience I was a fairly well-functioning adult, but since then I have carried an extra glow in my heart that has translated into a calmness and confidence that wasn't there before. It is along the same lines of a small child, doubtful of her ability, who blossoms after the mother gives assurance of her love and support. Yesterday was my mother's birthday, she would have been 84. While I wasn't able to call her on the phone, I did communicate with her through a dream, and I give credit for that to the regression as well. The connection I made that day has left a little porthole open to the other side that I can access whenever I need my mom, and I am in gratitude forever for this amazing gift. Patricia Cups. I am so blessed to be able to help people have these experiences. Prenatal and early infant memories have been validated over and over again by parents and others. These are real and accurate recollections. It is not difficult to retrieve these very early memories. I first help the person reach a deep level of concentration and relaxation. Then we go backward in time, back through adolescence, through childhood, and all the way to infancy and in utero states. I count in reverse from 5 to 1 as an image, a scene, a smell, or an event comes into focus in the person's mind. At first, the image may seem more like a snapshot or photo, although sometimes it may appear more like a movie. Sometimes there is no image but rather a feeling, a knowing. As I deepen the level even more, the scene, often accompanied by sensations, feelings, and emotions, becomes even clearer. We have arrived, and the wonderful reunions and memories remind us that love never ends, that our loved ones are alive in our pasts yet also in our futures. On those cold Alaskan waters a miracle was unfolding, even though I did not know it at the time. Patricia's life was forever changed. The grief that she had been carrying for 43 years was dissolving. A portal to the other side was opening. Reaching through that portal the first time was healing for Patricia and, even more wonderfully, it has now become second nature for her. Our loved ones reach back through that portal too, although we may not always be aware of it. They visit us, daily if need be, to express their love, to soothe our pain, and even, as Jessica discovered in the next story, to hold us in their arms and dance with us one last time. Dancing in the fields. Jessica, a school teacher in her 30s with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a soft-spoken voice, drove hours from Central Florida to see me in my office. She had had 2 children who were delivered via cesarean section when she became pregnant with her 3rd child, a healthy boy. She had opted to deliver Elliot naturally in her home, but during the process her uterus ruptured, the placenta detached, and the baby suffered from a fatal lack of oxygen as he was rushed to the hospital. He was immediately put on life support, but it was too late. He died only 10 days later. As Jessica told me her history, my heart sank. No one deserves to experience the loss of a child, surely, but the woman sitting in front of me was so gentle and kind that I couldn't imagine why such a devastating thing would have to happen to her. Neither could I imagine the death of my child, much less feeling the tremendous guilt that a decision I had made might have contributed to that outcome. Jessica had read my father's books and found solace in them. She was seeing another therapist who was helping her with the bereavement process. I was in awe of how well she was coping. I'd have considered it a success to simply get out of bed in the morning, put one foot in front of the other, and survive the day. It was evident that strength of steel lay under Jessica's sweet exterior. Nonetheless, it was as if she wore the pain on the outside of her body. I could see it. I could almost reach out and touch it. Its bottomless depth frightened me. I was a fairly new therapist, certainly new to hypnosis, and I feared that the trip down to my office might have been a complete waste of her time. What on earth could I say or do that could possibly alleviate Jessica's suffering? And what could even make a dent in that kind of pain? Jessica described the difficulties she'd had with her physicians when she had delivered her first 2 children. Her soft voice grew an edge as she spoke of her mistrust of them, of how medical errors had been made and of how, understandably, these errors had led her to choose a different method for bringing Elliot into the world. She had scrupulously researched the benefits and risks of a vaginal birth after cesareans. She could not have made a more informed decision, and from her history with her first 2 deliveries, it was clear why she had chosen as she did. The more we discussed Elliot, the more I tried to detach from her trauma, but I felt that I was right there with her, as if, while our bodies sat there talking, our souls were hovering on the ground together, staring at each other with sad, disbelieving eyes. Can life really get this painful? And how do you survive when it invariably does? As Jessica brought up the hypothetical scenario of having another child, her anger dissolved into sheer panic. What would be the right thing to do then? How could she trust the doctors again? What if whatever decision she made turned out to be the wrong one? She had given her past and her future much thought, and it was clear that questions about both caused her great distress. As I hypnotized Jessica and brought her to a past life, she first saw only vague colors, appearing as waves and dots. "It's all just lights," she said, and for the next 10 minutes it was all, indeed, just lights. "Oh no," I thought, literally turning my hands into prayer and staring up at the ceiling, thankful that my client's eyes were closed. "Angels, God, whoever is up there, you have to do better than that." I prayed before each client for help and healing energy, but that day it was no gentle request. Suddenly, in the midst of these pulsating light forms, the image of an apron appeared in Jessica's mind. "Thank you," I said to the sky, breathing a sigh of relief. Jessica saw herself as a young woman on a big wooden porch, like something out of Little House on the Prairie. She was leaning on a post, sweating from the summer sun and from physical exertion. The work was hard and stressful, a huge burden. Jessica could feel the tension in her neck and shoulders, not just from the manual labor but also from a crushing loneliness. She sensed that she wanted children and a family but did not have any. "It's all too heavy," she sighed. We moved ahead in time to that night, where the woman was lying in bed, contemplating reaching out for the Bible on her nightstand but too tired to make even that little comforting gesture. Jessica saw the woman sobbing, feeling sad and frustrated and restless all at once. She had a large house but overseeing it was an overwhelming task for her, and the rural area in which she lived was isolated, offering no friendships. The townspeople considered her to be so fortunate. She owned a big house, that great front porch, a cow. But she felt no happiness in any of these assets. Although she was only in her 20s, she felt, it seemed, too tired and sad to live. We moved ahead in time again, but it was more of the same, the woman, toiling away in the front yard, working so hard simply to survive this joyless existence. And then Jessica saw a little girl, dancing and twirling around the woman in the dirt. "The woman doesn't see her," she said, confused, "but the girl is just dancing, dancing away." Jessica saw a man, too, the woman's husband, standing off to the side of the porch. He and the girl were so close to the woman, loving her as she worked, loving her as she sat on the porch and cried, but she never knew they were there. Drowning in her pain, she was aware of nothing but loneliness. Where had these spirits come from? To find out, we moved back in time. There was an accident, a buggy that crashed when a horse slipped on some wet rocks. The cart, carrying the child and the husband, fell off, killing them instantly. The woman had not been inside. She had wanted to go with them, had planned on it, but for some reason at the last minute she hadn't. She had loved them so much and felt terribly guilty and responsible for their deaths. But it wasn't your fault. It wasn't even the horse's fault. Sometimes accidents just happen, I said, thinking also of Elliot. Jessica nodded, tears in her eyes, but she didn't seem to believe it. It sounds like you wish you'd been in there with them, I said in a soft voice, and she moaned, oh yes. The woman lived many long, lonely years. Throughout her days, she worked by the front porch where her husband watched her with nothing but love in his eyes, and her daughter, spinning into oblivion, danced right next to her every day of her life. As Jessica floated beyond her old body, she started shaking her head, as if in disbelief of how she had lived. We are not supposed to be miserable, she said. There was so much good she could have done. The woman had been so inextricably bogged down in grief and loss that she had never recovered. Thinking of Jessica as she was today, I asked, but how could she have recovered from that kind of loss? So easily, Jessica answered, smiling, if she just could have seen them dancing around her. The little girl and the husband, faithfully showing up every day in the front yard, were trying to tell her that they were fine, that they loved her, and that they had never left her, but she could not see it. She hurt, but she didn't have to. They were so happy, Jessica said. It was love, pure love, pouring out of them and stopping right there in front of her. And she just didn't get it. This was an extraordinary lesson to help relieve Jessica of some of her current feelings of grief. As unbelievable as it seemed given the trauma that she had recently experienced with her son, her suffering was optional, unnecessary. If she just could have seen the little girl dancing so close to her. If she only knew that Elliot was, most likely, still loving her from no farther than the air she breathed, she would never have cause to feel that unbearable pain again. The following day, in our session together, Jessica slipped in and out of numerous past lives. In one, she was the daughter of a kind of hermetic medicine man, a soul so wise and advanced beyond his years. She eventually had her own family but died young, leaving behind a small child whom she loved. Jessica felt that Elliot was the young child in that lifetime. It feels like he and I switched places this time. I left him early in that life, he left me early in this one. Oh, she said, realization dawning on her, in this life, he wasn't punishing me at all. He was just showing me what it feels like to be the one left behind, rather than the one leaving early. But love doesn't go away. We do, but love never does. She sensed that Elliot was also her beloved father in the regression. He seemed to have it all figured out, she said. He was so loving. Nothing bothered him. Everything he did was in gentleness and kindness, for the betterment of humanity. Jessica's lifetimes with Elliot were ancient, innumerable, arising throughout the years as their souls braided together again and again to teach, to learn, to love. It was no accident that he had appeared in her present life. He was intrinsically linked to her, a part of her, but the form, the relationship, the circumstances always varied. As she sat in front of me, Jessica's face completely changed. There were no lines of sadness, no weary eyes, only love, joy, even excitement. As odd as it sounds, she didn't even seem human anymore. With her fair coloring and her beatific expression, she truly looked like an angel, a blissful spirit, glowing with a peace beyond words. She was beaming, and the light transformed every part of her. It was the end of our time together. I didn't think Jessica could get any happier, which seemed almost perverse considering the reason why she had come to see me. It was incredible to witness. "You do good work," I said to the sky. I closed the session by bringing Jessica to a peaceful wildflower field in her mind and having her visualize her guide joining her to give her guidance about how she could continue to heal even after she left the office. Jessica's guide, her wise and loving teacher, was, of course, Elliot. She imagined holding his little baby body, from which a bright light started shooting. Elliot opened his eyes. After the session, Jessica marveled at this fact. "He was born brain dead," she said. "I never got to see his eyes." In her mind, Elliot bopped her on the nose and winked at her, as if he were saying, "Gotcha," as if this whole thing, this whole tumble throughout lifetimes together, this endless bubbling up of deaths upon deaths, was nothing more than a cosmic joke. Here Jessica, as anyone would, suffered from the loss of a healthy baby suddenly dead in both brain and body, yet Elliot himself couldn't take it seriously. All he had to say about the matter was something like, "My turn. Tag, you're it." To Jessica, Elliot the baby, who was now chucking her on the chin and winking at her, was clearly the adult and she the child. His was a soul so old and loving, very much an advanced teacher. As Jessica held him in her arms, his body started to disappear, dissolving into the bright light that grew stronger and stronger, larger and larger until he was so big, big way beyond bodies, and his light filled up the entire field. The wild flowers, the grass, and the enormous blue sky shone with his light. He was larger than she was, larger than anything she could even imagine. I had Jessica reflect back on her feelings of responsibility, knowing that a soul so vast it could encompass the entire world could never be snuffed out by a single decision, a single accident. She just laughed, as if the very question that she had not once stopped asking herself no longer made sense. Whose fault was his death? Mine, the doctor's, no one's. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Jessica then saw herself pregnant, and soon with the healthy baby in her arms in a hospital room. Elliot was not this child, but he was very much there with her, his light exploding. "He is radiating the whole room," she breathed. "It's as if every wall has light beams all over it. It is all him, all over." As Jessica held the new baby, Elliot held Jessica. He kissed the baby's head again and again. There was no sadness, no pain, only the purest love as Elliot protectively watched over them. Although Jessica was unsure if she and her husband even wanted more children, I recalled how she pored over every detail of birth plans, deliveries, and doctors as she thought about what might happen, what could happen, what did happen. I thought it would help her to know how the birth turned out, but she smiled as she brushed the question off as utterly irrelevant. "It doesn't matter. Those are human details. To answer your question, I had a C-section, but it doesn't matter. I'm just nursing." She looked down at the baby in her arms, knowing full well how present Elliot was in the room and in their lives. "I'm just nursing." Jessica had tears of joy in her eyes. I did too. I was in awe of Elliot's infinite soul and of his love. Nothing could hurt him, which meant that nothing could hurt any of us, either. What room is there for grief in love? What does the death of anyone even mean when we can be with them again in our minds, when we can hold their bodies again and they can hold us again, when we can finally look into eyes that we could never clearly see here on the earth. Our own eyes remain closed to all the love around us, and we suffer as we imagine ourselves to be alone or left behind, when all we ever have to do is just open them to find our loved ones dancing, dancing, dancing with us there in the fields until the end of time. Amy Weiss. Amy has said it all and said it so well. If only we could see our departed loved ones dancing around us, continuing to love us, to protect us, to wait for us. Then our grief would be so much less. In my book Many Lives, Many Masters, I changed the name of the physician who had helped Catherine so much, and who had referred her to me. He is the one who unknowingly started this entire process, this discovery of past lives. I changed his name to Edward, for reasons of confidentiality. His real name was Elliot. Once, in a deeply hypnotized state, Catherine's head began to move from side to side. "A spirit is looking," she told me. "At you?" "Yes." "Do you recognize the spirit?" "I'm not sure. I think it might be Edward." Edward had died during the previous year. Edward was truly ubiquitous. He seemed to be always around her. What did the spirit look like? Just white, like lights. He had no face, not like we know it, but I know it's he. Was he communicating at all with you? No, he was just watching. Was he listening to what I was saying? Yes, she whispered. But he's gone now. He just wanted to be sure I'm all right. I thought about the popular mythology of the guardian angel. Certainly Edward Elliot, in the role of the hovering, loving spirit watching over her to make sure she was all right, approached such an angelic role. Every one of us has an Elliot or two or three in our lives. Hardship and hope. Clop, clop, clop. The horse held a steady and cautious pace as it exited the wooded area and entered the town. The woman on the horse rode through the main street of shops and businesses, waving at familiar faces. She wore a dark wool riding skirt and jacket, and her long braids were fastened closely to her head. With her unusually small frame, she looked like a doll mounted on the thoroughbred stallion. The townspeople gestured their respect for her as she passed. She was a skilled courier who delivered items from town to town, often through empty and dangerous territories of the southwestern United States in the 1800s. She thrived on the speed and skill of riding the stallion. The woman was a small rider by any standard, and her dearly loved horse towered over her. She managed him with great speed and dexterity throughout the dry, dusty land. People did not judge her for taking an unorthodox role, because her job was so appreciated and her skills so highly respected. Likewise, her focus was on her work, the love of her horse, and management of the danger that she faced. On one of her routes, she sped across a dusty southwestern stretch, up a rounded hill, and through a set of mesa tables and steeples. This required her to ride slowly, anticipating every step of the stallion's hoof. Her slow pace made her a target for the warring Apache natives, who were known to attack. She rode the pass many times, but on her last ride a group of 5 native men hid in the mesa steeples and overtook her. She was forced to watch as her horse was furiously and senselessly murdered. The woman was raped repeatedly by the leader of the group, a giant in comparison to her small, childlike frame. His face paint and feathered headdress sickened her. She was disgusted and traumatized by his senseless murder of the valuable horse, but not terrified, as he had intended. The band of warring natives left her to die within the steeple pass, but she was able to walk back to her family's ranch. When she arrived and returned to health, she put away her wool suit, cut her hair, and sat in the armchair that looked out to the hills she rode. The rest of her life was spent mourning the horse in her life as a courier. In the backdrop of her life was a stable hand who secretly loved and admired her. He spent the rest of his life watching over her, even though she was inattentive to his presence and love for her. She never moved on past the loss of her youth. I, of course, was that woman. I carried into this lifetime a love for horses and some riding skill, and I practice ever-present compassion and respect for animals. I brought stamina for hardship into this lifetime and can move on with hope, something that I could not do as the horse courier. And, most important, as I observed the sad courier sitting in her armchair, I learned that we must move on after tragedy. There are always gifts, like the loving stable worker, on the other side of difficulty. Alice. Time is not measured in minutes or hours or years. Time is measured in lessons learned. Alice has mastered this wisdom. She has learned to overcome grief's power to immobilize, to freeze time, and she is now able to move on. There are always gifts, there is always love, on the other side. Human beings create such misery in the world, with their penchant for violence and for killing. Spiritual beings, aware of higher dimensions, multiple lifetimes, and cosmic karma, repair the world by nurturing and protecting all life. As we fully evolve from human beings into spiritual beings, we will comfort and heal each other's pain rather than cause it. Alice easily let go of the sorrow that she had experienced in her prior lifetime as the courier. Michelle, the author of the next story, was able to accomplish a similar feat. It does not matter whether the loss is fresh or ancient, with the awareness of the endurance of our bonds and of our souls, its burden can lighten and disappear in mere moments. Releasing grief. As I stared out at the sea of expectant-looking faces in front of me, my heart began to beat wildly in my chest. I hadn't realized how many people were in the audience until I'd reached the front of the room, where I now sat perched on a chair next to Dr. Brian Weiss. I resisted the urge to look in the direction of my husband, for I could feel him frowning at me. My face felt red and hot as I realized what I had just committed myself to. I was about to be hypnotized in front of several hundred people who were going to watch the whole thing. What if I can't remember a past life? What if I make a total fool of myself? As I had these thoughts, the faces of the former selves that I had seen during the group regressions over the past couple of days began to drift into my mind's eye in a colorful parade. Feeling somewhat reassured, I then looked around the room at the faces of the audience in front of me. They looked friendly and supportive, some even smiling warmly when my eyes brushed past theirs. Dr. Weiss, who had been addressing the audience while I became acclimated to the stage, turned and spoke directly to me. I focused on his instructions, the soothing sound of his voice calming me instantly. This is going to be okay, I reassured myself. He smiled and nodded at me, as if he had heard my thoughts and was giving his reply. I relaxed a bit in my chair, ready to give myself over to whatever was about to happen. I could hear Dr. Weiss's voice, which seemed quite far away, telling me that I would see a door in front of me. He then informed me that on the other side of that door I would encounter a memory from my childhood. I could hear him counting backward from 3, and in my mind the door began to swing open, just as he had said that it would. I eagerly walked through it in my mind, anxious to discover what I would find on the other side. Stepping into the brilliant light that lay behind the door, I felt as if I needed to blink from the brightness, even though my eyes were firmly shut. I looked down at the floor and saw linoleum with a yellow and white print. There were countertops, cupboards, and a sink with a window above it that was covered with pleasant yellow curtains. The light that streamed in through this window had a sunny, mid-morning quality to it. There was a large olive green refrigerator next to the sink, from which a low humming sound emanated. Dr. Weiss began to question me about what I was experiencing, and when I spoke to answer him, I was surprised to hear that I was using a voice much softer and lower than my usual speech. "I'm in my kitchen," I said, although the room was completely unfamiliar to me. It was not any kitchen that I could remember, and it suddenly dawned on me that it was from the house that we had moved out of when I had been only 3 years old. Upon that realization, I looked down at my own body and saw that I was a baby, sitting up in a high chair. I saw my pudgy legs below me, and I could feel the sticky vinyl seat on my skin. This was clearly from a time well before my earliest memory, which had been around the age of 4. I had never remembered anything at all from the few years that we had lived in the house where I was born. "What is it that you are doing?" Dr. Weiss asked. "Eating applesauce in my high chair." My automatic response surprised me. I could almost taste the bland baby food in my mouth. Then I saw her. She was sitting in a wooden chair in front of me, holding a small spoon in her hand. Her broad smile made her high cheekbones look like 2 rosy apples, and her beautiful green eyes crinkled at the corners. "Mama," I thought, as the tears started to run down my cheeks. "My mother is with me," I whispered. The moment the words left my lips, I felt an overwhelming sense of love. Was that really my mother? I did not think that I could remember her, but there she was, sitting in front of me. My heart was so full of emotion that I felt as if it would burst as I sat there looking at her. She had died so long ago, this woman who gave me life and who left me with no working memories of her whatsoever. Yet here she was in front of me, cooing and smiling. It almost felt as if I were truly in that kitchen and that I had been transported back in time. She was real, and I was there with her. I sat with my eyes closed, savoring the feeling of being cared for by her. She was there with me, she who did not live to watch me grow into the woman that I had become, she who had left a large gaping hole inside me. I had missed her every day, despite the fact that I could never even picture what her face had looked like. My joy in the moment that I beheld her was indescribable. Gazing at her smiling face, I could feel how much she loved me, how much she had loved being a mother, and how much she enjoyed spending time with me. I could hear her speaking in a soft, soothing voice, and the sound of my name escaping her lips was the most beautiful noise that I had ever heard. The tears continued to fall as there was nothing save that moment of pure bliss. But I was fully aware that it was only a memory. Oh, how I longed for her! I could then again hear the kind voice of Dr. Weiss, telling me that it was time to leave this scene behind. My heart ached at the thought, but I was willing to do as he asked. His words were gentle, prodding me onward and promising me that I would remember this scene. This memory had been brought to the surface after having been buried deep in my subconscious for so long. I knew, without a doubt, that the image of my mother's face would never fade from me again. He instructed me to move back through the door that I had constructed in my mind, and as I did, the scene in the yellow kitchen instantly disappeared. Feeling strangely effervescent, almost as if I had been charged with electric energy, I had never been so completely alert or alive, though my body was a limp and nearly useless object on the chair. Suddenly, a second door appeared in front of me and opened. The moment I went through it, I was hit by a strong smell that was instantly recognizable as the salty scent of sea air. I am near the ocean, I thought, although I was aware of the fact that, physically, I was indoors inside a conference room. Upon being instructed to look down, I saw a pair of dirty, bare feet. My clothes consisted of a burlap sack that had been crafted into a makeshift pair of pants, which were tied onto me with a rope at my waist. I could feel the coarse material against my legs. I could hardly believe what I saw when I looked at my hands. My fingers were fat, and my hands were massive, filthy, and calloused. They belonged to a man, one who used them to do very hard work. Whose hands are these? The answer came with complete assurance from deep within me, and it spread over my entire being. These were my hands. I looked around me, and right away I could see the ships. I was on a wooden dock surrounding a seaport of some kind, and I was unloading heavy barrels from the ships, which had just arrived from the New World. The year 1689 popped into my head, firmly appearing as if from nowhere, as did the name of the port city, Barcelona. Rum was being imported from the New World inside these heavy barrels under which I struggled. The work was difficult and physically taxing, but I didn't mind it too much or feel the need to complain. I was not very intelligent, and perhaps I did not know any kind of work other than this back-breaking labor. As Dr. Weiss moved me on from this scene, I saw myself inside a small, wooden, shack-like structure with a dirt floor, my home. The house was only one room, and I could tell that we were extremely poor. At one end there was a stone fireplace, in which a large, black metal pot hung over a fire. Something pungent was cooking in the pot. Several mattresses stuffed with straw were on the floor in one corner, and a few rough blankets lay on top of them. I immediately sensed several presences in the house with me. Turning, I saw 3 small children standing there, all dressed in dirty rags. The connection that I felt to them was so palpable that it nearly choked me. I could not see their eyes, as their faces were fuzzy and out of focus. Their familiarity, however, was undeniable, and I knew beyond any doubt that these were my children. I loved these 3 little souls, whom I had never met, with all my heart. I looked again toward the fireplace and saw a pleasant-looking woman in a long dress. She had a white cap on her head, and she was busily stirring something in the pot over the fire. She was my wife. A lump formed in my throat from love and longing as I gazed at her. She turned around, and I was momentarily startled to see that, unlike the children, the details of her face were very clear. I looked deep into this woman's eyes, and the recognition instantly washed over me. It was my mother. Nearly in disbelief, I sat there and watched her in my mind's eye. She had the same eyes and even the same distinct apple-like cheekbones that she had in this life. But even more powerful than her appearance, I could feel her energetically. This beloved wife of mine was the same woman who had given birth to me in this life. I knew it in the core of my being. As I gazed at her, I could feel how much we loved each other. I started to see scenes of our life together, moving in rapid succession as they painted a beautiful picture of a relationship based on mutual adoration. She greeted me each evening with a warm smile and an embrace after my long day of difficult labor. Although we were impoverished and it was an endless struggle to survive, we were so happy together. She accepted our simple life with all of its difficulties. This is what real love is. A flicker of a thought entered my mind, a sudden realization that my current marriage seemed quite second-rate in comparison. This is what I want, I said to myself as I basked in the perfect, balanced, and spiritual love that I had with this woman. Finding real love is the most important thing we can do in life. And then when we find it, we must give it in return. The thought floated into my mind on a current that felt like a song. Did I just think that? I wondered, as it had been a much wiser message than I thought I knew how to deliver. Moving ahead a few years in time, I saw myself in that same house. I stood on that dirt floor as a choking sadness hit me like a dull knife. My wife was lying in the corner on one of the straw mattresses, covered by a rough blanket. She was very ill. Her skin looked gray, and her cough kept startling me out of what I could feel was a downward spiral of grief and anguish. I had tried everything that I could to help her, but our extreme poverty prevented any real medical care. She was about to die. As I acknowledged this, my ever-extending grief spiral darkened as I realized how angry I was. I was being pulled down into a sheer misery that was unlike anything I had ever known. My rage mixed with unimaginable sadness and then flowed out of me, leaving behind a numb emptiness. I was sitting in a chair, staring into space, fully wrapped up inside my dark emotions. My 3 children were there, huddled together in the corner. I could feel their fear as they held on to each other and watched their dying mother. Not working to comfort my still young children in any way or nurture them through what was undeniably a painful and frightening experience, I remained seated at my table. Watching myself sit there and ignore my children, I started to get upset at the way that I had dealt with this. Why aren't I holding them? I wondered, remembering how much I loved them. This is wrong, they need me. Shame filled me as I looked at their faces. Turning back to the corner where my wife was, I saw that she had died. Her eyes stared out lifelessly from her gray body. I did not move from my chair toward her or comfort my children, who were now wailing. Instead, I just sat and stared into space as if it were my body that was now lifeless, not my beloved wife's. Images began floating into my mind, showing me the years directly after her death. I became withdrawn and bitter, spending my time alone and miserable. I lost my spark and my love for life, and I never regained that part of myself. My work, which I hadn't minded before, now seemed like drudgery. My evenings were spent sitting in my chair, staring into space. I could feel my incredible loneliness, despite the fact that I still had 3 children who needed me more than ever to care for them. How selfish of me, I thought, as a feeling of remorse washed over me. I loved them. Why was I neglecting them? I moved ahead to the last day of that lifetime and immediately felt a crushing pressure on my chest. The sensation was so intense that I had to remind myself where I was, that it was impossible that something could actually be crushing me. It felt so real, and I fought the panic that began to creep in. It was hard to breathe, and my chest rose and fell with great effort. The air smelled of the sea once more. I was back on the docks where I worked. There was confusion as to what was happening. And then, instantly, I was lighter. As I drew a breath, the oxygen filled my lungs with much more ease. The sensation that had made my chest seem so heavy was gone, and I could then see what was happening, as it was no longer dark around me. I was floating above the body of this man that I had been. He was lying lifeless on the ground, a few of those heavy barrels on top of his body. They had fallen down from the ship above and had accidentally landed on top of him, completely crushing his chest. I felt light as air as I hovered above this terrible scene of my death. The contrast between the heaviness I had felt in this body and the complete weightlessness I was now experiencing stunned me. It was as if I were made of nothing, yet I knew that I was still very much who it is that I am. My broken body lay useless and abandoned, but I still existed. I began to move upward, feeling beautiful and free, experiencing an elation unlike any I had ever known. A bright light appeared in the distance. It was in front of me but higher, in clouds that began to thin into mist. The colors inside these misty clouds were of every imaginable hue and so vivid I knew they could not be perceived by any human eyes. I could feel myself being gently drawn toward this incredibly brilliant light, and a tremendous, peaceful feeling washed over me as I gazed at it. A strange humming sound increased in intensity the closer I came to the light, vibrating through my whole being. This electric vibration consumed me, and it felt like I was being recharged. There did not seem to be an edge where the light began, it just gradually enveloped me until the light and I had merged. It was as if I were the light, even though I still had a sense of myself and where my own boundaries lay. I was home once again, back where I belonged, feeling completely at peace. And then I saw her. She was standing there, looking expectantly at me with her warm smile and her rosy apple cheeks. My mother, who had been my wife, was waiting for me. Upon seeing her, I felt an overwhelming love unlike anything I knew I was capable of outside this light. She did not say a word but just embraced me fully, as my nothingness fell completely into hers. We had no human form to prevent our complete connection, and our pure love passed directly into each other. I was filled with her, and she with me. In this state of complete bliss, I heard Dr. Weiss ask a question. What is the lesson that you learned from this life that is important for you to know in your current life? I didn't even have to think of the answer, as a wave of remorse returned for my actions as that man. People die, it is a part of life, I said. You cannot let your loss keep you from living your life to its fullest. My children needed me, yet I could not escape my own grief to be there for them. It's important to grieve our losses, but then we must accept them and move on. After I finished the last sentence, the connection to my current life became clear. I had lost my mother to Hodgkin's lymphoma in 1977 and had spent the better part of my formative years grieving her. It had been especially difficult the last few years after having become a mother myself. The loss of her felt constant and inescapable. At that moment, I was ready to put my grief aside and move on with my life. I knew beyond any doubt that I would see her again and that our love for each other would never die. Feeling a heaviness lift from my heart, I acknowledged that I would always miss her but that it was time to release her. I had never felt so free as the tears flowed down my cheeks. My deep sorrow had been replaced with a warm comfort. I had experienced firsthand that she continues to exist, and always will. As I emerged from the hypnotic state, I took a very deep breath and then slowly opened my eyes. Blinking to bring the room in which I was physically present back into focus, I immediately noticed that something was different. In front of me were the hundreds of faces I had seen earlier that had witnessed this incredible experience, only now, they each appeared to have a soft and ethereal glow emanating from them. These glows appeared in various shades and colors, the perimeter stretching farther away from some than others. Scanning the audience, I tingled from head to toe as I beheld this glorious and otherworldly vision. Auras. I had never seen anything so beautiful as these people, and still feeling light and energized, I absorbed each one with awe. Michelle Brock. In her beautiful and comprehensive description of the cycles of life and death and life again, Michelle confirms and validates Alice's lesson and the very same wisdom perceived by Amy's client, Jessica. Jessica said, "We are not supposed to be miserable. There was so much good she could have done." Alice said, "We must move on after tragedy. There are always gifts on the other side of difficulty." Michelle knew deeply that it was important to grieve our losses, but then we must accept them and move on. Each saw and felt the paralysis that grief could cause. Each saw and felt the pain and the waste that this paralysis could cause. Michelle believed that she had no memories of her mother. Yet within minutes, and even in the potentially uncomfortable position of being on stage in front of many observers, she was vividly recalling detailed scenes. Her remembrances were not only visual. She could feel the vinyl seat, she could taste the bland applesauce, she could hear her mother's soft voice, and she became overwhelmed with emotion. The decades-long separation from her mother was bridged in an instant, and her loneliness and grief would never again be so severe. We can remember everything. Just like Michelle, we harbor a wealth of memories in the locked treasure chest of our subconscious mind. They have been forgotten, but not lost. They can always be reclaimed. To unlock the chest and to recapture the scenes and images of our loved ones when they were young and healthy, we only need the key. The key is this regression technique, so safe and so simple. And then we too can once again see their smiling faces, feel their arms around us, smell their perfume, and bask in their love. Furthermore, we can access a particular past life as often as we wish and as often as we need, just as we can with any conscious memory. Perhaps not all lessons and understandings from the lifetime experienced during a regression can be extracted the first time. We can go back to recover more details or to explore the life at deeper levels. There is no expiration date on a memory. But our dear ones are not just memories. Their souls survive the death of the physical body. Michelle was twice reunited with her mother's soul, in addition to the wonderful reunion on the other side, her mother waiting for her in the light. We never lose our loved ones. I am reminded of what I have heard and experienced so many times with my patients. Whether the message is heard in a dream in which the departed loved one appears, in a meditation, during a regression, or just being whispered into your ear, as Richard whispered into the ears of Lee and the boys, it is remarkably clear and consistent: "Do not grieve so much for me. I am still here, I am always with you, and I will love you forever."